he has focused on the criminal laws under Modi 3.0 is the most modern criminal justice system in the world, is how Amit Shah has termed it. Of course, this is on the completion of the 100 days of the third term that the Prime Minister has said has tried to address every sector and factor for rapid progress of the country. Like we mentioned, 15 lakh crore rupees of projects have been launched with a focus on women, minorities, infrastructure, middle class and the farmers. And let's just get you up to date as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. With Arvind Kejriwal, they're all set to resign. Now, a key meeting is taking place at the residence of the Chief Minister, the current Chief Minister of Delhi. Do remember, he had made that announcement 48 hours ago on Sunday when he said that he will be stepping down. So that deadline is coming to a close, and it's at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just less than an hour from now, when the new face of the Delhi Chief Minister will be revealed. Manish Sisodia and Atishi are at the residence of the Chief Minister, while the opposition there is taking a swipe at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying this is nothing but drama. The Congress Party has also gone on to say that this is nothing but gimmicks. And of course, the Delhi Chief Minister there has gone on to say the reason that he is stepping down is because he wants his name to be cleared in the public. He said that he has got a green sheet when it comes to in the court of law, but he is seeking that validation when it comes to the people of Delhi. So he will be meeting also with Delhi's LG, VK Saxena, and that's going to be taking place in the evening today. But of course, that meeting that's taking place amidst Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Manish Sisodia and Atishi, there at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. That announcement is going to be made very, very shortly at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, is when Arvind Kejriwal will step down as the Chief Minister of Delhi. And it is the new Chief Minister's name that will be announced. And we have Saurabh Bhardwaj, who's spoken, citing the Ramayana, saying that it will be the role of Bharat that is going to be played out while Ram was away. Listen in.
जनता ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को चुना है। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कह दिया कि जब तक जनता मुझे दोबारा नहीं चुनेगी मैं इस कुर्सी पे नहीं बैठूंगा। तो कुर्सी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल की इस 5 साल भी है और आने वाले 5 साल में भी होगी। इस 2-3 महीने की वैल्यू इतनी है, या शायद 1 महीने की, कि जब तक केंद्र सरकार चुनाव नहीं कराती, चुनाव आयोग चुनाव नहीं कराता, जो हम चाहते हैं जल्द से जल्द हो जाए, तब तक हम में से एक साथी उस कुर्सी पे बैठेगा।
Joining us now is the Delhi BJP President Viren Sachdeva ji with us. Sir, आम आदमी पार्टी ने अनाउंसमेंट कर दी है कि वो 12 बजे नए मुख्यमंत्री का नाम जो है उसकी घोषणा कर देंगे। अभी कुछ देर बाद ही उनके एमएलएस के साथ मीटिंग होगी। आप कैसे देखते हैं?
आम आदमी पार्टी अब अपनी पार्टी के मेकओवर पर लग गई। जो भ्रष्टाचार के धब्बे इनके चेहरे पर, इनके दामन पर लग रहे हैं, अब ये मेकओवर करके उसे छुपाना चाहते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल, आप चेहरा बदल लीजिए, आप अपनी पार्टी का करैक्टर नहीं बदल सकते। आपने दिल्ली को लूटने का काम किया है, आपने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, आप दिल्ली की जनता के गुनहगार हैं। कल भी थे, आज भी हैं और कल भी रहेंगे। और दिल्ली की जनता इस भ्रष्टाचार का हिसाब आपसे मांगती है। और इन चुनावों में केजरीवाल जितने तिगड़म लगाने लगा लें, इन चुनावों में मुद्दा सिर्फ एक है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार का भ्रष्टाचार।
सर, सौरभ भारद्वाज का एक सुबह बयान आया है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि जो भी नया मुख्यमंत्री होगा वो रामायण के भरत की तरह भूमिका निभाएगा। इसे आप कैसे देखते हैं?
इससे मैं संदीप दीक्षित के बयान से जोड़ता हूँ, जो उन्होंने कल कहा, और सौरभ भारद्वाज उसकी पुष्टि कर रहे हैं कि इस पार्टी में अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद बाकी सब डोमेस्टिक सर्वेंट हैं। ये संदीप दीक्षित ने कहा है। और सौरभ भारद्वाज भी ये कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल बाद कोई भी आ जाए उससे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ना। तो हम भी ये कह रहे हैं कि एक भ्रष्टाचारी चेहरा अरविंद केजरीवाल किसी का भी चेहरा बदलने, ये पार्टी का मेकओवर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इनका चरित्र नहीं बदलेगा। इन्होंने दिल्ली को लूटने का काम किया और दिल्ली की जनता इनसे इनके भ्रष्टाचार का हिसाब लेगी।
And we have Tanishka joining us from right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Take us through who all are there at that very crucial meeting that's taking place at the moment, just before that announcement of the new Chief Minister of Delhi, the Chief Minister that's going to be taking place, replacing Arvind Kejriwal, who plans to step down.
Right, Divya, the announcement is all set to happen in a while at around noon, wherein there's this legislative meeting right at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, which is where I am at right now. And the people, the important Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have already arrived are, of course, namely Atishi. She's also, the next probable name, the most prominent name to become the chief minister, to hold this position in an interim basis. So Delhi Minister Atishi, who holds portfolios like education and finance, is also inside currently the residence. There is Manish Sisodia, the former deputy chief minister. He's also inside the residence. Saurabh Bhardwaj has arrived. Kailash Gehlot has arrived. Durgesh Pathak has arrived. A lot of important MLAs and senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are currently inside the chief minister's residence, wherein this legislative meeting to announce who will be the next chief minister will shortly begin. And the next chief minister for this interim period, considering that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has decided to step down from his position, looking forward to the Delhi State Assembly elections, will be decided in a while. The big question that has been surrounding ever since Sunday, wherein Arvind Kejriwal announced his resignation, it will be answered shortly in a while. We will know who will be the chief ministerial face, and also the fact that later in the afternoon today at around 4:30 p.m. Arvind Kejriwal will formally tender in his resignation when he will be meeting the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. What we're also picking up at this point is that the Delhi Assembly has been scheduled to happen on the September 26th and 27th. So this is another latest information and update that has come in while we still wait outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence to understand formally who will be the next chief minister for this interim period. Back to you.
Tanushka, of course, the probables, like you mentioned, includes Atishi and also, Raghav Chadda, amongst others. But it is Saurabh Bhardwaj who's, spoken and said that he is not in the running when it comes to the new chief minister.
Right, exactly, Divya. There are the probable faces at this point. The top name remains Delhi Minister Atishi, and as well as Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadda, who's also been really instrumental at the Punjab polls in 2022, I beg your pardon. And what we're also understanding is that Kailash Gehlot, who is the transport minister for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, is also another name, and as well as Sanjay Singh as well. So, it's still a lot of speculation around who is going to be declared the chief minister. A lot of these important names, important faces who hold important positions in the Aam Aadmi Party are doing the circles at this point.
Right, of course, Tanushka, all eyes are on that crucial meeting that's taking place and the announcement of who will really be replacing Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to the chief minister of Delhi. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 20
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and that's the Supreme Court that has resumed its hearing in a suo motu case over the alleged rape and murder of a postgraduate doctor inside RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital on the 9th of August. Previously, the court had asked the protesting doctors in West Bengal to resume their duties. They'd been given a deadline last Monday that they needed to resume their duties by 5 o'clock on Tuesday last week. But the bench led by the Chief Justice of India has also sought a fresh status report by the CBI. The bench has also asked the West Bengal police to produce a document related to the autopsy of the victim. It is called the Challan. Of course, from what we've heard is that the Chief Justice of India has said that they've allowed live streaming for a larger audience and public at large, to which Kapil Sibal has gone on to say that you're streaming live and you are bringing our reputation at stake. These are the arguments that are going on in the top court that have raised concerns over that delay of at least 14 hours in filing the FIR for the case and highlighted the absence of a critical document, the Challan, which is typically sent with the body for post-mortem. Now, according to the government of West Bengal, was ordered to produce it at the hearing that's taking place at the moment. Of course, in regard to the Chief Minister, who yesterday met the demands of the protesting doctors and announced that the Kolkata Police Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner and 2 senior officials of the Health Department would be replaced. The doctors, however, said that they want the assurance to be acted upon and will resume their services only after consulting with the protesting doctors of other hospitals. This development has come after that meeting that took place of over 2 hours at her residence, when she met with that delegation of doctors. So at the moment, that case that is being heard in the Supreme Court. From what we're hearing at the moment, this is in regard to the doctors getting back to work. There was a deadline that was fixed by the Supreme Court. From what was said last time in court, which was last Monday, that 23 lives have been lost because the doctors have not gone back to work. There was a deadline that was set up for the Tuesday for the doctors to come back. Of course, now with that meeting that's taken place with the Chief Minister of West Bengal, in which Mamata Banerjee has gone on to say that 99% of the demands of the doctors have been accepted. So the top cop will be removed, and also people from the health department, the health officials, and of course, you know, these are the demands that are being made by the doctors. Mamata Banerjee's government there assuring that all this will you know, all the demands will be accepted. 99% of the demands that will be accepted by the government, and of course they're waiting for that to be you know, given out in official documents before they can resume work. They will also you know, be speaking with other doctors who are protesting elsewhere. So in the you know, in the case, as far as we do know right now at the moment, this is in regard to the Supreme Court resuming its hearing in the suo motu case over the alleged rape and murder of that trainee doctor inside the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. While the junior doctors continue with their protests, the junior doctors have now said that they will be ending their protest because they have, you know, their demands have been met by the Chief Minister. The Chief Justice of India has gone on to say that this matter should not be hurried. That is what has been said in the Supreme Court today. So as far as this hearing is concerned, the CBI is pursuing in various leads and is responding to all leads and suggestions. The CBI needs time and needs to get to the truth, and let there be no hurry in this matter. So that is what is being said as far as the court is concerned in regard to the CJI there. The Chief Justice of India making a disclosure of the CBI report would jeopardize the case, and they are pursuing the truth, and they have arrested the principal as well as the SHO, and they are looking for all aspects, the forms that are missing. The scene of the crime was destroyed. So they are even talking about, you know, that making a disclosure today on what the CBI is investigating will jeopardize the process. The line which is taken by the CBI is to unearth the truth. The SHO has been arrested. We have the status report, and the CBI has responded as far as the issues that were raised by the Supreme Court, including whether the challan was given, what was the process that was involved, and whether evidence was destroyed. All this, you know, has been submitted in that status report, which was demanded last week by the Supreme Court. Of course, Kapil Sibal there raising objections to the live streaming, saying that you are bringing the reputation at stake. How can you live stream the event? This is what Kapil Sibal has, you know, objected to live streaming of the proceedings in court. So the top court, of course, had raised many concerns over the delay when it comes to the filing of the FIR. There was at least a 14-hour delay as far as the filing of the FIR in the case is concerned, highlighting the absence of that very critical document, the challan, which is typically sent with the body for post-mortem. And also, you know, it is the Chief Minister who has now met with the protesting doctors and announced that the Police Commissioner as well as the Deputy Commissioner, along with 2 senior officials of the Health Department who will be replaced. The protesting doctors' decision has, you know, they have gone on to been on strike for 38 long days. And do remember the Supreme Court last Monday had raised this huge concern regarding the people who have been turning up at the hospitals, talking about how the doctors have not resumed work, which has resulted in 23 people losing their lives. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us. Saurabh, take us through the proceedings in courts in regard to why the CBI has not filed a charge sheet within 60 days.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Saurabh, take us through the proceedings in court, including Kapil Sibal objecting to the live streaming of the proceedings.
Yes, that's something that, of course, was done in the court, and it's a little surprising. But I think the reasoning that Mr. Sibal mentioned, I couldn't hear that bit, so it'll be difficult for me to say it because there was some issue with the live streaming thing. I couldn't hear it. But I think the gist of what I understood was the fact that that there has been a lot of issue about the live streaming. However, I think the Chief Justice has overruled that objection, and of course that would be something that will happen, live streaming. So I'm sure we're getting the live streaming from the Supreme Court, and we should, of course, we could listen into what is being said, so that we can then, of course, also sort of report on what's been going on the ground.
Right. As far as the case is concerned, from what was really said in court today in regard to the charge sheet which wasn't filed by the CBI in over 90 days.
Well, again, I couldn't hear what was said in court, but if, of course, the charge sheet is something that, there's this mandated, stipulated period in which any investigating agency has to file a charge sheet, and that is usually 90 days. And obviously, this is a high-profile case, and the West Bengal government has passed a law, as you know, where, the timings of completing the investigation has been mandated within the law itself, and any extension to that period can only be granted by an officer of the SP level or above. So in that context, this is an important issue, because one of the issues that, and primarily the first demand that the junior doctors had in their meeting with the Chief Minister, was that they wanted justice for the Archikor victim. And that is something that the Chief Minister said, look, I am not investigating, or my police is not investigating the case. It's being investigated by the CBI, and therefore it's something that the CBI will have to take care of. And therefore there will be, of course, pressure on the CBI to conclude its investigation on time. This cannot become a long-drawn, never-ending investigation. This has to be concluded. If the CBI has evidence against others, they should bring that evidence and, of course, complete their investigation, because that's something that the doctors have been demanding, that they don't want it to become a long-drawn, never-ending investigations like some of the previous cases have become, which have not been closed yet.
Right. Of course, during the last hearing which took place on the 9th of September, do you remember there was that deadline that was given by the Supreme Court for the doctors to resume work. And of course, after that meeting with the Chief Minister, we are expecting that the doctors will now go back to work. We will keep getting you all the very latest as far as that hearing in the Supreme Court is concerned. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
new day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in of Arvind Kejriwal. They're proposing the name of Atishi to take over as the new Chief Minister of Delhi to replace Arvind Kejriwal. Do remember today, Arvind Kejriwal is stepping down as the Chief Minister of Delhi. He has gone on to make that decision, saying that he has got justice in the court of law, but he is seeking that validation from the people of the national capital. He wants the people, People's Court to declare that he is innocent. He has gone on to ask if Arvind Kejriwal is guilty or innocent, which is why he said till he doesn't win the hearts of the people of Delhi, he will not come back into the shoes of the Chief Minister. He is now making way for Atishi. Atishi is going to be taking over as the Chief Minister of the national capital. And to get more on this, we have Tanushka joining us from right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Tanushka, that suspense is now over. It's going to be Atishi is going to be taking over from Arvind Kejriwal.
Right, exactly, Divya. This big news coming right from Arvind Kejriwal's residence after the legislative meeting. It has been decided that Atishi will be taking charge as the CM. She has been elected as the Chief Minister of the national capital on an interim basis period until the Delhi State Assembly elections. All the MLAs stood up and accepted the proposal that was put forth by Arvind Kejriwal. The party's chief whip, Dilip Pandey, decided that, it should be Arvind Kejriwal only who should be taking the decision on the proposal of the name as to who should be the next Chief Minister. And Arvind Kejriwal shortly after that announced that he's decided that Atishi should be going ahead with the Chief Ministerial position to take his chair on forward for the time being after he announced his resignation. So this is some really important news that is coming in at this point. And what we're also, of course, gauging is that Atishi has held important portfolios portfolios such as that of education and finance, and she was one of the top names that were anyway being speculated by us as well as sources for the chief ministerial position. So this is what is happening right now from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. After the legislative meeting, all the MLAs together have concluded upon Atishi as the major name for being the chief minister of the national capital. Back to you.
Right, Tanushka, this is Rishika from the Delhi studios. This Atishi was always the front runner as far as the post of chief minister was concerned, wasn't it? But there were other names. In fact, 6 other top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party also in close consideration. But Atishi was always, believed to be the front runner. Is that primarily because she's taken charge of the Delhi government, at least administratively, in Arvind Kejriwal's absence?
Right, exactly. Yes, it was decided that this will be more of like this sort of a decision will lie solely upon Arvind Kejriwal, who was the chief minister. There were of course other names in the running, such as that of Aam Aadmi Party MP from Rajya Sabha Raghav Chadha. There was also the name of Kailash Gehlot as the transport minister, Sanjay Singh as well. However, Atishi, Delhi minister, whose whole portfolio like for education and finance, was always someone who was running at the top, at the forefront for being elected as the chief minister to hold upon this position in the interim basis until the Delhi State Assembly elections happen. So looking forward, of course, even what we also must remember is that when Arvind Kejriwal was in jail and when Manish Sisodia, former deputy chief minister, was also in jail, it was Atishi who chaired important cabinet meetings, held these important meetings within Delhi, and kept a sort of a hold of the party as well. So it does come into synchronization at this point that the party as well as the chief of the party have decided upon together that Atishi will now take charge in the chief ministerial position.
Well, Atishi's rise as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned has been a meteoric one. Tanushka, you've been covering the party and the Delhi government very closely. When the 15th August flag controversy broke out, remember it was Arvind Kejriwal who had nominated Atishi to hoist the flag on behalf of the Delhi chief minister. So I think if there were any telltale signs, they were right there. Hiding in plain sight, perhaps for everybody to see. But that said, Atishi did hold key portfolios even before Arvind Kejriwal went to jail. But after Manish Sisodia being in jail and Arvind Kejriwal being in jail for the last 6 months, there were over 10 portfolios, if I'm not wrong, around 13 portfolios in the Aam Aadmi Party-led government in the national capital that Atishi was handling. Therefore, she was always the front runner. As far as picking this interim chief minister is concerned, what is the larger message that Arvind Kejriwal is trying to send out here?
At this point, what we're picking up is, of course, that Arvind Kejriwal was the person who would decide, who has decided upon this chief ministerial position. It was his call. It was his sudden announcement to decide upon resignation, resigning from his post, and he said that he's doing this to, gauge the people's mandate. What Arvind Kejriwal announced earlier on Sunday was that he's letting the people decide at this point who should the chief minister be. He's letting the people decide into choosing an honest or a corrupt person as their chief ministerial candidate. He said that his image was being portrayed as that of a corrupt person by the BJP is what these claims were. So therefore he left. This is a major reason why he resigned from his chief ministerial post. However, understanding that, of course, the basic question that comes up next, that who would be taking charge of the party in the meanwhile. And Atishi has, as you also rightly mentioned, has always held important portfolios, even before this whole jail fiasco happened, and especially when the chief minister was in jail. It's not just taking charge of education and finance, presenting the budget for the Delhi government, but also taking charge of water situations, of sanitation situations, the Delhi Jal Board. She's also been someone who we've prominently seen who's gone and visited these water treatment plants as well. herself. So she has been someone who has, wrecked these places by herself. So it was, sort of speculated or anticipated that her name would finally be decided upon. And what we are understanding from Arvind Kejriwal at this point is that it was his sole decision, and he decided, he proposed Atishi's name, and all the other MLAs agreed upon his decision.
Right. I think that's the other key question here, that, was this unanimous? Was there support? Because what, Tanushka, you've been reporting is that while that legislative party took place, the party chief whip, Dilip Pandey, in fact, said that it should be Arvind Kejriwal who should decide finally who will replace him in the, in the interim months till an election takes place. And when he proposed Atishi's name, was there unanimous acceptance for it? And, there were other top runners as well. There was Saurabh Bharadwaj, who was in the running. There was Kailash Gehlot, who was in the running. There was even Sunita Kejriwal, who many had said, was perhaps in the reckoning, but I think she made it pretty clear that she's not interested. So I think it's important to also see how her leadership is accepted within the government in Delhi.
At this point, what we're also picking up is that it was a unanimous decision. Arvind Kejriwal did propose the name of Atishi. However, all the MLAs were on board with it and on agreement with it as well. And so it was a completely unanimous decision between all the party people. And what we're also understanding is that this resignation of the Chief Minister was sort of a playbook. It was decided upon, rather, an understanding within the party when he was in jail only, when the Aam Aadmi Party Supreme was in jail, was decided that, he will come out and call upon his resignation. And ever since then, there must have been, deliberations, a lot of deliberations and debates within the party as well to decide upon this interim chief ministerial phase, who will hold on to the party until the Delhi State Assembly elections, and who will be the face of the Aam Aadmi Party. Atishi, in the past few months as well, has been anyway a prominent face, taking charge of important portfolios as well as important meetings that she has presided over. So all in all, at the end, what we are understanding right from Arvind Kejriwal's residence is that it was a unanimous decision to elect in Atishi as the interim basis chief ministerial face at this point.
Right. Also it's important to now understand what the playbook is going to be, Tanushka, with Atishi at the helm of affairs as far as the Delhi government is concerned. It's going to be very interesting to see what is the larger role that Arvind Kejriwal envisions for himself. Is he going to be the poster boy as far as the Aam Aadmi Party campaign is concerned? Remember, he is the tallest leader, the most popular leader as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Does this mean that he will now solely focus his energy on campaigning ahead of the Haryana polls and also ahead of the upcoming Delhi polls?
That's precisely what we're also understanding right now, is that it could be, most of these possible scenarios wherein Atishi takes charge of, the administration of the Delhi government here and the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, here in Delhi. While Arvind Kejriwal, as we already know, that the Supreme Court has put in conditions upon him on his participation as well within the processes that are involved, within be it filing of documents, these important portfolios being held, or be it even visiting the Delhi Secretariat. So anyway, this is also something that the BJP and the Congress have also pointed out, that because he was bound by the Supreme Court, he virtually did not have any powers. Therefore, he was compelled to resign from his position and put someone else in place who will be the face of the party, managing the party until the Delhi State Assembly elections, which Arvind Kejriwal has also asked for a preponement of for November this year.
All right. Tanushka, of course, joining us live from outside Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, which is where the legislative party meet of the Aam Aadmi Party is taking place. Remember, this is what we are learning via sources. There is no official announcement of the Aam Aadmi Party that has come through just yet, but we are given to understand from the legislative party meet, the inside track on the legislative party meet, that The Aam Aadmi Party convener, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, has named Atishi to be his successor in the interim that there are elections in Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, made his decision public that he will be stepping down from the post of the Chief Minister until and unless the people repose their faith in the Aam Aadmi Party-led government under his leadership. Ishika is also joining us live from the national capital at the moment. Ishika, there have been sharp reactions coming in from the quarters of the opposition. Atishi was always believed to be the front runner as far as the post of the Delhi Chief Minister is concerned, considering the fact that she's pretty much de facto been running the Aam Aadmi Party government in Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia's absence, Ishika.
Hello.
All right, we'll try and reconnect with Ishika in just a bit. Tanushka, if I can come back to you at the moment. We're expecting a formal announcement from the Aam Aadmi Party to follow soon, post which we will be seeing the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal meeting the Lieutenant Governor after 4 p.m. this afternoon to tender his resignation. But there will have to be an official process of Atishi taking oath and subsequently taking charge of the government.
Right, exactly. That's what we're also awaiting at this point outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence for, the delegation of these leaders to come out and give in a formal announcement on the election of Atishi as the Chief Minister for the time being until the Delhi State Assembly polls happen and until there is a formal decision as well on who will be the next Chief Minister, who the people vote in as the next Chief Minister. And for that time being, Atishi has been elected. However, we still await a formal response on this, a formal statement on this from the Aam Aadmi Party right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. And this is also looking forward to Arvind Kejriwal's formal tender to his resignation that will happen later in the afternoon at 4:30 p.m. when he goes to meet the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, wherein formally he will be resigning from his Chief Minister's post. And as of now, of course, what we understand is that Atishi will be taking charge in the time being as the Chief Ministerial face.
All right. Well, Ishika is also back with us. Ishika, Atishi has seen a meteoric rise within the rank and file of the Aam Aadmi Party, holding 13 portfolios in the Delhi government. We're going to come to you in just a moment. Shazia Ilmi of the BJP also joining us for a quick reaction. Shazia, thanks very much for speaking with NDTV. Your first reaction to all the twists and turns in the Delhi government?
Like I said earlier, it's yet another political stunt by Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal. He could have resigned earlier. Now it's up to them. It's their prerogative. Who the team of, it's not even the team of MLAs or the Vidhayak Dal who will decide. It is Arvind Kejriwal all the way. So this is clearly his decision because it's a one-man ruled party. So I guess it's his prerogative and his choice. One cannot comment on that, and I'm sure Atishi will prove herself to be a good administrator and a CM face as she's being projected. But the fact of the matter is that the entire matter is mired in so much confusion and, the whole legal battles. If you see, very soon the trial will begin. And then Arvind Kejriwal knows that he is taking this big chance, this big gamble, because that means creation of a new power center when you do that. So the trial will begin and that will go on for a while.
Yes.
So whether Atishi will be also the CM candidate for the elections is also something that is to be seen.
All right. Well, Shazia, as far as the BJP is concerned, of course, your party has come out and criticized this as a political gimmick. Whether it's a political gimmick or a political masterstroke, we'll know soon enough. But I also want to ask you, as far as the BJP is concerned, would the party be willing to and prepared to hold elections in November, as Arvind Kejriwal has demanded?
No, Arvind Kejriwal can't, demand and do things and expect us to follow his agenda. So, and he has to dissolve the assembly first, right?
Yes.
So unless the assembly is dissolved and then he goes to LG, nothing is possible. The very fact that he is making Atishi the interim CM means that he doesn't intend to dissolve the assembly. So I think there is a lot of confusion again on this matter. So unless and until he dissolves the assembly and there is a resolution to that effect, and then he takes it to LG and says that, he wants the elections to be done, then none of it is, it's all mere speculation.
Well, Shazia, the Delhi Assembly session has been scheduled for September 26th and 27th. That's in about 10 days from now. So we'll have more clarity then. But I also want to understand from you, Arvind Kejriwal has proposed early elections. Would the BJP be willing to have early elections in Delhi? The elections are anyway slated for February. Because the narrative that the Aam Aadmi Party has constantly drummed up against the BJP in the national capital is Arvind Kejriwal versus who? Do you have an answer to that question, and would you therefore be,
No, Arvind Kejriwal has been posing many questions. It is Manish Sisodia, who was going to jail, was saying that it is ED and CBI officials are asking him to join BJP. When we said that Manish Sisodia barely won his own seat, they became quiet. Not just that, Atishi has been implying and saying that, they are offering bribes to me and they want us to join, they want me to join BJP. But she has not been able to give a name. So they like to throw these things around. They're known to be liars and flip-floppers. They never come up with any evidence. That has been the mainstay of their politics. You remember the famous cases.
Be that as it may, be that as it may, I think, yes.
They had to apologize. So they can say anything, anytime, and it's totally up to the LG to decide, take a call on this after the assembly is resolved.
Be that as it may, Shazia Ilmi, my question to you remains on the idea of a November election. Is it amenable to the BJP, and would you be willing to consider putting up a face against Arvind Kejriwal this time around?
That is Arvind's idea. Why would he want to consider that?
Okay.
Yeah, why would he want to consider everything Kejriwal says?
Okay. Well, only looking for a reaction.
Arvind accuses LGs, all three LGs he's had a problem with.
Yes.
So every time he says something, do we need to answer that?
Okay.
We don't have to honor everything that is being uttered by Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay. Well, the Chief Minister is going to be resigning at 4:30 this evening is what we're told. He's going to be meeting the Lieutenant Governor. He's proposed Atishi to be the interim Chief Minister of Delhi. While, of course, we will continue to track when elections will be held. Arvind Kejriwal proposing early polls in November. Is that a reality, or will elections take place in February, which is when they're originally expected to take place? Thanks very much, Shazia, for joining us with that reaction from the BJP. The BJP, of course, has continuously questioned Arvind Kejriwal's resignation as a political gimmick. Now also raising questions on whether Atishi will be the face of the next election, or will it continue to be Arvind Kejriwal. They've also talked about how there is a technicality and a process to be followed as far as early polls is concerned. So the BJP continuing to remain tight-lipped on whether or not they're prepared for an early election. But needless to say, the politics of the national capital got a whole lot more interesting. Let's go right back to Tanushka, joining us live outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence at the moment. Tanushka, that was an interesting reaction coming in from the BJP, adopting a bit of a wait-and-watch strategy. But speaking of what's happening within the AAP, the rank and file of the AAP, we are expecting an official announcement from the Aam Aadmi Party, which will expectedly take place in about 10 minutes from now, if they are on schedule. And then we will see Arvind Kejriwal going ahead and tendering his resignation.
Right, exactly. We are expecting his formal tender of resignation later in the afternoon at 4:30 p.m. wherein he'll go to meet the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, and only after that can his resignation process be tendered. In the meanwhile, we're also awaiting a formal statement from the Aam Aadmi Party on Delhi Minister Atishi being, taking over the reins from Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister, as the new Chief Minister. What we know about Atishi's portfolio and position in the Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, that she has held 14 important portfolios, and she's the highest ranking among the cabinet ministers within the party. She's held important departments like the education portfolio, finance, power, public works department, water planning. So these are a lot of important cases that Atishi has also held, and she's also served as the chairperson of the Delhi Assembly Standing Committee on Education. Furthermore, what we also know about Atishi's position is that she is also someone who has headed the Mohalla Sabha project as well. So definitely a forerunner in the this chief ministerial position. Ever since on Sunday, Arvind Kejriwal suddenly announced his resignation from the chief minister's post. And however, what is for sure that today Atishi will not be able to take the oath as the new chief minister, because this is a due process and it takes time for all of this. However, the oath-taking ceremony will definitely happen before the assembly session, the Delhi assembly session begins, for which also the date has come out, which is 26th and 27th of September. So before the Delhi assembly session begins, the oath-taking will happen. However, it will not happen today, as there are a lot of other, like Arvind Kejriwal needs to formally tender in his resignation. So it is not much of a surprise that Atishi was unanimously elected in as the new chief minister's face for this interim time being until the Delhi State Assembly polls.
All right, well, Arvind Kejriwal expected to resign in a few hours from now, but in a few minutes from now, Atishi will be announced as the next chief minister, or rather Arvind Kejriwal will propose the name of Atishi as the next chief minister of Delhi. She was the front runner, administratively in charge of running the Delhi government at a principal level in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, who's been housed in the Tihar jail for the last 6 months. Atishi has held over 10 portfolios. 13 portfolios have been with Atishi as far as the Delhi government is concerned. So de facto, she's been running the Delhi government. She's also been fronting the Aam Aadmi Party's fight against the BJP and the Lieutenant Governor. She's been one of the most vocal people as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, fronting not just protests but also the fight, like I said, with the opposition as well as the Lieutenant Governor. Atishi has been seen at all major protests. Atishi has been seen at all major situations, Tanushka, in a certain sense, where the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to project a leader, whether it was taking stock of, flood relief situation or waterlogging, or, like I said, fronting the fight against the Lieutenant Governor, and of course in charge of key portfolios including PWD, finance, education, etc. Atishi has pretty much been running the Delhi government, along of course with others like Saurabh Bharadwaj, Sanjay Singh, etc.
Right, exactly. Atishi has been heading in greater, capacity the Aam Aadmi Party, not just ever since the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal was put into jail. Even the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, this is when, of course, Atishi took further charge of the party, not just of her portfolios, but also of the party, essentially becoming the face of the party. Of course, there's always been Saurabh Bharadwaj by her side at all of these ministerial meetings, at these cabinet meetings. Even press conferences have been chaired primarily by Delhi Minister Atishi, and she's also been seen being on the spot with respect to issues within Delhi, be it water issues, be it sanitation issues. There were tremendous, water problems that Delhi had faced, especially during the heat wave months. We must not forget those months, and it is at this time that Atishi visited a lot of these water treatment plants, recce'd them, and as well as, when the question came on to education and the supply of books at these schools that have been set up, the model schools that have been set up. So a lot of charge that Atishi was already taking, and not just in terms of portfolio but also in terms of hitting out at the Delhi Lieutenant Governor as well. All of the claims, we know that there's been a constant political tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. The share of power has been constantly being tugged at from both the sides, which Atishi has managed from the Aam Aadmi Party's end, while the Delhi Lieutenant Governor holds his own constitutional and statutory powers. So this is also something that has been managed by Atishi, of course, alongside other Aam Aadmi Party leaders, which is why it makes sense that this was a cohesive and a unanimous decision for her name to be put forward by Arvind Kejriwal as the next sitting chief minister until the Delhi Assembly polls.
Right. You know, this is going to be very interesting to see how the next couple of weeks plays out, because there's a special session of the Delhi Assembly that has been called for, rather the next session of the Delhi Assembly that's been called for, in about 2 weeks from now. So what really happens at that special session, and procedurally also, how does this play out? Arvind Kejriwal has proposed Atishi's name at the Legislative Party meeting. That announcement officially will be made in a press conference that we're expecting to see happen in a short while from now. But procedurally, of course, Arvind Kejriwal has to first go ahead at 4:30 p.m., tender his resignation, and only after that will the official process of Atishi taking charge as the Chief Minister begin. In the interim, Tanushka, it's going to be very interesting to see the political reactions coming in, because, like you've been reporting, both the BJP and the Congress have questioned this move. So whether it's a political gimmick or a political masterstroke, we'll know soon enough. But needless to say, huge churning in the politics of the national capital with Arvind Kejriwal's surprise announcement. I think he surprised most people when he made that announcement to step down, handing over the reins now to Atishi. Tanushka.
Right, yes. We must also note that when has it happened before that a sitting chief minister was, put into jail, and that being, the first point of surprise for the national capital, for the Aam Aadmi Party in politics as well. And now the chief minister, after being granted bail by the Supreme Court, comes out and announces his resignation from his post, which is another surprise move. So both of these things, culminating together, and however, what we're also understanding is that this fact that Arvind Kejriwal would resign from his post was, part of the playbook. It was decided ever since he was in jail, and he got his bail, and he came out and he went ahead with this announcement. And of course, there were 2 days of complete lull and a whole question mark that, okay, what next for not just the Aam Aadmi Party, but for the national capital as well? Who will be the chief minister in this meantime, with the surprise announcement by Arvind Kejriwal? And now, finally, the Supremo hands over the reins from his hands to Atishi, Delhi Minister Atishi. A formal announcement is awaited, but what we are confirmed about is that Arvind Kejriwal proposed Atishi's name, and it was agreed upon by all the MLAs in this legislative meeting that started at around 11:30 in the morning at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Everyone from Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Kailash Gehlot, all of these important Aam Aadmi Party leaders were present in this deliberation. And this decision came around. We await a formal announcement. As you also mentioned, there are a lot of procedural things that will happen now when...
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us with all those latest updates. But we're also marking 100...
मोदी सरकार का तीसरा दौर और 100 दिन पूरे होने के बाद उनके कामकाज का एक लेखा जोखा जो हम आपके लिए लेकर के आ रहे हैं, और एक बेहद खास इंटरव्यू भारत के विदेश मंत्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर के साथ बातचीत के जरिए। डॉक्टर जयशंकर जब बोलते हैं तो उनको एक एक शब्द को ध्यान से सुनना चाहिए। वो ये बताते हैं कि क्या हुआ है, उससे ज़्यादा ये पता लगाने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि क्या होने वाला है। सर, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, बहुत शुक्रिया। 100 दिनों का हाईलाइट क्या रहा फॉरेन पॉलिसी के एक्टिविटीज़ के तौर पर, ये हम आपसे समझना चाहेंगे। लेकिन उसके पहले मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि 2 इमेजेस हमारे दिमाग में डोमिनेट कर रही थी। वो पोलैंड से कीव की प्रधानमंत्री की रेल की 10 घंटे की यात्रा, और हमारे एनएसए का जा करके पुतिन को ब्रीफ करना कि प्रधानमंत्री ने पिछले दिनों में क्या किया है। इसको जरा आप अपने अंदाज में, अपने पर्सपेक्टिव में हमको समझाइए।
अच्छा, सबसे पहले संजय जी, मैं बहुत खुशी की बात है कि मैं एक बार और आपसे आपके चैनल में आने का आपने अवसर दिया। तो जैसे कि आप जानते हैं, आज तीसरे कार्यकाल के 100 दिन हो चुके हैं, और क्योंकि ये तीसरा कार्यकाल है, हम शुरू से, हमारी तैयारी शुरू से थी, और एक किस्म से मैं कहूँगा वी गॉट ऑफ टू अ वेरी फास्ट स्टार्ट। अब इसमें विदेश नीति के क्षेत्र में 2 परिप्रेक्ष्य मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ। एक की जो भारत की जो प्रगति, उन्नति, नेशनल डेवलपमेंट के टारगेट्स और ऑब्जेक्टिव्स जो हैं, हम विदेश नीति के माध्यम से उसको कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं। तो कुछ जो कूटनीति और जो विजिट्स वगैरह जो हुई हैं, बातचीत जो हुई हैं, वो उसके संदर्भ में है। दूसरा कि हमारी जिम्मेदारी भी होती है कि दुनिया में स्थिरता रहे, शांति हो, और क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए भी ज़रूरत है, तो इसको हम कैसे बढ़ाएं। तो अगर आप पिछले 100 दिन देखेंगे तो कुछ ऐसी एक्टिविटीज़ हुई हैं, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री सिंगापुर गए, उनकी बातचीत बहुत सारे विषयों पे हुई, पर एक अगर मैं किसी को मैं कुछ प्रायोरिटी दूंगा तो वो सेमीकंडक्टर्स का विषय था। या इनकमिंग विजिट में इनके मलेशिया के प्राइम मिनिस्टर आए और उन्होंने एक मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट साइन किया कि हमारी स्किल मैन पावर जो है वो मलेशिया जाए। तो एक तो मैं कहूँगा डायरेक्ट इकोनॉमिक इश्यूज थे, और इसमें बहुत सारे देश हैं जो हमारे जो नए कार्यक्रम, नए इनिशिएटिव्स जो हैं, जैसे आप जानते हैं कि 12 इंडस्ट्रियल नोड बनने वाले हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हम आगे ले जाने वाले हैं, जो स्किलिंग और टैलेंट जो है इसको हम कैसे बढ़ाएं। तो ऐसी चीज़ों में बहुत सारे देश जुड़ना भी चाहते हैं, और हमारे और ख़ासकर पीएम के जो पर्सनल कनेक्शंस और उनके प्रयास के कारण ये जुड़ाव जो है ये आगे बढ़ रहा है। दूसरा विषय, और आपने यूक्रेन और मॉस्को की बात की, मैं कहूँगा कि हमारा योगदान जो है कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि ये युद्ध अब इसका अब तीसरा साल है। इसके अलावा कुछ और भी तनाव हैं, जैसे आप जानते हैं कि मिडल ईस्ट में, गाज़ा में, वहाँ भी लड़ाई चल रही है। तो हम जो हैं शांति के पक्ष में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री जो हैं जुलाई में रूस गए थे, उसके बाद अगस्त में यूक्रेन गए थे। तो इसमें जो है और हमारी इसमें बाकी देशों के साथ भी बातचीत हो रही है, G7 के सदस्य जो हैं उनके साथ भी हो रही है, तो उसको हम कैसे आगे ले जाएं। तो मोटा मोटा मैं कहूँगा ये 2 बड़े विषय हैं पिछले 100 दिन में।
बिल्कुल, एक चीज़ जो बहुत साफ इमर्ज होकर के आ रही है कि इस बार का हमारा फॉरेन पॉलिसी स्टांस बहुत बोल्ड है, डिसाइसिव है, और भारत को एक नए ढंग से पूरी दुनिया के स्टेज पर पोजीशन करने की तैयारी में है। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें अब अनफोल्ड होने वाली हैं। तो हम आपसे वो समझना चाहेंगे कि भारत अपने को पोजीशन कैसे कर रहा है, जबकि हम देखते हैं कि अमेरिका की डेमोक्रेसी की अपनी क्या समस्याएं हैं, चीन जिस तरीके से एक आइसोलेशन में अपना चलते रहता है, उसको देखते हुए यूरोप की एक गिरावट है, एशिया का एक इमरजेंस और उसमें भारत का रोल। तो ये डॉट्स हम कैसे कनेक्ट करें?
देखिए, अगर आप भारत की पोजीशनिंग समझना चाहते हैं, ये 100 दिन आप देखिए कि पीएम का पहला दौरा जो था वो G7 जो पश्चिमी देशों की संगठन जो है उनके साथ मुलाकात के लिए वो इटली गए। उसके बाद क्योंकि संसद की सत्र चल रही थी तो वो खुद जा नहीं पाए, पर उनके ओर से मैं प्रतिनिधि था। SCO की मीटिंग हुई, SCO की शिखर सम्मेलन हुई अस्ताना में। तो ये जो हैं ज़्यादातर रूस, चीन, सेंट्रल एशिया, ईरान, ये देश हैं। उसके बाद अगर आप देखें रशिया, यूक्रेन में हम जो हैं दोनों के साथ हमने रिश्ते बना रखे हैं, और अभी हम उस पोजीशन में हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जो हैं दोनों राष्ट्रपति के साथ खुल के बैठ के बहुत विस्तार में बातचीत कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ कुछ ही दिनों में क्वाड होने वाला है। प्रधानमंत्री आसियान भी गए, और अगर आप देखें कि हमारे पड़ोस वाले जो हैं ज़्यादातर देश जो हैं वो शपथ ग्रहण के समय में आए भी थे। और इसी दौरान में अगस्त के महीने में वॉइस ऑफ ग्लोबल साउथ समिट हुई, जिसमें 100 से ज़्यादा विकासशील देश उन्होंने इस समिट में भाग लिया। तो हम जो हैं, जैसे मैंने एक बार आपको पहले भी कहा था, सबका साथ सबका विकास की दुनिया में मैक्सिमम देशों के साथ कैसे बना के रखें, दुनिया की बड़ी विषय में हम इसको हम कैसे इन्फ्लुएंस करें, और जो है मैं कहूँगा जो हमारा जो राष्ट्रहित जो है और दुनिया की जो भलाई के लिए जो हम कर रहे हैं, ये दोनों, इसमें कोई कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन नहीं है, हम दोनों साथ साथ कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए हमारी पोजीशनिंग जो है बहुत अच्छी।
जी, भारत के बारे में जो आपने कहा कि हमारा जो नेशनल गोल है उसको पूरा करने के लिए ही फॉरेन पॉलिसी का सारा काम उसी तरफ डायरेक्टेड है। तो मैं ये समझना चाहूँगा, एक आपका बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग बयान आया कि चीन के साथ हमने अपने 75% इश्यूज जो हैं वो रिजॉल्व कर लिए हैं, और दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात आपने कही कि जो ट्रेड का इम्बैलेंस है उसको बैलेंस करने की ज़रूरत है। हम में से बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा मानते हैं कि भारत और चीन की कुछ भी समस्याएं हो सकती हैं, लेकिन इंडिया के इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए दुनिया भर में जिस तरह का कारोबार और यहां पर इन्वेस्टमेंट की जरूरत है, जाहिर है कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इसको भी बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर पावर कर रहा है। तो इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी और उस रोड मैप के बारे में अगर आप कुछ बताना चाहें तो।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अगर हम भारत की क्षमता की बात करें, जब तक हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है तब तक हम विकसित नहीं बन सकते। जब तक हमारे पास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं होगी, टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ से आएगी? तो हमें जो है, मैं कहूँगा एक किस्म से जो फाउंडेशन जो है, आधार जो है वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है। हमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को आगे बढ़ाना ही चाहिए। ऑर्थोडॉक्स माने जो नॉर्मल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और कल की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, जो आपको लगता है न्यू एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज, जैसे सेमीकंडक्टर हैं, जैसे ड्रोन हैं, जैसे स्पेस है, जैसे इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी है, पर साथ ही साथ आपको अपनी इंजीनियरिंग गुड्स, आपके जो बाकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो है उसको भी ले जाना चाहिए। अब हमारा दुर्भाग्य है कि पिछले बहुत दशकों से मैं कहूँगा कि कहीं ना कहीं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हम पीछे रह गए हैं। जो हमारे यहाँ इस पे अभी भी डिबेट होती है। कुछ लोग का कहना है कि हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के काबिल हैं ही नहीं। कुछ लोग जो हैं एनवायरनमेंट के एक किस्म वो कारण तो कहते हैं, पर एनवायरनमेंट के तर्क पे वो बाधाएं डालते हैं। तो अभी जो है हमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैसे, क्योंकि जब तक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं बढ़ेगी आपके यहाँ रोजगारी नहीं बढ़ेगी। तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ाने के लिए आज जो है मोदी सरकार ने प्राथमिकता दी है कि ये 12 इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स पूरे देश भर में बने, और साथ ही साथ इसके लिए जो स्किल्स की ज़रूरत जो है, जो आपने देखा होगा कि जो फॉर्मल बजट, जो फुल ईयर की बजट जो थी, उसमें भी प्राथमिकता स्किलिंग के लिए दी थी कि इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स भी आगे बढ़े, साथ उसकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आगे बढ़े ताकि गुड्स, रॉ मटेरियल आए, फिनिश गुड्स निकले, और जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की तैयारी जो है उसको कैसे आगे बढ़े। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ आपको, मैं अभी मैं जर्मनी और स्विट्ज़रलैंड से आया हूँ कि दुनिया में अभी जो है भारत के बारे में बहुत उत्साह है। दुनिया की कंपनी जो है आजकल भारत को बहुत सीरियस फ्यूज करें या कुछ एक किस्म से अस्थिरता या कंफ्यूजन का माहौल अगर वो हम, तो दुनिया का रेस्पॉन्स कुछ और होगा। पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम पिछले 100 साल में हमारी सिग्नलिंग बहुत पॉजिटिव है। गवर्नमेंट के जो अभी बड़े डिसीजंस जो आए हैं इंडस्ट्री पे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे, स्किलिंग पे, ये जो है ज़रूर दुनिया इसको मानेगी और मुझे लगता है दुनिया का इस पर रेस्पॉन्स होगा।
जी, हालांकि आपने ये बात कही कि कुछ दूसरे तरह की आवाज़ें ना आए। देखिए, हमारी राय बड़ी साफ है कि दुनिया भर में इस वक्त भारत की पोजीशनिंग जो है अब वो एक कंसेंसस का विषय है, और इस तरह की कोई डोमेस्टिक नॉइज़ या कोई बाहर जाके कुछ बोले उसका कोई बहुत असर वसर है नहीं। तो एक्चुअली उसको हम लोग पूरी तरह से निगलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन चूंकि हमारी पॉलिसी, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की पॉलिसी पड़ोसियों को साथ लेकर के चलने की, और एक उनका बड़ा विजन रहा, बहुत काम हुआ है, ज़्यादा काम हुआ है गल्फ कंट्रीज़ के साथ, जो कि इतिहास में पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था। ऐसे में जब ऐसी एनर्जी हम लोगों को ड्राइव कर रही है तो उसमें एक आध छोटे मोटे इरिटेशंस हैं, उसको समझना जरूरी है ताकि हम समझ सकें वो बड़ी बात है या आई गई बात हो जाएगी। एग्जाम्पल, ईरान के सुप्रीम लीडर का एक बयान, या दूसरा एग्जाम्पल कि बांग्लादेश में जो वहां पर अभी पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस हुए हैं, इसको चूंकि डिप्लोमेसी आर्ट ऑफ पॉसिबल है, तो मोदी जी और आप कैसे इसको हैंडल कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैंने आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं कि कभी कभी ये नहीं है कि हर चीज़ जो है आपके अनुकूल रहती है। कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ऐसी आवाज़ें आती हैं, कुछ लोग कुछ कह देते हैं या कुछ कर देते हैं, ये होता है, ये स्वाभाविक भी। तो जो बयान जो आया, आपने देखा कि हमारे प्रवक्ता ने कल उस पर टिप्पणी की है, तो मुझे उससे ज़्यादा कुछ कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो बांग्लादेश में जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, देखिए उनके यहाँ भी उनकी अपनी पॉलिटिक्स होती है, उनकी अपनी राजनीति होती है। अब उसमें जो हुआ, माने वो उनका इंटरनल अफेयर है। हम जो हैं, हमारे लिए जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द डे है, उसके साथ हम रिश्ता बना के उसको आगे ले जाते हैं हम लोग। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि एक किस्म से वो लोग भी अपनी पोजीशन एक बार समझ लें और रिश्तों की जो महत्व जो है उसको भी अगर वो समझें, तो मुझे लगता है कि पड़ोसी रिश्ते जो हैं उसका एक माने वो उसकी क्वालिटी और उसकी लेवल कुछ और होती। पड़ोसी जो हैं दोनों या जितने भी हैं वो एक दूसरे पे निर्भर होते हैं। तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इसमें जैसे बाकी जो हमारे पड़ोसी जो हैं, जहाँ भी पहले कुछ राजनीतिक घटनाएं हुई थी और आपने देखा उसके बाद सेटल हो गया था, तो ये जो है वहाँ बांग्लादेश में उनके यहाँ जो इंटरनली होगा वो उस पर हमें टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं होगा। पर हमारे रिश्ते जो हैं हमारी ओर से, तो हम इसको स्टेबल रखना चाहते हैं, इसको हम आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। अच्छा कोऑपरेशन है, हमारा व्यापार अच्छा है, पीपल टू पीपल कोऑपरेशन अच्छा है, तो मैं तो इसी रास्ते पे जाना चाहूँगा।
बिल्कुल सर, आपने हमको 15 मिनट दिया है, तो मैं आपसे एक आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा, और वो है फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग, क्योंकि अब आगे का एजेंडा भी फॉरेन पॉलिसी का बहुत एक्शन पैक्ड है, और एक जो बड़ा माइलस्टोन होगा वो होगा न्यूयॉर्क जाना और यूएन जनरल असेंबली, और उसके अलावा साइडलाइंस में बहुत सारी मुलाकातें। तो वो कौन कौन से एक्शन और एजेंडा हैं जिन पर हमको नज़र रखनी चाहिए कि आने वाले दिनों में ग्लोबल स्टेज पर भारत क्या कर रहा होगा?
देखिए, अभी तो मैं कहूँगा कि आने वाले दिनों में दो बड़े घटनाएं हैं। एक तो वो समिट ऑफ द फ्यूचर है। समिट ऑफ द फ्यूचर, क्योंकि जो आप जानते हैं ये सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स जो खासकर जो विकासशील देश जो हैं उनकी तरक्की की एक किस्म से ये असेसमेंट है। इनको टारगेट्स दिया गया था कि आप 2030 तक आप ये टारगेट्स आप वहाँ तक पहुँचेंगे। अब कोविड के कारण और कुछ और भी कारण हैं, उसके कारण आप सब लोग जो हैं ये टारगेट्स से काफ़ी पीछे हैं। ये चिंताजनक विषय। अब उसकी तैयारी जो है, हमने देखा था कि जब अगस्त में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने ये वॉइस ऑफ ग्लोबल समिट, ये तीसरा वॉइस ऑफ ग्लोबल समिट था, तो उसकी जब बैठक उन्होंने बुलाई थी, तो जो विकासशील देश जो हैं उनके एक किस्म से मैं कहूँगा उनके जो कंसर्न्स हैं उसका निचोड़ उन्होंने निकाला था। और मुझे लगता है कि हम समिट ऑफ द फ्यूचर में जो प्रधानमंत्री जो बोलेंगे वो दुनिया बहुत ध्यान से सुनेगी। दूसरा जो है वो क्वाड की बैठक है। ये आप जानते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का आखिरी क्वाड होगा। जापान के प्रधानमंत्री भी आगे, उनका भी कार्यकाल अब अंत में आ गया है। तो ये जो है पिछले कुछ सालों में क्वाड में काफ़ी प्रगति हुई है, तो हम चाहेंगे कि इस मीटिंग में कुछ और भी आगे कदम आए। तो मैं ज़रूर आपको इससे ज़्यादा डिटेल में इस समय तो बता नहीं पाऊँगा, पर मैं अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि फॉरवर्ड प्रेडिक्शन अगर आप करें कुछ आगे वाले आने दिनों के लिए, मैं कहूँगा इन दोनों को आप ज़रूर फॉलो करें।
ज़रूर। और एक सवाल का और लालच है, बहुत छोटा सा, वो ये कि क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का तीसरा कार्यकाल दरअसल इस बार फॉरेन पॉलिसी, भारत की फॉरेन पॉलिसी से डिफाइन होगा, और वर्ल्ड पीस की एक बड़ी लीडरशिप सामने आएगी, उसको मोदी लीड करेंगे, ये कार्यकाल 5 साल का इस प्रकार डिफाइन होगा? आप एग्री करेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो कहूँगा कि जो ये तीसरा कार्यकाल जो है भारत में बहुत प्रगति होगी। आप देखेंगे कि नेशनल डेवलपमेंट की अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम काफ़ी कुछ कर पाएंगे। कि अगर हम पिछले 10 साल में इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इतने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हमने खड़े कर रखे हैं, आप कुछ भी आंकड़े देखें, एयरपोर्ट्स के देखें, रेलवे के देखें, रोड्स की देखें, तो ये सब इसको हम एक किस्म से अगले 5 साल में डबल कर पाएंगे। तो मेरे मन में तो है कि हर देश जो है, हर कार्यकाल जो है, वो अल्टीमेटली जो आपने कहा कि आप डिफ़ाइन इसको कैसे करेंगे, मैं तो कहूँगा कि ये हम नेशनल डेवलपमेंट के माध्यम से डिफ़ाइन करेंगे। परंतु मैं ये भी कहूँगा कि क्योंकि अभी जो है दुनिया में मोदी जी जो हैं ख़ासकर डेमोक्रेटिक वर्ल्ड में एक किस्म से सबसे सीनियर या सबसे सीनियर में से एक हैं लीडर्स, और उनकी जो है लोग कदर करते हैं, उनकी सोच जो है उस पे लोग बल देते हैं। तो आज जो दुनिया जो है ये युद्ध और संघर्ष और तनाव से जो गूंज रही है, मुझे लगता है कि इसमें भारत को और ख़ासकर प्रधानमंत्री को व्यक्तिगत रूप में उनका एक योगदान हो सकता है। और आप इसका एक किस्म से पहले 100 डेज में आपको थोड़ा बहुत इसमें दिखाई दे रहा है।
बिल्कुल, 100 दिनों में हमको झलक मिली है कि 5 सालों में कितना एक्शन पैक्ड एजेंडा रहने वाला है, घरेलू नीति के फ्रंट पे भी और विदेश नीति के फ्रंट पर भी। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और हमारे लिए समय निकालने के लिए धन्यवाद विदेश मंत्री जी।
थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage of the twists and turns in Delhi. Well, on expected lines, Arvind Kejriwal has nominated Atishi to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. This is Arvind Kejriwal himself is expected to tender his resignation post 4 p.m. He's going to meet the Lieutenant Governor. Atishi was the front runner as far as the next Delhi Chief Minister is concerned. The modalities, of course, now remain to be seen. A special session of the Delhi Assembly has also been called. So when will Atishi stake claim? All of those are details that are still being worked out. We will continue to get you the latest from ground zero as well as our team of reporters track this story. Ankit Tyagi joining me live at the moment. Ankit, on expected lines, it is Atishi who was the front runner for the top job, and Arvind Kejriwal has nominated her. What more do we know at the moment in terms of what the chronology of events is going to be going forward?
And no surprises there. Arvind Kejriwal had already decided that it is going to be Atishi. And with that respect, what happened today was just a formality that had to go through with the MLAs, and of course being taken on board, because there is a provision, a constitutional provision where only the legislative, the MLAs have to in fact vote for a leader, but it was in fact proposed by Arvind Kejriwal, which was upheld, or which was in fact seconded by all the MLAs unanimously. Now, what we know at this moment, that apart from Atishi, there are going to be two new ministers who will also be sworn in. But as you know, that is also the prerogative of the chief minister to, in fact, decide who the ministers are. So the Aam Aadmi Party is not going to possibly, reveal who the process now rolls, submit his resignation, and then a Lieutenant Governor, which will, in fact, tell the Lieutenant Governor that Atishi has the support of all the MLAs. Now, look at the Atishi story. Rishika, when Manish Sisodia, apart from Arvind Kejriwal, and Arvind Kejriwal ruled out Manish Sisodia as well, she's somebody who's literally running the government at this moment in the national capital, has the maximum number of portfolios, is seen as a very, very close confidant. Remember, she came into the Aam Aadmi Party, or before the Aam Aadmi Party, in the IAC. She was, ironically brought in the fold of the party, a Rhodes Scholar, who was brought in by Prashant Bhushan and Yogendra Yadav. Later, she became an essential media face of the party. When the Aam Aadmi Party won in 2013, at that point of time, she was also one of the TV panelists who was putting or defending the party's decision Later on, she also was made in charge of the publicity wing of the Aam Aadmi Party, which, as you know, has been quite an important, in fact, the department as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, not only for Delhi but also for Punjab. She still looks at a lot of things. Then it was in 2015 that Atishi, in fact, fought the election. 2020, she became the MLA from the Kalkaji constituency. She has fought the Lok Sabha election as well in 2019, lost that election, then came on along with Raghav Chadha, the two new young faces, educated faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, to fight the election in 2020, and then, of course, win it from the Kalkaji constituency. After that, Atishi has been very, very important. She's been seen as somebody who worked extremely closely with Manish Sisodia in the turnaround as far as the education, the main, in fact, this has been the main pitch of the Aam Aadmi Party, health and education. Manish Sisodia led that. Aam Aadmi Party calls it the revolution, but Atishi was on the board. She was the backroom manager for all the plans and the schemes. Once Manish Sisodia was arrested in the Delhi liquor policy scam case and was sent to prison, it was very obvious choice that Atishi will be inducted in the cabinet. Once Atishi was inducted in the cabinet, she was given the chunk of the portfolios. She enjoys the confidence of both number one, number two, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. And then, of course, from there on, she's been seen as the de facto deputy chief minister, to say the least, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Post Arvind Kejriwal's announcement of resignation, there was a sense that he has already made up his mind on her, though he did, in fact, had some consultations with the senior leaders. Atishi there was consensus. There were other names discussed, but there was consensus on Atishi. Manish Sisodia was backing her. So was Sanjay Singh in the PAC of the Aam Aadmi Party. She herself is the member of the PAC. Then, of course, Arvind Kejriwal's mood was leaning towards Atishi. Apart from that, the other members of the party were also, in fact, quite inclined to make her the sit-in chief minister, because that is what exactly how the Aam Aadmi Party is, in fact, describing this. This is just a stopgap chief minister till the time Arvind Kejriwal is able to win the mandate back and comes back as the chief minister. So Atishi, of course, and with her, all the allegations of the policy paralysis, the chief minister not being able to sign the files, all that now also is taken care of. At least for the time being, the files will be signed by the chief minister. And since in the last 10 years, from 2013, when the 49-day government was run by Arvind Kejriwal, then in 2015, and then in 2020, all the time that Arvind Kejriwal has been in power, for the first time, Delhi in last 10 years is getting a chief minister who has actual portfolios. Because remember, Arvind Kejriwal was somebody who never took any portfolio upon himself. He only used to sign the files that used to go to the Lieutenant Governor. Apart from that, all the portfolios were designated to various ministers. Now it becomes for the first time that Atishi will be somebody who will, in fact, go ahead and have other portfolios as well. So at least for the time being, the chief minister, the former chief minister now, if I can call him, though once he resigns, he becomes a former chief minister, but Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party trying to, in fact, just push away all these allegations that there is policy paralysis, that the government is not able to work. And also, with Atishi as the chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal would be able to focus on the larger things for the political, some sort of a revival campaign of the Aam Aadmi Party after being 10 years in the power. These visuals that you are seeing of Atishi, very symbolic. Who are the people, those who are walking in with her? Arvind Kejriwal himself is not there. It is also Sunita Kejriwal. So the positioning of Sunita Kejriwal in the party also quite important. And the message being given there, she was the go-between the government and the party when Arvind Kejriwal was behind bars. Now, in fact, the speculation was that will she come in formally? That's not happening. Atishi is going to be the chief minister. And then, of course, there is going to be a reshuffle in the cabinet as well. There are some political points that Arvind Kejriwal would want to score with, in fact, the vacant seats in the cabinet of Delhi. But make no mistake about this, Rishika. Atishi is the minister. She's an efficient minister so far, at least that's what we have seen with the portfolios that she has.
Yes.
Is one of the faces of the Aam Aadmi Party. But make no mistake, whosoever sits on the chair of the chief minister, the real power still remains with Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, absolutely. And I think by, with the party whip, they're proposing that it should be Arvind Kejriwal who should nominate the next chief minister, him proposing Atishi's name and others unanimously agreeing. At least that's the information that we've gotten from the legislative party meet. I think he's established, Ankit, pretty much that he is the boss. He runs the show as far as the party is concerned. Atishi has de facto in a certain sense been running the government in Arvind Kejriwal's absence. Remember, she holds over 10 portfolios in the current Delhi government. She's proven herself to be an administrator. She's been the face of the party, as Ankit is saying, whether it was, emanating from being a spokesperson in the past to now fronting the party's battles with the Lieutenant Governor in the BJP. Atishi has been at the forefront of the Aam Aadmi Party, front and center in a certain sense for the last 6 months in Arvind Kejriwal's absence. We also have Tanushka joining us live from Arvind Kejriwal's residence at the moment. Tanushka, break it down for us. What is likely to happen through the course of the day? We're given to understand that Arvind Kejriwal will be meeting the Lieutenant Governor past 4 o'clock, which is when he will tender his resignation, and only then will the official processes for Atishi to take charge actually begin.
Right, exactly. So just after this announcement, what we were awaiting is that, of course, Gopal Rai came outside and he addressed all the media people who were present here. And in his address, he formally announced that Delhi Minister Atishi will be taking over as the Chief Minister in place until and taking over the reins from Arvind Kejriwal after his resignation until the Delhi State Assembly polls. Now, looking forward to the day, what Gopal Rai also told us is that Arvind Kejriwal will go in and tender his resignation. The resignation will be given in to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena at around 4:30 this evening. And before that, so basically what today entails is the resignation tendering happening for sure. That is something that will set into process today itself. The oath taking of Atishi as the current chief minister until the polls will happen later. This will happen anytime before the Delhi Assembly session begins, which is on the 26th and the 27th. So before that, there will be an oath taking of Atishi as the chief minister. As far as the cabinet ministers are concerned, the cabinet meeting will also happen in the coming days. Yes. That's also to happen. And what Gopal Rai also added on is that it was a unanimous decision to consider Atishi as the chief ministerial face.
Right. Ishika also joins us live from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. We'll get in a reaction from the BJP, but just before we go back to Ishika, I just want to very briefly play out for our viewers what Gopal Rai said outside the Chief Minister's residence, laying out the roadmap and also, announcing that decision officially. Let's just listen in to Gopal Rai.
विधायक दल की बैठक में सर्वसम्मति से निर्णय हुआ है कि अगले चुनाव तक हम चाहते हैं कि ये चुनाव अक्टूबर-नवंबर में कराए जाए, जल्द से जल्द कराए जाए। जब तक चुनाव नहीं होता है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को प्रचंड बहुमत से जनता दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनाती है, तब तक के लिए आतिशी जी को दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में जिम्मेदारी निभाने के लिए प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ है।
All right. So those, of course, are the latest political reactions coming in. Gopal Rai, of course, making that official announcement. But my colleague Ishika is joining us live at the moment as well. Ishika, how is the opposition, how is the BJP reacted to this announcement? They've, of course, hit out in the past, calling all of this nothing but a political gimmick.
Well, yes, certainly, Rishika, after the announcement by the Aam Aadmi Party that Atishi will be the next Chief Minister of Delhi, certainly, the BJP opposition here has in fact hit out at Arvind Kejriwal and also at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that this decision was made out of compulsion. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal took this decision only, under the pressure from Manish Sisodia, because what BJP alleges is that, Atishi being Manish Sisodia's mentee is from his lobby, and this certainly shows that there is some kind of rift, in the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Now, talking about Atishi, the opposition, while we were talking, to the Delhi BJP President Viren Sachdeva. In fact, he also said that, she is certainly, the works that she has done certainly shows that she has not been that good of an administrator. In fact, we have Harish Khurana ji with us joining us. Sir, Atishi's name has been announced. She is now going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. How are you looking at it?
Today, Delhi has been seen as a dummy Chief Minister in the name of Atishi. Things will not change. This whole government is involved in the corruption. So the corruption charges will be remain on the Arvind Kejriwal government. Arvind Kejriwal we all know that Atishi will be just a face. End of the day, everything will be taken care by the Arvind Kejriwal only. So things will not be changed.
Sir, but Gopal Rai...
But the important thing is today, Atishi has to answer one question. Is your parents has not signed the petition of Afzal Guru? You have to tell the whole country what's the fact. The fact is, your parents has signed a mercy petition of Afzal Guru. So this is the face of Aam Aadmi Party and Atishi.
So now Gopal Rai has said, in fact, that this decision was taken because there were conspiracies, that were done by the BJP to break the Aam Aadmi Party using the agencies as well. And that is why, this decision was taken that a chief minister will be appointed for the time.
See, the fact is, Arvind Kejriwal has to resign for the compulsion, not by his own will. We have seen that Supreme Court has given a verdict that he cannot go to Secretariat. He cannot sign any document, official document. So ultimately, what he has to do, Delhi people are asking, what for your Chief Minister? You cannot go to a Secretariat. Why you have as a Chief Ministership? So in compulsion, he has to resign. He is taking a morality ground. Where was the morality ground at that point of time when he was in jail for last 6 months before? Why he has not resigned that time? So this image makeover, so-called image makeover, will not make any difference in Delhi. Delhi is in standstill in terms of development, and nothing will be changed. But importantly, what I'm asking again and again through your channel, Atishi's parent has signed a mercy petition of Afzal Guru. Yes or no? So this is the true face of Atishi. Point is this.
So my last question to you is that, in fact, now we are expecting that Arvind Kejriwal will be going into campaign mode. Atishi, the new Chief Minister's face. February, there are Delhi polls. So how's the BJP looking at it? How's it going to impact even your campaign?
I'll challenge Atishi government now. They are demanding early elections. Now you are Chief Minister. Call a cabinet meeting and recommend that dissolution of dissolve this assembly and have a new elections come in. We are ready for the elections now. If you are ready and for an early election, have a guts to dissolve this assembly and have a new polls. You are in power with 62 seats. Call a cabinet meeting and dissolve this. I challenge that.
So certainly this is Harish Khurana, certainly challenging now Atishi, the new Chief Minister, to call for a cabinet meeting and then dissolve the assembly and then ask for an early elections for the national capital. Okay. Over to you.
All right, so those are the reactions coming in from the BJP, which continues to raise several questions regarding Atishi being the next Chief Minister, also interestingly raising questions on whether or not she's going to be a dummy Chief Minister with Arvind Kejriwal really calling the shots. And Tanushka, I think that's going to be the big challenge as far as the Aam Aadmi Party government is concerned. Arvind Kejriwal has already established the pecking order in a certain sense by nominating Atishi, that going unopposed. He's clearly established who is running the show and who's calling the shots. So, the AAP is going to have to continuously battle this question by the BJP on Atishi just being a rubber stamp Chief Minister.
Right, exactly. This is the sense that it has been, coming off from the opposition, of course, while the Aam Aadmi Party maintains that Atishi has always been someone who has taken a strong stance against the Delhi Lieutenant Governor as well in the entire political tussle that constantly goes on between these two parties as well. Atishi has been this sort of a strong face in these affairs who has taken a stance for the Aam Aadmi Party and come out as, a leader in the Aam Aadmi Party, managing the party's, image as well. So, however, this is definitely a concern for the Aam Aadmi Party. These questions that are being raised that whether she will have, some sort of agency to go on and go on with the duties as a chief minister, or will it just be that she's, been made to sit in this position while Arvind Kejriwal continues to call the shots. However, what we do understand is that Atishi has held not just important portfolios, but she's also one of the high-ranking leaders, senior leaders in the cabinet. So she has anyway been someone who has taken charge of not just important portfolios, but also party decisions, cabinet meetings that she has presided over, especially in this time when Arvind Kejriwal was in jail, when Manish Sisodia was in jail. Atishi has, in some sort of capacity, spearheaded the party. So what is, to be awaited looking forward is how does this sort of situation mull out for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as for Atishi until the Delhi State Assembly polls.
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us. We will, of course, continue to focus on this story. Ishika as well. We'll come back to the both of you with all the latest. Atishi expected to address the media at around 1 o'clock. That's in a short while from now. We'll continue to track the details of the story very closely. But let's shift our focus to the other big developing story we're tracking today, which is the Kolkata rape and murder horror case that is being heard in the Supreme Court. This is a crucial hearing that is taking place as the top court continues its hearing in the RG Kar medical case. The Supreme Court has now said that disclosing the CBI status report will jeopardize the probe. The CBI report is disturbing and therefore it cannot be discussed in a courtroom. The Supreme Court has said that the Kolkata cops must cooperate with the CBI. The Supreme Court also talked about how the victim's father has raised many issues in the letter that he's written to the CBI. So several aspects of the probe being looked into. The Supreme Court also saying that we will not stop the live streaming. It is in the interest of the public. But the details of the CBI report are so disturbing that they will not be discussed in the public domain. So that's the latest as far as the hearing in the Supreme Court is concerned. We have Saurabh Gupta joining us with the very latest on this story. Saurabh, what more can you tell us at the moment? The Supreme Court there, while hearing the case, saying that they will not be disclosing the CBI status report as it could jeopardize the probe, and also that the findings of the report are indeed very disturbing.
Well, obviously there is something in that report the court has found disturbing, but obviously there is also an information vacuum, because there is, like I said, in this case, a lot of, unverified information that's also been, going around. And in fact, one of these suggestions that was made in court was an anonymous portal. But again, the court there also said that, that would lead to a lot of irrelevant also, information or perhaps, material that would come. And then the CBI would perhaps just have to allot one person to sift through that all day. And that is something that, of course, is going to be going forward the line of investigation. Who all in the Kolkata police, will be called for investigation, because remember, one officer in charge has so far already been arrested. The grounds so far in the remand application seem to be about a delay in him reaching the site, or there were some questions about the manner in which evidence was collected. However, there was 1 hour delay, and that is something that the police have explained in a timeline as to how things proceeded and how the chain of command reached the site. But obviously, in this case, right from day one, the police commissioner, Vineet Goyal, the Kolkata police commissioner, was there at the site as well. And therefore, this is going to be it seems it's going to be another investigation that's going to take some time. And one of the demands that the Trinamool Congress, or the ruling Trinamool Congress, has made, that there should be a speedy completion of the investigation, because one of the things that the doctors have been demanding is justice for their colleague who has been brutally raped and murdered in the hospital. Now, one of the things that also came up in the hearing was CCTV cameras and contractual staff for security. Now, because this crime has been committed by someone who's from a volunteer force in the police, which is of course I beg your pardon, it's not a police force, it's a volunteer force, the civic volunteer. There is considerable amount of caution over contractual security staff, even though contractual security people are the norm in several places, even very, very secure places. A lot of contractual people handle security, and security agencies often hire contractual staff. But in this case, because there has been a crime that has been committed by someone from a volunteer force, the issue of reappointing volunteer force, etc., is something that came up for discussions. And in terms of security, what the court has said is that there will be that why not sort of have regular security, which includes police, and of course the state council Kapil Sibal also informed the court that the CISF is there, regular police, women police force are, and other police force are undergoing training. But obviously, how security is managed is going to be a challenge at hospitals because of the sheer amount of people who access public hospitals. There are patients, relatives, milling around hospital.
Yes.
And often doctors face security challenges from these people.
Sure.
as well.
Saurabh, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out in the top court. Thanks very much for joining us with the latest. Well, on to our continuous coverage of 100 days of the Modi government. It's over to Maria.
And joining me now for a very special conversation is Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. मेघवाल जी, आपकी सरकार के 100 दिन पूरे हुए और आपका जो मंत्रालय है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा काम हुआ है। आप अपने 100 दिन कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए मारिया जी, पहले तो मैं आपके माध्यम से आज का दिन क्यों महत्वपूर्ण है, पहले तो मोदी जी के तीसरे कार्यकाल के 100 दिन पूरे हुए हैं। एज ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर तीसरा कार्यकाल चला जो, उसके 100 दिन पूरे हुए। दूसरा, आज विश्वकर्मा जयंती भी है, तो जितने भी लोग हाथ से काम करने वाले लोग हैं उनके लिए आज बड़ा दिन है। तीसरा, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी जन्मदिन है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। और चौथा, आज पूर्णिमा भी है, फुल मून डे भी है। तो ऐसा सुखद संयोग बन रहा है, इस अवसर पर आपसे बात करके अच्छा लग रहा है। सबसे बड़ा जो हमारे इस कालखंड में जो न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज लागू हुए 1 जुलाई 2024 से, ये बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण ये कालखंड रहा है कि औपनिवेशिक काल के जो हमारे आईपीसी, सीआरपीसी, एविडेंस एक्ट थे, उनकी जगह भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम, ये तीनों 1 जुलाई 2024 से लागू हो गए। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट हम मानते हैं। इसके अलावा भी हमारे लॉ एंड जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट में, चाहे जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट का विषय हो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सभी जजों के अपॉइंटमेंट का मामला हो, चाहे हमारे जो नालसा, सालसा, उसमें न्याय बंधु लीगल सर्विसेज का मामला हो, चाहे हमारे नोटरी को हम ऑनलाइन करके और डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट देने का मामला हो, ऐसे कई मामले हैं जिससे हमें लगता है कि ये 100 दिन का जो कालखंड रहा है लॉ एंड जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट के लिए, ये अभूतपूर्व रहा है और अच्छा रहा है।
मेघवाल जी, क्योंकि शुरुआत हुई है सरकार की और 100 दिन में आप लोगों ने इतने काम कर लिए हैं, तो आगे का क्या रास्ता होगा और क्या जो वक्फ बिल है जो जिस पर अब जेपीसी बैठ गई है, बहुत सारे राउंड्स ऑफ मीटिंग्स हो चुके हैं, वो आपके लिए बहुत अहमियत रखता है, लेकिन जो आपके सहयोगी दल हैं, जो एनडीए के पार्टनर्स हैं, वो लोग भी उसका विरोध कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, जो वक्फ पे जो अमेंडमेंट आया है
जी,
ये अमेंडमेंट जो मुस्लिम समाज के जो लोग थे, जो पीड़ित थे वक्फ बोर्ड से, वक्फ कानून से, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेशन बार बार आ रहे थे कि इसमें संशोधन होना चाहिए। इसके आधार पर इसमें संशोधन आया है, और जब इसमें संशोधन आया था तो जो अपोजिशन के लोग थे, मैं पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स भी देखता हूं, तो उस समय उन्होंने कहा कि हम इस पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं एट द टाइम ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन।
राइट।
तो आपने देखा होगा कि ऑनरेबल स्पीकर साहब ने एट द टाइम ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन इसमें चर्चा अलाउ की, और करीब 2-2.5 घंटे 3 घंटे चर्चा हुई। उसमें अपोजिशन के लोग भी बोले, हमारे सहयोगी लोग भी बोले, तो सहयोगी लोग तो समर्थन में ही बोले थे लोकसभा में। उसके बाद उनकी डिमांड थी अपोजिशन की कि साहब इसको कमेटी में भेज दिया जाए। तो एक पार्लियामेंट की जॉइंट कमेटी बनी जिसके जगदम्बिका पाल अध्यक्ष बने, और वो अपनी सुनवाई कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें जो इंक्रोचमेंट करने वाले लोग हैं, जिन्होंने कब्जा कर रखा है जमीनों पे, वो ही विरोध कर रहे हैं। अदरवाइज तो ये जिस भावना से बिल आया है, ये गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए हितकारी बिल है।
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन में सरकार के तरफ से इंडिकेशन आया है कि वो इसी कार्यकाल में मोदी 3.0 में इंप्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन क्या रास्ता होगा उसका आप कुछ हमें इंडिकेशन दीजिए।
देखिए, आपको भी जानकारी है मारिया जी कि हमारे पूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी जिसने बहुत विस्तृत विचार विमर्श करके एक रिपोर्ट दी राष्ट्रपति जी को। और इस संबंध में आपको पता ही है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी भी कई बार बोल चुके हैं, और वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन और हमारी जो कमेटी की रिपोर्ट है इसको लेकर के आपने सही कहा कि ये जो मोदी जी का जो 3.0 जो ये कार्यकाल का समय, उसमें निश्चित रूप से ये हमारा एजेंडा है।
जी मेघवाल जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोल रहे हैं, जरा हम उनको सुनेंगे और हम आपके पास फिर से वापस आएंगे।
जब भगवान जगन्नाथ जी का आशीर्वाद बरसता है, तब भगवान जगन्नाथ की सेवा के साथ ही जनता जनार्दन की सेवा का भी भरपूर अवसर मिलता है। साथियों, आज देश भर में गणेश उत्सव की धूम है। गणपति को विदाई दी जा रही है। आज अनंत चतुर्दशी का पावन पर्व भी है। आज ही विश्वकर्मा पूजा भी है। दुनिया में भारत ही ऐसा देश है जहां श्रम और कौशल को विश्वकर्मा के रूप में पूजा जाता है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को विश्वकर्मा जयंती की भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, ऐसे पवित्र दिन अभी मुझे उड़ीसा की माताओं बहनों के लिए सुभद्रा योजना का शुभारंभ करने का अवसर मिला है, और ये भी महाप्रभु की कृपा है कि माता सुभद्रा के नाम से योजना का आरंभ हो और स्वयं इंद्र देवता आशीर्वाद देने के लिए पधारे हैं। आज देश के 30 लाख से ज्यादा परिवारों को यहीं भगवान जगन्नाथ जी की धरती से देश भर के अलग अलग गांवों में लाखों परिवारों को पक्के घर भी दिए गए हैं। इनमें से 26 लाख घर हमारे देश के गांवों में और 4 लाख घर हमारे देश के अलग अलग शहरों में ये घर दिए गए हैं। यहां ओडिशा के विकास के लिए हजारों करोड़ की विकास परियोजनाओं का भी लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। मैं आप सबको, उड़ीसा के सभी लोगों को, सभी देशवासियों को इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, ओडिशा में भाजपा के नेतृत्व में नई सरकार बनते समय मैं शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में आया था। उसके बाद ये मेरी पहली यात्रा है। जब चुनाव चल रहे थे तब मैंने आपसे कहा था, यहां डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी तो उड़ीसा विकास की नई उड़ान भरेगा। जो सपने यहां के गांव, गरीब, दलित, आदिवासी, ऐसे हमारे वंचित परिवारों ने देखे हैं, जो सपने हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों ने, महिलाओं ने, जो सपने हमारे नौजवानों ने, हमारी नौजवान बेटियों ने, जो सपने हमारे मेहनत कश मध्यम वर्ग ने देखे हैं, उन सबके सपने भी पूरे होंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है और महाप्रभु का आशीर्वाद है। आज आप देखिए, जो वादे हमने किए थे वो अभूतपूर्व गति से पूरे हो रहे हैं। हमने कहा था हम सरकार बनते ही भगवान जगन्नाथ के मंदिर के चारों द्वार खोलेंगे। सरकार बनते ही हमने भगवान जगन्नाथ मंदिर परिषद के बंद द्वार खुलवा दिए। जैसा हमने कहा था, मंदिर का रत्न भंडार भी खोल दिया गया। भाजपा सरकार दिन रात जनता जनार्दन की सेवा के लिए काम कर रही है। हमारे मोहन जी, केवी सिंहदेव जी, बहन प्रभाती परिड़ा जी और सभी मंत्रियों के नेतृत्व में सरकार खुद जनता के पास जा रही है, उनकी समस्याओं के समाधान का प्रयास कर रही है। और मैं इसके लिए यहां की मेरी पूरी टीम की, मेरे सभी साथियों की भरपूर प्रशंसा करता हूं, मैं उनकी सराहना करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, आज का ये दिन एक और वजह से भी विशेष है। आज केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार के 100 दिन भी हो रहे हैं। इस दौरान गरीब, किसान, नौजवान और नारी शक्ति के सशक्तिकरण के लिए बड़े बड़े फैसले लिए गए हैं। बीते 100 दिन में तय हुआ कि गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ पक्के घर बनाएंगे। बीते 100 दिनों में नौजवानों के लिए 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए का पीएम पैकेज घोषित किया गया है। युवा साथियों को इसका बहुत लाभ होगा। इसके तहत प्राइवेट कंपनियों में नौजवानों की पहली नौकरी की पहली सैलरी सरकार देने वाली है। ओडिशा सहित पूरे देश में 75,000 नई मेडिकल सीटें जोड़ने का भी फैसला किया गया है। कुछ दिन पहले ही 25,000 गांवों को पक्की सड़क से जोड़ने की योजना को भी स्वीकृति दी गई है। इसका फायदा मेरे उड़ीसा के गांवों को भी होगा। बजट में जनजातीय मंत्रालय के बजट में करीब 2 गुनी बढ़ोतरी की गई है। देश भर में करीब 60,000 आदिवासी गांवों के विकास के लिए विशेष योजना की घोषणा की गई है। बीते 100 दिनों में ही सरकारी कर्मचारियों के लिए एक शानदार पेंशन योजना की भी घोषणा की गई है। जो कर्मचारी है, जो दुकानदार है, मध्यम वर्ग के उद्यमी है, उनके इनकम टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। साथियों, बीते 100 दिन में ही उड़ीसा सहित पूरे देश में 11 लाख नई लखपति दीदी बनी है। हाल में ही धान किसानों, तिलहन और प्याज किसानों के लिए बड़ा निर्णय लिया गया है। विदेशी तेल के आयात पर शुल्क बढ़ाया गया है ताकि देश के किसानों से ज्यादा कीमत पर खरीद हो। इसके अलावा बासमती के निर्यात पर लगने वाला शुल्क घटाया गया है। इससे चावल के निर्यात को बल मिलेगा और बासमती उगाने वाले किसानों को ज्यादा फायदा होगा। खरीफ की फसलों पर एमएसपी बढ़ाया गया है। इससे देश के करोड़ों किसानों को करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फायदा होगा। बीते 100 दिन में सबके हित में ऐसे कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, कोई भी देश, कोई भी राज्य तभी आगे बढ़ता है जब उसके विकास में उसकी आधी आबादी यानी हमारी नारी शक्ति की बराबर भागीदारी होती है। इसलिए महिलाओं की उन्नति, महिलाओं का बढ़ता सामर्थ्य ये ओडिशा के विकास का मूल मंत्र होने वाला है। यहां तो भगवान जगन्नाथ जी के साथ देवी सुभद्रा जी की मौजूदगी भी हमें यही बताती है, यही सिखाती है। मैं यहां देवी सुभद्रा स्वरूपा सभी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि भाजपा की नई सरकार ने अपने सबसे शुरुआती फैसलों में ही सुभद्रा योजना की सौगात हमारी माताओं बहनों को दी है। इसका लाभ उड़ीसा की 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाओं को मिलेगा। इस योजना के तहत महिलाओं को कुल 50,000 रुपये की राशि दी जाएगी। ये पैसा समय समय पर आपको मिलता रहेगा। ये राशि सीधे माताओं बहनों के बैंक खाते में भेजी जाएगी। बीच में कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, सीधा आपके पास। आरबीआई की डिजिटल करेंसी के पायलट प्रोजेक्ट से भी इस योजना को जोड़ा गया है। इस डिजिटल करेंसी को आप सभी बहनें जब मन आए डिजिटल तरीके से खर्च भी कर पाएगी। देश में डिजिटल करेंसी की अपनी तरह की इस पहली योजना से जुड़ने के लिए मैं उड़ीसा की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियां, सभी महिलाओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। सुभद्रा योजना मां और भौणी मानन को सशक्त करू। मां सुभद्रा निकट रे यहां मोर प्रार्थना। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताया गया है सुभद्रा योजना को ओडिशा की हर माता, बहन, बेटी तक पहुंचने के लिए पूरे प्रदेश में कई यात्राएं भी निकाली जा रही हैं। इसके लिए माताओं, बहनों को जागरूक किया जा रहा है। योजना से जुड़ी सारी जानकारी दी जा रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, भाजपा के लाखों कार्यकर्ता भी इस सेवा अभियान में पूरे जोर शोर से जुटे हैं। मैं इस जन जागरण के लिए सरकार, प्रशासन के साथ साथ भाजपा के विधायक, भाजपा के सांसद और भाजपा के लाखों पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, भारत में महिला सशक्तिकरण का एक और प्रतिबिंब है प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना। इस योजना के कारण छोटे से छोटे गांव में भी अब संपत्ति महिलाओं के नाम होने लगी है। आज ही यहां देश भर के लगभग 30 लाख परिवारों का गृह प्रवेश करवाया गया है। अभी तीसरे कार्यकाल में हमारी सरकार के कुछ महीने ही हुए हैं। इतने कम समय में ही 15 लाख नए लाभार्थियों को आज स्वीकृति पत्र भी दे दिए गए हैं। 10 लाख से ज्यादा लाभार्थियों के बैंक खातों में पैसे भेजे गए हैं। ये शुभ काम भी हमने उड़ीसा की महाप्रभु की इस पवित्र धरती से किया है और इसमें बड़ी संख्या में मेरे उड़ीसा के गरीब परिवार भी शामिल हैं। जिन लाखों परिवारों को आज पक्का घर मिला है या पक्का घर मिलना पक्का हुआ है, उनके लिए ये जीवन की नई शुरुआत है और पक्की शुरुआत है। भाइयों बहनों, यहां आने से पहले मैं हमारे एक आदिवासी परिवार के गृह प्रवेश के कार्यक्रम में उनके घर भी गया था। उस परिवार को भी अपना नया पीएम आवास मिला है। उस परिवार की खुशी, उनके चेहरों का संतोष मैं कभी नहीं भूल सकता। उस आदिवासी परिवार ने मुझे, मेरी बहन ने खुशी से खीरी भी खिलाई और जब मैं खीरी खा रहा था तो स्वाभाविक था कि मुझे मेरी मां की याद आना, क्योंकि जब मेरी मां जीवित थी तो मैं जन्मदिन पर हमेशा मां के आशीर्वाद लेने जाता था और मां मेरे मुंह में गुड़ खिलाती थी। लेकिन मां तो नहीं है, आज एक आदिवासी मां ने खीर खिलाकर मुझे जन्मदिन का आशीर्वाद दिया। ये अनुभव, ये एहसास मेरे पूरे जीवन की पूंजी है। गांव, गरीब, दलित, वंचित, आदिवासी समाज के जीवन में आ रहा ये बदलाव, उनकी ये खुशियां ही मुझे और मेहनत करने की ऊर्जा देती है। साथियों, उड़ीसा के पास वो सब कुछ है जो एक विकसित राज्य के लिए जरूरी होता है। यहां के युवाओं की प्रतिभा, महिलाओं का सामर्थ्य, प्राकृतिक संसाधन, उद्योगों के लिए अवसर, पर्यटन की अपार संभावनाएं, क्या कुछ यहां नहीं है। पिछले 10 वर्ष में केवल केंद्र में रहते हुए ही हमने साबित किया है कि उड़ीसा हमारे लिए कितनी बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। 10 वर्ष पहले केंद्र की तरफ से उड़ीसा को जितना पैसा मिलता था, आज उससे 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसा मिलता है। मुझे खुशी है कि अब ओडिशा में वे योजनाएं भी लागू हो रही हैं जो पहले लागू नहीं थी। आयुष्मान योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए तक मुफ्त इलाज का लाभ अब उड़ीसा के लोगों को भी मिलेगा। और इतना ही नहीं, अब तो केंद्र सरकार ने 70 साल के ऊपर के बुजुर्ग के लिए भी 5 लाख रुपए का इलाज मुफ्त कर दिया है। आपकी आय चाहे कितनी ही हो, आपके घर में अगर 70 साल के ऊपर के बुजुर्ग है, उनकी उम्र 70 साल से ऊपर है, तो उनके इलाज की चिंता मोदी करेगा। लोकसभा चुनाव के समय मोदी ने आपसे वायदा किया था और मोदी ने अपनी गारंटी पूरी करके दिखाई है। साथियों, गरीबी के खिलाफ भाजपा के अभियान का सबसे बड़ा लाभ उड़ीसा में रहने वाले दलित, वंचित और आदिवासी समाज को मिला है। आदिवासी समाज के कल्याण के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाना, आदिवासी समाज को जड़, जंगल, जमीन के अधिकार देने की बात हो, आदिवासी युवाओं को शिक्षा और रोजगार के अवसर देना हो, या ओडिशा की आदिवासी महिला को देश की माननीय राष्ट्रपति बनाना हो, ये काम पहली बार हमने किए हैं। साथियों, ओडिशा में कितने ही ऐसे आदिवासी इलाके, कितने ऐसे जनजातीय समूह थे जो कई कई पीढ़ियों तक विकास से वंचित थे। केंद्र सरकार ने जनजातियों में भी सबसे पिछड़ी जनजातियों के लिए पीएम जनमन योजना शुरू की। ओडिशा में ऐसी 13 जनजातियों की पहचान की गई है। जनमन योजना के तहत सरकार इन सभी तय विकास योजनाओं का लाभ पहुंचा रही है। आदिवासी क्षेत्रों को सिकल सेल एनीमिया से मुक्त करने के लिए भी अभियान चलाया जा रहा है। पिछले 3 महीने में इस अभियान के तहत 13 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों की स्क्रीनिंग की गई है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज हमारा देश पारंपरिक कौशल के संरक्षण पर भी अभूतपूर्व रूप से फोकस कर रहा है। हमारे यहां सैकड़ों हजारों वर्षों से लोहार, कुम्हार, सुनार, मूर्तिकार जैसे काम करने वाले लोग रहे हैं। ऐसे 18 अलग अलग पेशों को ध्यान में रखते हुए पिछले साल विश्वकर्मा दिवस पर विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू की गई थी। इस योजना पर सरकार 13,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। अभी तक 20 लाख लोग इसमें रजिस्टर हो चुके हैं। इसके तहत विश्वकर्मा साथियों को ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। आधुनिक औजार खरीदने के लिए हजारों रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही बिना गारंटी का सस्ता लोन बैंकों से दिया जा रहा है। गरीब के लिए स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा से लेकर सामाजिक और आर्थिक सुरक्षा तक की ये गारंटी, उनके जीवन में आ रहे ये बदलाव, यही विकसित भारत की असली ताकत बनेंगे। साथियों, उड़ीसा के पास इतना बड़ा समुद्री तट है, यहां इतनी खनिज संपदा है, इतनी प्राकृतिक संपदा है। हमें इन संसाधनों को उड़ीसा का सामर्थ्य बनाना है। अगले 5 साल में हम उड़ीसा को रोड और रेलवे की कनेक्टिविटी को नई ऊंचाई पर लेकर जाना है। आज भी यहां रेल और रोड से जुड़ी कई परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण किया गया है। आज मुझे लांजीगढ़ रोड, अंबोदला डोईकालू रेल लाइन देश को समर्पित करने का सौभाग्य मिला है। लक्ष्मीपुर रोड, सिंगराम टिकरी रेल लाइन भी आज देश को समर्पित की जा रही है। इसके साथ ही ढेंकनाल, सदाशिवपुर, हिंडोल रोड रेल लाइन भी राष्ट्र को समर्पित किए जा रही है। पारादीप से कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने के लिए भी आज काफी काम शुरू हुए हैं। मुझे जयपुर नवरंगपुर नई रेलवे लाइन की आधारशिला रखने का सौभाग्य भी मिला है। इन प्रोजेक्ट से उड़ीसा के युवाओं के लिए बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार होंगे। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब पुरी से कोणार्क रेलवे लाइन पर भी तेजी से काम शुरू होगा। हाईटेक नमो भारत रैपिड रेल भी बहुत जल्द ही ओडिशा को मिलने वाली है। ये आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ओडिशा के लिए संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खोलेगा। साथियों, आज 17 सितंबर को देश हैदराबाद मुक्ति दिवस भी मना रहा है। आजादी के बाद हमारा देश जिन हालातों में था, विदेशी ताकतें जिस तरह देश को कई टुकड़ों में तोड़ना चाहती थी, अवसरवादी लोग जिस तरह सत्ता के लिए देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने के लिए तैयार हो गए थे, उन हालातों में सरदार पटेल सामने आए। उन्होंने असाधारण इच्छा शक्ति दिखाकर देश को एक किया। हैदराबाद में भारत विरोधी कट्टरपंथी ताकतों पर नकेल कसकर 17 सितंबर को हैदराबाद को मुक्त कराया गया। इसलिए हैदराबाद मुक्ति दिवस ये केवल एक तारीख नहीं है, ये देश की अखंडता के लिए, राष्ट्र के प्रति हमारे दायित्वों के लिए एक प्रेरणा भी है। साथियों, आज के इस अहम दिन हमें उन चुनौतियों पर भी ध्यान देना है जो देश को पीछे धकेलने में जुटी है। आज जब हम गणपति बप्पा को विदाई दे रहे हैं तो मैं एक विषय इसी से जुड़ा उठा रहा हूं। गणेश उत्सव हमारे देश के लिए केवल एक आस्था का पर्व ही नहीं है। गणेश उत्सव ने हमारे देश की आजादी में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई थी। जब सत्ता की भूख में अंग्रेज देश को बांटने में लगे थे, देश को जातियों के नाम पर लड़वाना, समाज में जहर घोलना, बांटो और राज करो, ये अंग्रेजों का हथियार बन गया था। तब लोकमान्य तिलक ने गणेश उत्सव के सार्वजनिक आयोजनों के जरिए भारत की आत्मा को जगाया था। ऊंच नीच, भेदभाव, जात पात, इन सब से ऊपर उठकर हमारा धर्म हमें जोड़ना सिखाता है। गणेश उत्सव इसका प्रतीक बन गया था। आज भी जब गणेश उत्सव होता है, हर कोई उसमें शामिल होता है। कोई भेद नहीं, कोई फर्क नहीं, पूरा समाज एक शक्ति बन करके, एक सामर्थ्यवान बन करके खड़ा होता है। भाइयों और बहनों, बांटो और राज करो की नीति पर चलने वाले अंग्रेजों की नजरों में उस समय भी गणेश उत्सव खटकता था। आज भी समाज को बांटने और तोड़ने में लगे सत्ता के भूखे लोगों को गणेश पूजा से परेशानी हो रही है। आपने देखा होगा, कांग्रेस और उसके इकोसिस्टम के लोग पिछले कुछ दिनों से इसलिए भड़के हुए हैं क्योंकि मैंने गणपति पूजन में हिस्सा लिया था। और तो और कर्नाटका में जहां इनकी सरकार है, वहां तो इन लोगों ने और भी बड़ा अपराध किया। इन लोगों ने भगवान गणेश की प्रतिमा को ही सलाखों के पीछे डाल दिया। पूरा देश उन तस्वीरों से विचलित हो गया। ये नफरत भरी सोच, समाज में जहर घोलने की ये मानसिकता, ये हमारे देश के लिए बहुत खतरनाक है। इसलिए ऐसी नफरती ताकतों को हमें आगे नहीं बढ़ने देना है। साथियों, हमें साथ मिलकर अभी कई बड़े मुकाम हासिल करने हैं। हमें उड़ीसा को, अपने देश को सफलता की नई ऊंचाइयों पर लेकर जाना है। ओडिशा बांसी करो समर्थनो पोइमो चिरऋणी मोदी रो अस्सा सारा भारत कोइबो सुन्नारो ओडिशा। मुझे विश्वास है विकास की रफ्तार आने वाले समय में और तेज होगी। मैं एक बार फिर आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious.
Welcome back onto the big story we've been tracking for you. Arvind Kejriwal has proposed Atishi's name to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi, and while Aam Aadmi Party has picked the front runner Atishi to lead the Delhi government, the BJP has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, calling the party confused and accusing Atishi of just being a rubber stamp Chief Minister. Atishi, remember, has been one of those leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party who's held fort in the absence of Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. She holds multiple portfolios in the Delhi government. So not only is she a backroom player as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, but has also been the front runner for the top job ever since Arvind Kejriwal stepped down. And interestingly, she's also been one of those people who's fronted the Aam Aadmi Party's war with the Delhi Chief Minister and taking on the BJP. Atishi has spoken out in that press conference that she addressed just a short while ago. She has come out and said that she is very happy to have been entrusted with the responsibility. However, has struck a somber note where she's in fact said that she doesn't want to be garlanded or congratulated, as it is a sad day that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has had to step down. Let's listen in to the reactions.
दिल्ली के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक और मैं अगले कुछ महीनों तक, चुनाव तक मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते अब एक ही उद्देश्य से काम करेंगे कि हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को फिर से दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है। जब तक मैं इस बड़ी जिम्मेदारी को संभाल रही हूं, मेरा एक ही मकसद रहेगा। मुझे पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने एलजी साहब के थ्रू दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रचेगी। तो अगले कुछ महीने तक, जब तक ये जिम्मेदारी मेरे पास है, मैं दिल्ली के लोगों की रक्षा करने की कोशिश करूंगी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मार्गदर्शन में दिल्ली की सरकार चलाऊंगी।
Sir, Atishi's name has been announced. She is now going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. How are you looking at it?
Today, Delhi has been seen as a dummy Chief Minister in the name of Atishi. Things will not change. This whole government is involved in the corruption. So the corruption charges will be remain on the Arvind Kejriwal government. Arvind Kejriwal we all know that Atishi will be just a face. End of the day, everything will be taken care by the Arvind Kejriwal only. So things will not be changed.
Sir, but Gopal Rai...
But the important thing is today, Atishi has to answer one question. Is your parents has not signed the petition of Afzal Guru? You have to tell the whole country what's the fact. The fact is, your parents has signed a mercy petition of Afzal Guru. So this is the face of Aam Aadmi Party and Atishi.
All right, let's go right across. 20TV's Tanushka joining us live from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Tanushka, the action may all be all but over because, you know, the legislative party meet has concluded. Gopal Rai stepped out to make the announcement official, and then Atishi, of course, coming out and accepting the responsibility, striking a somber note, saying she doesn't want to be congratulated because it's a sad day that Arvind Kejriwal steps down. What happens next? We're given to understand in about 3 hours from now, we'll see Arvind Kejriwal stepping down, and then the official processes of Atishi to take charge will begin.
Yeah, exactly within 3 hours, Arvind Kejriwal will go in to formally tender his resignation with the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, and that is the next big movement of the day wherein this formal resignation will happen. Delhi Minister Atishi, we know that she was proposed as the current next CM to be in to take the reins over from Arvind Kejriwal after he announced his resignation earlier on Sunday. And shortly after this announcement, Atishi also came out and she addressed to the media. A couple of points that she raised were, of course, that she is, while this is, a happy occasion, but that she will be taking on to her duties now as the Chief Minister of the national capital. But it is also a sad occasion considering that what the Aam Aadmi Party looks at, the people's leader Arvind Kejriwal is having to resign and step down from the Chief Ministerial position. What Atishi also maintained was that her as well as other MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party and the leaders will continue to work under the guidance of Arvind Kejriwal and also look forward to reinstate him as the Chief Minister of Delhi. What Atishi maintained is that there is only one Chief Minister of the national capital, and that is Arvind Kejriwal, and that she is taking over these responsibilities as the CM for this interim period, and she is grateful that she has been entrusted upon with these duties. What Atishi also added upon was that her main goal and objective during this time will be to work towards the conspiracies of what the Aam Aadmi Party claims is by the BJP. She said that every single conspiracy or fake cases that the BJP has propelled onto the Aam Aadmi Party is something that she will be looking forward to take head on, and also, of course, work with the people of Delhi and let the people all decide their mandate to reinstate Arvind Kejriwal as their chief minister. However, as of now, of course, Atishi will be taking on these responsibilities, as she has also previously been charge of important portfolios in the Delhi government, and also maintained or been rather the face of the Aam Aadmi Party while the Chief Minister was in jail. The former Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, also when he was in jail. Atishi has headed the party, has chaired important cabinet meetings. So it did not come as much of a surprise that Atishi was the forerunner in, the face of the Chief Minister. Looking forward, of course, today won't be an oath taking on part of Atishi as the next Chief Minister. That will happen shortly in the coming days, but definitely before the Delhi Assembly session begins, which is on the 26th and 27th of September. But today, a lot of procedural things that are will be, looking forward to, which is mainly the resignation of Arvind Kejriwal, and how does that pan out at the Lieutenant Governor's office.
All right. So those, of course, are going to be, some of the key things to watch out for. Tanushka, you've, of course, been covering the details of the story since the morning. Break it down for us in terms of government formation. Now we're given to understand that a special session of the Delhi Assembly has also been called. Will the new Chief Minister, Atishi, stake claim to power immediately? Does she have the support of all of the MLAs? The official processes that will take place now.
Well, when Gopal Nair came outside, his senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, to address the media, he made it very clear that it was a unanimous decision on board, across board, with all the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party, that Atishi to be, going forward as the next chief minister. Her name was proposed. That decision definitely lay with Arvind Kejriwal, but it was unanimously agreed upon thereafter by the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. So yes, they will be going ahead. Atishi will be performing her duties as a chief minister until the Delhi Assembly polls, alongside her the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party, and alongside other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Even earlier, up until Arvind Kejriwal got released from jail on bail by the Supreme Court, Atishi was very close-handedly working on portfolios and taking on the constant tussle between the Lieutenant Governor with Saurabh Bhardwaj also on her side. So this is something that the party also, the sense is that the party will be supportive towards Atishi as well in this interim chief ministerial position that she will be holding. However, her taking of charge and taking of oath is something subject to due procedure, but it will happen before the Delhi Assembly session begins, which is on the 26th and 27th of September.
All right. Well, Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us with all those latest updates. We're going to keep coming back to you for more as we track the details of this story. In a big move, Atishi will now be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. The modalities, of course, will play out, and we'll get you all the latest here on NDTV. Short break here. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
welcome back. The Supreme Court has been hearing the RG Kar case, and while the Supreme Court heard the case today, it said that disclosing the CBI status report will in fact jeopardize the probe. Now, the Supreme Court has said that the CBI report is disturbing and therefore it cannot be discussed in the courtroom. The court, of course, has maintained that they will continue the live stream as it is in public interest. But Chief Justice of India, they're pulling up the lawyer for demanding the Chief Minister's resignation, saying this isn't a political forum. So very interesting developments taking place in the RG Kar medical case hearing there in the Supreme Court, which I'm told is still underway. The Supreme Court, of course, has described the revelations in the CBI status report as disturbing while hearing the suo motu case that concerns the rape and murder of the postgraduate doctor at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. A three-judge bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud also directed Wikipedia, interestingly, to remove information disclosing the victim's identity. Additionally, the judges underscored that the West Bengal government couldn't restrict women doctors from night shifts exceeding 12 hours as a part of the proposed forums. Women don't want concessions, they want equal opportunities, said the Chief Justice. So, very interesting developments that are in fact taking place. Let's go right across to NDTV. Saurabh Gupta joining us for the very latest. Saurabh, the hearing in the Supreme Court is underway, and the big headline, the big takeaway, of course, so far has been the fact that, the Chief Justice of India has said that the CBI report cannot be disclosed in court as it would jeopardize the investigation going forward, and also called the findings of the CBI report extremely disturbing.
That's right. There's obviously something in that report that is not something that the Chief Justice and of course the judiciary feels that should be in the public domain, given the sensitive nature of this investigation. And the CBI, of course, has arrested, as you know, Shundip Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, and the Tala police station officer in charge, Abhijit Mondal. Now, the CBI in its remand application also hasn't gone into the details of what evidence it's uncovered. Remember, there have been allegations of a cover-up and evidence tampering right from the beginning in this case, but that's largely been in the realm of speculation and social media theories. Now, of course, it's come into the picture in the investigation, where the CBI has alleged that there was some sort of a nexus and also a delay in evidence, in the registration of the FIR. And that is something that the courts have also flagged earlier, the demand in the delay in the registration of the FIR. But what the disturbing element of this status report is something that obviously will not be in the public domain. However, there were other observations as well. For example, the CBI had alleged that it had not been given all the footage, something that Kapil Sibal countered, saying that there was a signed document which the CBI, of course, signed off on, and took, the footage, etc. Regarding the challan, an issue that was raised earlier by the court on, on the collection of evidence for forensic, and what was sent, this particular document that the court was referring to, was informed that the police don't use that document anymore. Now, there are several aspects of this investigation, and there are parallel threads to it. And therefore, the court was dealing with each issue one by one. But the larger message to the junior doctors of the court also, I believe, has been that, to return to work, if one can interpret it as so. However, the actual order is awaited, and that actual order will make it clear what actually the court says regarding their returning to work. But the lawyer for the West Bengal government, Kapil Sibal, informed the court that, most of their demands have been met, and cited the minutes of the meeting from yesterday, which of course we've also reported on, and obviously other steps like removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner, etc., have all been addressed. So of course Indira Jaising, senior advocate Indira Jaising, appeared for the junior doctors in the court, and of course made her points as well about why the doctors still felt insecure about people in the campus. And of course there were questions of security, contractual staff, and also CCTV cameras. Now CCTV cameras at in universities in West Bengal, especially in Kolkata, have also been a bone of contention. And earlier there has been opposition to it from students, at least in a university. So all of these issues the Supreme Court has taken care of, and one expects that there could be more details in the order itself.
All right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. We'll keep a close watch on what happens in the Supreme Court. Well, moving on to the other big development that we're tracking, the Modi government has completed its 100 days in power. This, of course, is the NDA 3.0. It is the Modi government and a coalition avatar, and the government has, in fact, launched a series of initiatives in order to make public its achievements and plan of action going forward. The government has said that they've taken several decisive steps in the first 100 days in power, and the government claims that projects worth 15 lakh crore rupees have been approved in these 100 days. The government's also enlisted details in terms of affordable housing push, and Amit Shah and Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav presenting the government's report card this morning has also enlisted achievements in terms of foreign policy, saying that India's foreign policy finally has a spine. Amit Shah also reiterating the government's semiconductor push, and also interestingly talking about the jobs that the government is trying to create as a part of its policies. The government's also enlisted its schemes for starting MSMEs. The opposition, of course, has said that 100 days of Modi 3.0 has been marked by several U-turns.
प्रधानमंत्री जी एक छोटे से गांव के गरीब परिवार में जन्म लेकर दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के प्रधानमंत्री बने। जैसा आप जानते हैं, लगातार 10 साल भारत के विकास को समर्पित, भारत की सुरक्षा को समर्पित और भारत के गरीबों के कल्याण को समर्पित सरकार चलाने के बाद इस आम चुनाव में तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और हमारे साथी दलों को सरकार बनाने का एक जनादेश जनता ने दिया।
With that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The government is marking 100 days in power. The Modi government is enlisting big decisions it's taken in the first 100 days.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Quickly taking you to the headlines we're tracking at 2 p.m. Atishi is going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party names Atishi as the Chief Minister designate. Atishi says we'll have to make Arvind Kejriwal Delhi Chief Minister again soon. Hearing underway in the Supreme Court on the Kolkata rape and murder case. Supreme Court disclosing CBI status report will jeopardize the probe. CBI report disturbing, can't discuss it in the courtroom. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar speaks exclusively to NDTV, says focus on peace efforts amid war crisis in Bangladesh is internal matter. Modi Government 3.0 completes 100 days. Union Home Minister presents Modi Government's report card. Amit Shah says unprecedented growth under Modi Government. Ganpati Visarjan today, immersion of Ganpati Bappa, celebrations across India. Now, Arvind Kejriwal has proposed the name of Atishi as the next pick for the government, the Chief Minister of the government of Delhi. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal had announced his resignation on Sunday, and today at 4:30 he's going to go and submit his resignation to the Lieutenant Governor. Today at the Aam Aadmi Party Legislative Party meeting, Arvind Kejriwal proposed the name of Atishi, and it was unanimously, in fact, seconded and supported by the MLAs of the party. The BJP has now slammed this move and called the Aam Aadmi Party confused. In fact, Atishi has come out and has said that I'm very happy to have the faith of the Chief Minister for Arvind Kejriwal, and would in fact work to ensure that Delhi government and Aam Aadmi Party wins a thumping majority whenever the elections take place and Arvind Kejriwal comes back as the Chief Minister. Let's listen in.
लोग आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक और मैं अगले कुछ महीनों तक चुनाव तक मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते अब एक ही उद्देश्य से काम करेंगे कि हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को फिर से दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है। जब तक मैं इस बड़ी जिम्मेदारी को संभाल रही हूं, मेरा एक ही मकसद रहेगा। मुझे पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने एलजी साहब के थ्रू दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रचेगी। तो अगले कुछ महीने तक, जब तक ये जिम्मेदारी मेरे पास है, मैं दिल्ली के लोगों की रक्षा करने की कोशिश करूंगी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मार्गदर्शन में दिल्ली की सरकार चलाऊंगी।
विधायक दल की बैठक में सर्वसम्मति से निर्णय हुआ है कि अगले चुनाव तक हम चाहते हैं कि ये चुनाव अक्टूबर-नवंबर में कराए जाए, जल्द से जल्द कराए जाए। जब तक चुनाव नहीं होता है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को प्रचंड बहुमत से जनता दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनाती है, तब तक के लिए आतिशी जी को दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में जिम्मेदारी निभाने के लिए प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ है।
Atishi's name has been announced. She is now going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. How are you looking at it?
Today, Delhi has been seen as a dummy Chief Minister in the name of Atishi. Things will not change. This whole government is involved in the corruption. So the corruption charges will be remain on the Arvind Kejriwal government. Arvind Kejriwal we all know that Atishi will be just a face. End of the day, everything will be taken care by the Arvind Kejriwal only. So things will not be changed.
Sir, but Gopal Rai...
But the important thing is today, Atishi has to answer one question. Is your parents has not signed the petition of Afzal Guru? You have to tell the whole country what's the fact. The fact is, your parents has signed a mercy petition of Afzal Guru. So this is the face of Aam Aadmi Party and the Atishi.
We bring in my colleague Ishika, who is joining us at this moment for more on this story. Let's go across to her at this moment. Ishika, the BJP, of course, reacting sharply, but on the expected lines at this moment. The fact remains that Arvind Kejriwal has tried to pull out this gambit of resignation. Whether it works or not, the elections will tell. But as far as Atishi is concerned, is it the BJP now trying to dig in the past to try and discredit the Chief Minister designate?
Well, if you look at, the comments, the statements that are in fact coming from the opposition here, that is the BJP, then they certainly are questioning the criteria or in fact, the past of Atishi and saying that the decision that today Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party has taken is certainly, something that the people are going to question. Of course, relating to how her parents, how her parents had in fact fought for Afzal Guru. All of these statements, in fact, are coming from the BJP. Now, apart from that, also now what the BJP goes on to say is that Atishi is going to be the dummy chief minister, and this very clear is, from Saurabh Bhardwaj's statement early this morning, where he in fact said that whoever the new chief minister will be working as the Bharat from Ramayan. Not just that, they're also now saying, the BJP here alleges that after this, Atishi in fact has been chosen by Arvind Kejriwal under the pressure of Manish Sisodia because she belongs to his lobby, and this somewhere will create a rift. In fact, there is already a rift, is what the BJP goes on to claim. So certainly all of these claims and statements certainly coming from the opposition here, and BJP continues to attack Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party government over this decision of selecting Atashi as the new Chief Minister face? Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika, for joining us at this moment with all these details from the BJP camp. But let's go across to the Chief Minister's residence. Arvind Kejriwal is still the Chief Minister before his resignation is accepted by the Lieutenant Governor. 4:30 is when he's expected to meet the Lieutenant Governor. Tanushka, name has been announced. It was just a mere formality today at the meeting of the party MLAs. I mean, we know how exactly things work as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, but it will be interesting to see who are the other picks as far as the cabinet of Atishi is concerned, because she has 2 vacant spots. She will be filling those spots. And Arvind Kejriwal, what role do they play? What kind of a political messaging do they do is now the big question.
Right, exactly, Ankit. This is something that we'll be, looking forward to in the coming days, especially before the Delhi Assembly session begins on 26th and 27th, as to who will be these people, taking charge of the portfolios now, the cabinet ministers, especially the 2 vacant positions at this point. Even Gopal Rai was asked about this when he came out to announce that Atishi has been unanimously elected as the chief ministerial face until the State Assembly polls. When he was asked about, the cabinet as well, he said that these are some details that need to, again, deliberations will happen on them and decisions will be taken on this after due deliberation and call. So as of now, what we understand is that what Atishi also said, that she will be taking forward and taking charge of this position under the guidance of Arvind Kejriwal. She also maintained that the chief minister of the national capital continues to remain Arvind Kejriwal, and it's just that it's the people's mandate that will decide upon the reinstating of Arvind Kejriwal as the CM or not. And what we also are picking up at this point is that Atishi, she has always been someone who has been the face of the party and has been charge of these important portfolios: education, finance, power, water planning. All of these portfolios have been held by her. She's also been a high-ranking member in the cabinet, so it was not a big surprise that she would be named, this interim basis chief minister. However, as you also mentioned, until and unless the Lieutenant Governor accepts the resignation, for which Arvind Kejriwal will go to the office of the LG at 4:30 this evening, he still remains the chief minister of the capital.
Tanushka, also this is the first time since 2013 when Arvind Kejriwal won for the first time, or became the chief minister for the first time, then resigned in 49 days, that the chief minister of Delhi is going to hold portfolios. I mean, this is an important underline, because Arvind Kejriwal never, as the chief minister, never held any portfolio. So this is the first time Delhi is going to see a chief minister who would actually have control over few, various departments.
Right, that will be interesting to watch as well. What is the plan forward for the Aam Aadmi Party? This sudden announcement did come as a shock. Also, even though its playbook was decided upon when Arvind Kejriwal was in jail only, that he will come out when he is granted bail and announce upon his resignation. However, this does put not just the party but even the Delhi governance into tandem, into some sort of a movement with respect to a lot of questions that need to be answered with respect to who's going to handle what portfolio. Will the chief minister be handling some portfolios? What are these portfolios going to be? How is the functioning going to be under Atishi for this interim period? How is she going to go ahead with her own portfolios? Will those be reshuffled as well or not? Then there is Saurabh Bhardwaj as well, who has held important portfolios such as vigilance and health. So a lot of, at this point, question marks on the governance as well with respect to the capital and the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's right. And it's important how things are, in fact, panning out at this moment. But Ishika, for the BJP, the charge was that, there is policy paralysis as far as Delhi is concerned. The BJP kept saying at this moment that, he's a chief minister who cannot sign files. At least that is what Arvind Kejriwal has been able to counter with the new chief minister that he has named.
BJP as well as
well, Ankit, till now, in
Congress
fact, the BJP goes on to say, that the announcement that came from Arvind Kejriwal, it was nothing but it was only out of compulsion. Compulsion, why? Well, because, looking at the conditions of the bail that was given by the Supreme Court, it was clearly mentioned that he cannot file, he cannot deliver the duties of a chief minister. He cannot go to the secretariat, cannot hold cabinet meetings. So this decision was, made out of compulsion. And that is why, in fact, even when he is putting Atashi forward, she's only going to function as a dummy chief minister, is what, in fact, the BJP till now says. So certainly, but now, we are going to see at 4:30 the very crucial meeting between Arvind Kejriwal and Lieutenant Governor, when he will be tendering his resignation and then proposing Atashi's name. Will that be accepted? And after that, what will be, the Delhi model be looking like? How is Atashi going to function as the new chief minister? Well, we'll get to know that in few days as to how this pans out. Over to you.
Thank you so much to both my colleagues for joining us, giving us the perspective as the politics in the national capital once again in some sort of an upheaval with this announcement of Arvind Kejriwal. Moving on now to West Bengal. Important hearing, ladies and gentlemen, which is going on in the Supreme Court once again with respect to the Kolkata rape and murder of the 31-year-old trainee doctor. Well, the Chief Justice of India has questioned the Bengal government once again on the women working hours. The CJI has said not right to say women doctors can't work over 12 hours. Not right to say women doctors, in fact, the government's responsibility to ensure the safety. Why can't women doctors work late shifts? Bengal government has said that it will revoke this order which has been put through. Remember, the hearing has been going on in the Supreme Court. Quite an important hearing, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak in the Supreme Court regarding what is happening with the investigation as far as Kolkata is concerned. The government also yesterday, remember, spoke to the doctors and tried to, in fact, break that logjam between the junior doctors, those who are on a strike. The Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, questioned the government of West Bengal over their order, says that it's incorrect to say female doctors cannot work more than 12 hours. He questioned why the doctors can't work at night. He also cited women in military and pilots and other professionals who work at night shifts. Female doctors did not ask for any relaxation. The West Bengal government assured the court that it would withdraw the directive and also ensure safety as far as the government is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us at this moment. Saurabh, yesterday there was a very serious attempt made by the government to try and break the logjam as far as the protesting doctors are concerned. But it seems the Supreme Court still has some pertinent questions as far as the government of West Bengal goes in terms of this entire matter.
That is right, and of course, the CBI's sort of, status report, which is not in the public domain, which the court very clearly said cannot be, discussed, is something that is also and described as disturbing, is something that has, sort of led to more questions, and that is something that, of course, will be part of the discussions as well. But, while the Supreme Court did ask about the contractual sort of persons involved in security, also about CCTV cameras, Kapil Sibal, the State's Counsel, also replied saying that, within 7 to 14 days, the work that is infrastructural work that's being done will be completed, and also said there's CISF, there's police, and apart from that, there's contractual stuff. And one thing that you mentioned is about this Ratire Shati program, which had advised against night shifts for women. That is something that the Supreme Court came down heavily on, because it is absolutely clear that it's not about denying space for women or about night shifts, but about providing security while they are actually doing their work. So that's something that was clarified in court, and of course Kapil Sibal informed the government, informed the court that the government would delete that provision that was there as part of the general, GR or the government resolution. But it's an important hearing because obviously, one of the things is that when will this doctors' protest end? And that's something that perhaps also was touched upon by the court. And one has to await the order to see what the final directions are as far as this particular aspect is concerned.
Saurabh, also just to get a sense from you, after the discussion between the junior doctors and the government yesterday, what's been the mood as far as the protesting doctors are concerned?
Well, definitely the doctors see a victory in this, and that is clear from the fact that, the government has accepted most of their demands. Also, in the last few days, we've seen a very different Mamata Banerjee. We've seen from being an aggressive, and very a very aggressive political leader to someone who's been more accommodative. She's adopted a more accommodative stance in, repeatedly reaching out to the doctors. And that is something that we've seen in her, and that is something that's also played out in terms of the number of meetings they've had. And the doctors definitely see it as a victory, and the government also is saying that, yesterday when Mamata Banerjee explained at that press conference at midnight at her house, she said that, look, we've given in to most, or we've agreed to most of their demands, because we believe that we have to show that we are in the larger person here, and also address their fears and address their issues. But however, one demand was not met, which is, of course, the removal of the health secretary, which the government said that, look, there has to be continuity in government and we can't clean out an entire department in one go. But largely, the government sees its stance as an accommodative one to address the issue of the junior doctors. The junior doctors, of course, see it as a victory, given that most of their demands have been addressed.
All right. Before I let you go, Saurabh, what about the doctors' strike? I mean, is there some sort of consensus or mood, at least with the doctor community, that it's time to go back to work? The Supreme Court had also been asking them to do so.
I think from the hearing, one did get a sense, and even yesterday from speaking to them, that we did get a sense that it would perhaps, end with with the Supreme Court hearing also. Also, remember the demand. Yesterday, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said around 4 p.m. is when they would issue the notification for removal of police commissioner. So one presumes that they would time their announcements to the announcements, that will be made. And one can expect, of course, one shouldn't jump the gun on announcements, but one can expect that perhaps by this evening we would see something happen in terms of them calling off the protest, and of course the police commissioner's removal will happen.
May I request you to, thank you for joining us at this moment. I have to, in fact, go across to our colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is at this moment, in fact, with Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw, speaking to him on the 100 days of the Modi government 3.0. Listen in.
Thank you, Ankit. Modi 3.0 has finished 100 days of being at helm of the power of India. This is Narendra Modi's third term, and a lot of announcements have been made in the last 100 days to understand and to make sense of the larger policy implications, consequences of these announcements. We have with us Railways, IT, and also INB Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. Thank you, Mr. Vaishnaw. As always, it's always a pleasure to have you on NDTV. One of the most important mantras that the Prime Minister has been talking about is perform, reform, transform, and inform. You're the person in charge of information flow. But it's interesting that a large part of the expenditure of the announcements made is on infrastructure. You also hold the railways portfolios. What, according to you, are the key policy announcements that you think have the potential to change the future of India made in the last 100 days?
If you look at the first and second terms of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he took many historic initiatives which have basically set the foundation of our country to become a developed country by 2047. And during the election process, Prime Minister Modi ji called all the bureaucrats and told them that the country's progress should not stop. We will be busy in the elections, but you keep planning for further work, for projects, for infrastructure, for schemes welfare schemes, everything. So as a result, because of this vision of Prime Minister, we, in the first 100 days itself, we have been able to announce many new programs, start many new works, and implement many projects. If you take the case of railways itself, within 100 days, 12 new projects, about 50,000 crore rupees investment, 11 new lines which will practically go through the tribal areas, and one multi-tracking project, total 1,300 kilometers have been sanctioned. 16 new Vande Bharat trains have actually been launched, and the first 20 coach Vande Bharat has been launched. In the general coach category, which affects the travel of lower income and lower middle class income, 108 trains have been augmented with new general coaches. 12,500 new general coaches manufacturing is going on. Namo Bharat Rapid Rail was inaugurated yesterday. This is going to be a revolutionary train because at a very low cost, a very high quality service will be provided to commuters traveling from one city to another. Vande Bharat sleeper is completed. It's now going for testing and trials. World's highest rail arch bridge, Chenab Bridge, has been commissioned. 900 kilometers of new tracks have been commissioned. 100 digital stations, 309 locomotives, 1,600 coaches manufactured, 10,000 wagons manufactured, and first direct drive control has been functioned. If you recall, Balasore accident, there was manipulation in the panel which controls the point machines. So we decided to change the entire technology, and the first direct drive technology has now been introduced. Ticketing has been, digital payment at ticketing counters has been enabled. 164 base kitchens have started. 10 multimodal cargo terminals have been operationalized, and 58,642 vacancies have been notified for recruitment in railways. It's a big work.
Oh my God, that's a lot of work, Mr. Vaishnav. But there's an interesting statistic: 16 Vande Bharat trains in 100 days. In fact, the Prime Minister said that there is one Vande Bharat train being released every 15 days. In fact, the average works out to one Vande Bharat a week. So clearly, there is Namo Rail. Shorter distances. There's Vande Bharat. The sleeper coach are going to come about. But we also see a lot of people. The demand for railways is growing. Airfares have really gone up. Festive season is coming up. How are you trying to tackle this increasing demand for railways?
So there are 4 aspects to your question. I'll address all of them one by one. For the festive season, we have deployed record number of special trains. In the recently concluded summer season, we had deployed more than 20,000 special trains. In the previous Diwali and Chhath, again there was a record number of special trains. Just recently concluded Ganesh Chaturthi, we had 342 number of specials. So that same spirit we will continue. As you said, rightly pointed out, the demand for railway travel is increasing every day, and we are augmenting our infrastructure in a very big way. Number of trains manufacturing has significantly increased. If you compare with the UPA period and you compare today, we are now manufacturing close to 6,000 coaches a year. And the number of coaches manufactured during UPA period was hardly about 2,000 or 3,000 a year. So that's a significant jump. Number of locomotives, 1,200. That compares to number of electric locomotives during UPA period was about 200, 300. So massive change has happened. New tracks are being laid. For the people traveling with very less income categories, very low income categories, we have introduced Amrit Bharat trains, which are having same features as a Vande Bharat train, but the entire train is basically 11 coaches of sleeper and 11 coaches of general class, and 2 trains were launched in the month of January earlier this year, and now from October onwards every week 1 train will be launched. So we are focusing on the lower income and the middle income. That's where the railway's primary role is. And there is a lot of emphasis on making sure that the capacity increases. That's why last year 5,300 kilometers of new railway tracks were constructed. That is more than the entire network of Switzerland.
Okay.
In the last 10 years, 31,000 kilometers of railway tracks have been constructed, more than the network of Italy. So that is the kind of focus which Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has put in augmenting the railway network, the railway facilities, because throughout the 58 years of Congress rule, railway was totally neglected. It was ignored as a means. It was considered as a political tool. It was not considered as a tool, as a department which can bring about a big change in people's lives.
Right.
That's the change which has happened during Prime Minister's tenure.
Mr. Vaishnav, is that also your answer to the fact that there's this criticism that there's so much focus on Vande Bharat that the other trains get ignored? Is that
other trains are absolutely getting much higher focus compared to Vande Bharat. It's just that Vande Bharat is catching the imagination of the people. That's why there is so much excitement. But we as railway organization are very much focused on making sure that the lowest income categories of our society, they get very affordable rail travel. As I said, 16 Vande Bharats, but 108 trains in which general coaches have been augmented.
Right.
See the ratio.
Right. Mr. Vaishnav, also, on one hand, we're witnessing this record expansion of tracks, but, we're also looking at facelift of stations, which I think is really important for the country. But on the other hand, we also know that railway accidents keep happening. I know that you've often pointed out, and rightly so, that it used to be around 171 10 years ago, and now the number has come down to 40, which is a significant reduction, but still lives are getting lost. Is there a way by which, I'm sure you've had your learnings from the accidents that have taken place. When will the anti-collision system be put in place in the entire network, and also what are your learnings from the accidents that have happened?
We have made sure that each and every incident which happens in railways, whether it is an accident or other incident, we go to the root cause of it. Wherever systemic changes have to be made, we make the systemic changes. Wherever procedural improvements have to be done, we do that. Wherever technology has to be changed, we are changing the technology also. I'll give many examples, how much focus we have put. We have done 97,000 inspections, 90,000 signal plans have been verified, 2,500 kilometers of tracks have been renewed. Ultrasound test is being done for the entire railway network, and this fiscal we have already done 186,000 kilometers of tracks have been checked with ultrasound machines. New technology, phased array ultrasound machines, 20 have been procured and deployed. 990 railway bridges have been rehabilitated. So every step we are improving we are putting huge focus on safety, and the success in getting Kavach rolled out, what the Congress governments could not do in 58 years. Within the short time frame of 10 years, we got a new technology developed, tested, and deployment started. The first tender which was done in 2022, out of that 632 kilometers already commissioned. The version 4 got approved on 16 July this year. By now we have taken out tenders for 10,000 locomotives and 9,600 kilometers of track. And I'm very happy to share, yesterday the first section with Kavach 4.0, which is the very advanced version of Kavach. That section got commissioned between Kota and Samai Madhopur on 16th September, which is yesterday, 108 kilometers.
Okay.
The first trains, I'll share the videos which the team has made. It's phenomenal. The trains which are carrying passengers and goods, they are absolutely, the driver is able to see the signal 3-4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers ahead of the actual signal location. It's a very good technology, and I'm very happy that all this hard work which has gone in is giving results.
And how long will it be for the entire track to be covered, the entire railway network of India?
The countries which had half or less than half this network took about 15-20 years. But our Prime Minister has given us a very aggressive target, and we would like to complete the entire country's network. We would like to complete within 5 to 6 years from now.
Okay. So also coming to the IT part of your portfolios, data privacy law is something that is, really, we're looking forward to it because it will change the way we consume information and also store our data. The rules, have to be brought in, and the data protection law came about after a lot of struggle. We saw what happened with the JPCs. When do you think the rules will come about, and what is the method that you're thinking with respect to consultation? Is the industry on board? Are the stakeholders stakeholders on board?
So as you know that in the entire drafting of data protection law, we had extensively consulted with every possible stakeholder. More than 16,000 consultations were done. And before that, the JPC itself had also consulted many stakeholders, practically every stakeholder. The law is ready. And despite elections, we have worked very hard to make sure that the DPDP rules are done. The DPDP rules have already been prepared. Very soon, they are going through the approval process of the government. And very soon, we'll start the consultation process on the rules. The rules will be as simple as the DPDP Act as well as the Telecom Act that you saw. There will be a simplicity in drafting. Our Prime Minister has given us a framework called Saral Framework. And he always says that the Act or the rules, they should be easily understood by the people. And this is going to be digital by design implementation. So the digital implementation portal, the technology behind that, everything is already in place now, already developed. So very soon we will launch it.
Right. So when it comes to semiconductor push, I know it started with the Prime Minister's state visit and it has taken a different form altogether. 5 semiconductor plants have been approved, but experts say that this is a gestational industry. It's very intensive because it requires the best of things, including the purest of water and non-stop electricity. And they say that this is going to be a long haul. It's going to be, betting big. Are we ready for that?
Absolutely, we are ready for that, and we have taken practically every step needed to make sure that the entire ecosystem gets into place. Entire ecosystem, as you rightly pointed out, ultra pure water, ultra stable electricity, ultra clean chemicals, ultra pure materials, that entire ecosystem is in place. And that's why the entire industry recently, we had the Semicon conference, and CEOs of practically every large or small or medium semiconductor industry were present here. They were so excited about India's journey because they said India is following a policy which is absolutely the right policy for making sure that this industry grows for many more years. If you recall, this industry, our country wanted to set up this industry way back in 1962. Since then, multiple efforts were made, but it was only because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's clarity of thought that we could actually come up with a policy which has helped us succeed, and now we have 5 units. Construction work is going on at fast pace. There are new products which are being developed under the design linked component of the semiconductor policy, and very happy to say that there are 3 projects in which already VC funds are showing interest.
Right.
They are developing new 4G chips, they are developing new IoT chips, new applications for AI, new applications for optical sensing. Multiple new ideas are coming. Our talent is vast.
Right.
And this very fertile talent, very big talent pool has now been given a good direction because of this semiconductor policy.
Right. Sir, how do you react to the opposition's claim that this is a U-turn Sarkar and it is something that is submitting to the pressures of opposition and also its own allies? Has the nature of working changed for you as a minister?
See, our last 10 years of Prime Minister Modi ji's government, if you look at it, very thoughtful, very consultative, very inclusive growth is what he has always believed in. That's why his focus has been on making sure that every section of the society is able to improve the opportunities they get in their lives, is empowered, and that has been his focus. The same focus continues. The opposition can say whatever they want to say. The fact is that this is a live Sarkar, this is a government which listens to the people, and wherever needed, wherever pivoting is needed, wherever you need to make any modifications in the policy, a government which is listening to the people will make those changes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong in it.
Absolutely. Mr. Vaishnav, I wanted to ask you this. As a former bureaucrat, how do you see Rahul Gandhi's consistent criticism that bureaucracy is not representative of India? It does not include, the deprived sections. It is full of upper castes. There's a halwa picture that he tweeted during the budget session. As a former bureaucrat, do you think that there is a need for bureaucracy to become more representative?
Every recruitment that happens in the government, whether it in the civil services, engineering services, technicians, constables, every recruitment which happens in the government follows a principle of reservation which is created by, which is inspired by, which is formalized by, institutionalized by Baba Saheb Ambedkar's constitution. Mr. Rahul Gandhi must understand, must study how the recruitments are happening. If he believes in taking a responsibility, in the UPA government, he had his party, his family was ruling for so many long years. He should have taken a responsibility so that he knows that yes, this is the way the government is run. How can he claim when every recruitment is having the reservation policy? How can he claim that the reservation, some sections of the society are not represented? He is taking the example of secretaries. He did not take the example in the secretaries, he did not include the members of the railway board. Member of a railway board is essentially he or she is an ex officio secretary to the government of India. Till 2 years back, there were 2 members of the railway board who were from the SC community.
Okay.
One of them got, one of the meritorious candidates became the first SC chairman in the history of railways.
Yeah.
In the 58 years of their government, did they ever make one single SC member? Did they make any SC chairman of the railway board? Did they make a woman chairman of the board, chairperson of the board? No. They are. It's a question of not being committed to underprivileged sections. NDA government is committed to the underprivileged sections.
Okay.
Modi ji himself has come from a very poor family in a small village.
Right.
He understands what pain we have to go through. It's a very different mindset, which I don't think people who were born with those riches, they can never understand.
Absolutely. My last question to you, sir. You're part of the crack team that was sent to Madhya Pradesh, which was in some ways seen as the most difficult election for BJP, but in some ways it gave very miraculous results for the party. And now you have been deputed to Maharashtra. How difficult is the battle there? Because many people have already given up. There are 6 parties in the fray. How confident and optimistic are you of the BJP's chances?
Maharashtra will clearly demonstrate that Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's inclusive growth policies, a policy where there are no shortcuts, a policy where foundation for a developed nation are being laid, a policy where a way of working where hard work, where absolutely clearly focused, nation first, always first. That thought process is what ultimately wins, and our workers, our karyakartas are very enthused, our leadership is strong. We definitely will see success.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Vaishnav. That was Railways, IT and INB Minister Ashwini Vaishnav elaborating on the policy outcomes and larger consequences of the policy moves and announcements made by Modi 3.0 in the first 100 days of its governance. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Atishi named as the new Chief Minister designate of Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal to resign at 4:30. Supreme Court asked some tough questions to the government of West Bengal. Once again says, why can't the women doctors work late? Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar speaks to NDTV, says focus on peace efforts amid war. Modi government completes 100 days of its 3rd term.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Joining me now for a very special conversation is Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. मेघवाल जी, आपकी सरकार के 100 दिन पूरे हुए और आपका जो मंत्रालय है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा काम हुआ है। आप अपने 100 दिन कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए मारिया जी, पहले तो मैं आपके माध्यम से आज का दिन क्यों महत्वपूर्ण है, पहले तो मोदी जी के तीसरे कार्यकाल के 100 दिन पूरे हुए हैं। एज ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर तीसरा कार्यकाल चला जो, उसके 100 दिन पूरे हुए। दूसरा, आज विश्वकर्मा जयंती भी है, तो जितने भी लोग हाथ से काम करने वाले लोग हैं उनके लिए आज बड़ा दिन है। तीसरा, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी जन्मदिन है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। और चौथा, आज पूर्णिमा भी है, फुल मून डे भी है। तो ऐसा सुखद संयोग बन रहा है। इस अवसर पर आपसे बात करके अच्छा लग रहा है। सबसे बड़ा जो हमारे इस कालखंड में जो न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज लागू हुए 1 जुलाई 2024 से, ये बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण ये कालखंड रहा है कि औपनिवेशिक काल के जो हमारे आईपीसी, सीआरपीसी, एविडेंस एक्ट थे, उनकी जगह भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम, ये तीनों 1 जुलाई 2024 से लागू हो गए जी। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट हम मानते हैं। इसके अलावा भी हमारे लॉ एंड जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट में चाहे जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट का विषय हो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सभी जजों के अपॉइंटमेंट का मामला हो, चाहे हमारे जो नालसा सालसा उसमें न्याय बंधु लीगल सर्विसेज का मामला हो, चाहे हमारे नोटरी को हम ऑनलाइन करके और डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट देने का मामला हो, ऐसे कई मामले हैं जिससे हमें लगता है कि ये 100 दिन का जो कालखंड रहा है लॉ एंड जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट के लिए, ये अभूतपूर्व रहा है और अच्छा रहा है।
मेघवाल जी, क्योंकि शुरुआत हुई है सरकार की और 100 दिन में आप लोगों ने इतने काम कर लिए हैं, तो आगे का क्या रास्ता होगा और क्या जो वक्फ बिल है जो जिस पर अब जेपीसी बैठ गई है, बहुत सारे राउंड्स ऑफ मीटिंग्स हो चुके हैं, वो आपके लिए बहुत अहमियत रखता है, लेकिन जो आपके सहयोगी दल हैं, जो एनडीए के पार्टनर्स हैं, वो लोग भी उसका विरोध कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, जो वक्फ पे जो अमेंडमेंट आया है
जी,
ये अमेंडमेंट जो मुस्लिम समाज के जो लोग थे, जो पीड़ित थे वक्फ बोर्ड से, वक्फ कानून से, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेशन बार बार आ रहे थे कि इसमें संशोधन होना चाहिए। इसके आधार पर इसमें संशोधन आया है, और जब इसमें संशोधन आया था तो जो अपोजिशन के लोग थे, मैं पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स भी देखता हूं, तो उस समय उन्होंने कहा कि हम इस पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं एट द टाइम ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन।
राइट।
तो आपने देखा होगा कि ऑनरेबल स्पीकर साहब ने एट द टाइम ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन इसमें चर्चा अलाउ की, और करीब 2-2.5 घंटे 3 घंटे चर्चा हुई। उसमें अपोजिशन के लोग भी बोले, हमारे सहयोगी लोग भी बोले, तो सहयोगी लोग तो समर्थन में ही बोले थे लोकसभा में। उसके बाद उनकी डिमांड थी अपोजिशन की कि साहब इसको कमेटी में भेज दिया जाए। तो एक पार्लियामेंट की जॉइंट कमेटी बनी जिसके जगदम्बिका पाल अध्यक्ष बने, और वो अपनी सुनवाई कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें जो इनक्रोचमेंट करने वाले लोग हैं, जिन्होंने कब्जा कर रखा है जमीनों पे, वो ही विरोध कर रहे हैं। अदरवाइज तो ये जिस भावना से बिल आया है, ये गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए हितकारी बिल है।
इंडिकेशन सर्टेनली अब गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से आ रहा है कि 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन इसी कार्यकाल में आपके पूरा होगा। क्या उसका टाइमलाइन होगा? किस तरह से आप सरकार एज अ लॉ मिनिस्टर आप कैसे इसको इंप्लीमेंट करते हुए देखना चाहते हैं?
किसको आप 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन की बात कर रहे हो क्या मारिया जी?
जी जी जी।
नहीं, मैंने आपको बताया ना कि हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी। उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पे आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है। हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है।
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की चर्चा बहुत हो रही है, क्योंकि जब से पार्टी की स्थापना हुई है, भाजपा की स्थापना हुई है, आप उसके साथ उतने सालों से हैं, तो 3 एजेंडा हमेशा रहा है: राम टेम्पल, धारा 370 हटाना और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्या मुश्किल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ये एनडीए की सरकार है, आप लोग का कंप्लीट डोमिनेशन नहीं है?
देखिए, ये जो आपने सही कहा कि भारतीय जनसंघ के ज़माने से हमारे ये 3 एजेंडा होते थे, और जब 6 अप्रैल 1980 को भारतीय जनता पार्टी बनी थी, तब भी हमारे एजेंडा थे। भगवान श्री राम का भव्य मंदिर बनना, धारा 370 का समाप्त होना, और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में लागू होना। तो 2 एजेंडा तो पूरे हो गए, और तीसरे एजेंडे पे भी काम चल रहा है। अगर हमारे जो साथी दल हैं, जो हमारे एनडीए की सरकार में भागीदार हैं, उनसे भी चर्चा हमारी चल रही है। देखिए, अभी तो ये लॉ कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के पास एक मैंडेट है और फिर राज्यों ने भी इसमें तेजी से काम किया है। उत्तराखंड में इसमें एक्ट आ गया, गोवा में पहले से ही लागू है, कुछ और राज्य भी इस दिशा में सोच रहे हैं। अभी लाल किले की प्राचीर से भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसके कुछ संकेत दिए हैं। तो ये मानिए कि ये हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो संकल्प पत्र था उसमें भी हमारा तो ये एजेंडा है ही, लेकिन हम एनडीए के साथी दलों से भी बात करके इस दिशा में हम निश्चित रूप से कदम बढ़ाएंगे।
मेघवाल जी, अभी जो आरजी कार मेडिकल कॉलेज हॉस्पिटल में जो घटना हुई उसके बाद पूरा देश शर्मसार है। उसके बाद हमने देखा कि ममता बनर्जी की सरकार ने अमेंडमेंट्स सजेस्ट किया और कहा कि वो रेप लॉस को काफ़ी सख्त करेंगी। इस तरह का इनिशिएटिव क्या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स अगर लेती है तो सेंटर कितना उनका साथ देगी?
देखिए, ये जो बंगाल में जो कुछ भी हुआ आरजी कार मेडिकल कॉलेज में, ये देश को शर्मसार करने वाली घटना थी। और वहाँ की जो मुख्यमंत्री है ममता बनर्जी, जब पूरे बंगाल में ये उबाल आया कि महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं और कुछ गुंडों ने तथ्यों को नष्ट करने का काम किया, तो उन्होंने इसको कवर अप करने के लिए हमको एक चिट्ठी लिखी कि महिलाओं के खिलाफ जब अपराध होते हैं उसके लिए सख्त कानून बनाओ, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट का कानून बनाओ
जी।
तो हमारे यहाँ से जवाब गया है तो पहले से ही है ऑलरेडी। आप बंगाल इसमें कम काम कर रहा है, बंगाल इसमें फिसड्डी साबित हुआ है। जब उनको डाटा दिया गया तो उन्होंने कहा आप क्या करें। तो इन सब चीज़ों को कवर अप करने के लिए इन्होंने एक अलग से एक्ट बनाने की कोशिश की। जो हमारे न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज है उनमें देखा कि हम टाइमलाइन कुछ अलग कर देते हैं, लेकिन आप मानिए कि इस देश में संविधान सबसे ऊपर है। संविधान में एक यूनियन लिस्ट है, उसके कानून बनाने के अधिकार केंद्र सरकार के पास ही है। एक स्टेट लिस्ट है, एक कंकरेंट लिस्ट है
जी।
लेकिन इन्होंने ये जो नया कानून बना करके जो काम करने की कोशिश की है, ये कुछ नहीं है, खाली कवर अप करने का काम है। जैसे केरला में एक बार केरला की सरकार ने कहा हम विदेश सचिव की नियुक्ति करते हैं। विदेश सचिव तो भारत सरकार का ही अंग है ना, केरल की सरकार विदेश सचिव की नियुक्ति कैसे कर सकते हैं? तो ये कुछ चीज़ें कवर अप करने के लिए कुछ सरकारें प्रयास करती है, वो संविधान के अनुरूप, क्योंकि सब चीज़ें ये आपको देखते हो कि राज्यपाल के यहाँ भी इसकी जांच होती है, फिर राष्ट्रपति जी के यहाँ भी जांच होती है। जो संविधान के अनुरूप पाया जाता है वही अप्रूवल होती है, उसके अनुरूप नहीं होता है तो उसकी अप्रूवल भी नहीं होती है।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, अब मैं आपको पॉलिटिक्स की तरफ ले जाऊंगी क्योंकि आपसे चर्चा अगर हो रही है तो पॉलिटिक्स के बिना कैसे पूरी होगी। आप स्टार कैंपेनर हैं हरियाणा चुनाव में के लिए मेघवाल जी। हरियाणा मुश्किल दिख रहा है आपकी पार्टी के लिए?
जी, मारिया जी, मैं 20-25 दिनों से हरियाणा में डेली जा रहा हूं। मुझे जो आप ये कह रहे हो कोई मुश्किल नहीं है जी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी मजबूती से चुनाव के मैदान में है। कल 15 तारीख को विड्रॉल का दिन था, उसके बाद अब जो मैदान है उसमें करीब करीब हम आमने सामने ही हैं, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस, और बीच में आम आदमी पार्टी भी है, कुछ निर्दलीय भी है। लेकिन पिछले 10 सालों में जो बीजेपी ने काम किया है वहाँ, वो गुड गवर्नेंस और डेवलपमेंट, ये हमारा एजेंडा तेजी से चल पड़ा है। जैसे मैं गांव में जाता हूं तो वहाँ कहते हैं सब बिना खर्ची के, बिना पर्ची के अगर किसी ने रोजगार दिया है, नौकरी दी है तो बीजेपी ने दी है। तो हमारा एजेंडा ही गुड गवर्नेंस और डेवलपमेंट है। और अब आप देखिए कि हम, शैलजा जी कांग्रेस की नेता है, हमें उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहना, लेकिन एक कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता और उनके समर्थक शैलजा जी के बारे में अपशब्द बोलेंगे तो वहां का समाज, हरियाणा का समाज उसको स्वीकार करेगा क्या? इसलिए चीजें बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है। हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा में मजबूत सरकार बनाने जा रही है मारिया जी।
अगर सरकार नहीं कुछ नंबर से पीछे रह गए आप लोग तो क्या फिर जेजेपी के साथ अलायंस होगा? दुष्यंत चौटाला आपके साथ रहे हैं, काम किया उन्होंने, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर भी रहे हैं।
अब की बार तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई जेजेपी का कोई आदमी वहां जीतेगा। क्या परिस्थितियां देखिए, आप थोड़ा सा असेसमेंट आप भी करिए। मुझे नहीं लगता। और भाजपा मजबूत सरकार बनाएगी जी, निश्चित रूप से भाजपा खुद अपने बूते पर मजबूत सरकार बनाएगी।
हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अर्जुन राम मेघवाल, यूनियन मिनिस्टर देयर, explaining to us the agenda of what has been achieved and what is the road forward for his ministry, that is the law ministry. Thanks so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Tenure as well as the achievement of the first 100 days of the third term. Incidentally, today is Prime Minister Modi's birthday. Now, we don't celebrate Modi's birthday with cakes and candles. We celebrate with our success story and also to tell the people that, look, we are here to serve the people and to take the country forward. So with that, today's day is very special to all of us.
That's fine, but this time when you came to power, as I said, it's a rare occasion. It has happened much in previous times as well. The determination that many people see is also because they think that your mandate has been reduced, and that's why you are in a super fast mode to fulfill many of your promises.
If you have to judge government's strength and performance, you have to see the implementation of the schemes. Pre-2014, we all know how we used to struggle for every scheme to be implemented. Even half of the amount meant for the purpose of the development used to be siphoned off. Rajiv Gandhi himself had said that only 15% of the total amount reaches the actual targeted beneficiaries. So keeping that in mind, in 2014, when Modi ji started Jan Dhan Yojana, now this is opening of the bank account of every individual, especially the poor people. Many people used to make fun of that scheme, saying that people have no money, why the bank accounts are open. But they didn't realize that is the first financial inclusive steps taken by the Prime Minister Modi ji, and then subsequently that itself has become the hallmark of our reaching out to the people. Then Digital India program happened, Aadhaar was introduced, and then through mobile phone, the amounts were transferred directly to the targeted beneficiaries. Similar way, if you see the entire performance of the government, Modi ji didn't think in terms of compartment. He brought all the compartments into a series of links so that you take one action, then there are other parameters which are all linked to it. For example, now I have handled many portfolios during the last 3 terms. I am in charge of particular ministry, but I don't work in isolation. We are adopting the whole of the government approach. Means every part of the government, every the sphere of the influence of government is actually working together for the benefit of the people. So over the past 10 years, the amount of hard work which we have done in terms of executing the process of the implementation is so fast that now we are reaching the saturation mode. Everybody has got the benefits of the government scheme. So now we are moving towards the next phase of development. Now when Prime Minister said 2047 we have to achieve a status of a developed nation, that means we have to work in that speed. So foundation for the Viksit Bharat is laid. Now it is how fast we can achieve that target. 2047 is the target, maybe before that. So now first 100 days, then 5 years, 10 years, then next, like that. So it's a well calculated steps. That is why we are already on the mode to enhance the speed of our implementation. Prime Minister Modi ji has already said that the implementation process as well as the manner in which we work will be 3 times faster than what we used to work in the past. So with that enhanced commitment, we are celebrating this 100 days of our achievement, whose blueprint was prepared well before the election. And then now we are in a mode of implementation of the entire thing. So if you compare with our government this term and the previous 2 terms, it is continuity, but with a faster speed in terms of implementation.
So effectively you are saying, Mr. Rijiju, that it has nothing to do with your mandate. It is just that you want to achieve a certain target, and that is why this kind of speed is necessary. Now let me also ask you, for the benefit of our viewers, that which would be the one scheme that Kiran Rijiju will pick out of these 100 days that you have been implemented, which you think is a transformational scheme, like you can talk about Jan Dhan or you can talk about DBT. So which would be the one scheme of these 100 days that you would say is a transformational scheme going to transform India like never before?
I think it's difficult to pick, but if you see sector-wise, the vital sectors like agriculture, the first signature of Prime Minister Modi ji's 3rd term was on disbursement of 20,000 crore to 9.3 crore farmers. So you say in Hindi, ek jhatke mein itna kaam ho gaya. So with one stroke of signature which Prime Minister did, 9.3 crore farmers are benefited. In a similar fashion, like 10 lakh Lakhpati Didis. Now, within a short time, Prime Minister has taken so much steps, and then he distributed 10 lakh certificates to the Lakhpati Didis. Means the rural, those ladies working in a far-flung villages of the country suddenly becoming Lakhpati because of the drones, other agricultural and other stuffs which we are being supported. In a similar fashion, for the youth, for the women, these are, sector-wise, it's difficult to say that one I have to pick above the other one. And then you see for the employment generation, the numbers of schemes being taken up to create better employment opportunities for the youth. It's a series. You can't pick up one. Same manner if you say infrastructure, the transformational steps taken, 11,000 1111 crore rupees announced through budget to be spent in capital expenditure. This is transformation. This is more than the total budget during the UPA time. The Congress time budget used to be 5 lakh, 6 lakhs crore.
But that changes with time. Every 10 years, economy has to.
No,
grow.
it's not
Every 10
changed
years,
in 2
it
3%.
doubles or-
No. You have to understand one thing. How many years India took to become $1 trillion economy?
But that also was a different era, Mr. Rijiju. I mean,
No,
we are
no.
in a
You
era
have-
of
no, no.
faster growth.
If you
World
don't,
over.
if you don't count the quantum jump in particular tenure, then you will miss out the achievement. 2004, Manmohan Singh became Prime Minister. India was ranked 11. In 2014, India still ranked 11. So according to your argument, it should have changed. They got 10 years. In 10 years, why did not India change? And 2014 to 2024, India jumped from 11th to 5th. That is why I am saying, you can't miss out the quantum jump you achieve during a tenure. Then only you can qualitatively and quantitatively assess the performance of the government. Now, within the next 3 years, we are most probably, almost certain, going to become the 3rd largest economy. So why did not Congress able to achieve that? So
you are saying your policies are better than Congress's policy, or your
not only
speed of
policies,
implementation?
performance and implementation.
Speed of implementation is better. Now let me talk to you about your portfolios, Mr. Rijiju. In the Parliament, we have seen that the level of fight, level of cantankerousness has actually gone up. It should have come down. Why?
The Congress party initially thought that from 54 seats, they have got 99 seats. So they have enhanced their power and they are, being given the big mandate by the people of India. They don't realize for 3rd consecutive term, they could not reach 3 digit of seats. In any other democratic setup, no leader will be allowed to lead the party if he loses 3 consecutive elections. Suppose if I lose elections after elections, then my party will change the candidature. If Modi ji doesn't win election for 3 terms, he would not be Prime Minister again. But here is a Congress party. It doesn't matter they win or lose. The same Rahul Gandhi is the leader, he is the boss, he is everything. That is why he doesn't care. He knows that let other people go to the dogs. He will still continue to be the leader of Congress party. That is why we feel that India deserves a better, more efficient and more effective opposition party. As a Parliamentary Affairs Minister, I am very disappointed with the Congress party's performance in the Parliament and outside as an opposition party, because they are not talking about the economic policies, they are not talking about the government's implementation of the schemes, they are talking about democracy is killed. Democracy was killed by the Congress party in 1975. They are talking about judiciary being hijacked. Judiciary was hijacked by the Congress party when top senior 3 judges were superseded and the junior one is made the Chief Justice of India. Judiciary was captured when 17 judges of the High Court was transferred on a single stroke of pen by the Congress party. They don't realize that.
But I see that you are making good use of your previous experience of Law and Justice Minister. But let me ask you one question, Mr. Rijiju. It is also incumbent on the government and the treasury benches on so much that now that the opposition has numbers, for the first time after a decade, you have a leader of opposition designated in the country. It's a constitutional post. To show enough respect to that, to the increased mandate. What's the problem with that?
I really want that Congress party, after getting the title of the leader of opposition, they will perform better with more responsibilities. The most unfortunate, not for me, for Indian parliamentary democracy, is the leader of opposition, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, is unable to perform his duty. Not only he failed in his duty, but he has miserably misused his position. Now the leader of the opposition tells the speaker that his mic is switched off. Anybody in the parliament knows that your mic will be switched on when your turn comes. When the speaker calls the name of a particular member of parliament, his mic will be turned on, his or her statement will be recorded. Now Rahul Gandhi shouts out of his lungs out and tells the world that he is not allowed to speak. The person who speaks the most says that he is not allowed to speak. He goes to England and America and elsewhere, and he abuses the country's system. Country's systems are functioning well. It is only the Congress party which is not functioning well. That is why we are in a situation where we have an opposition party, but which is not performing as an opposition party. We have a leader of opposition who doesn't know what is the role of opposition leader. That is why I want to advise the Congress party, we may be adversary, we are opposition parties to each other in terms of political, the strict sense of political democracy. But we are not enemies. Why are you treating government as if it is untouchable? Why are you abusing Prime Minister Modi ji day and night? Now, we are a democracy, so all the ideologies have its own place. Whichever ideology people accept will form the government. Now, Congress says that BJP ideology is not acceptable. It may be unacceptable to you, but people have accepted it. But they have not come to the term that they are rejected and we are elected.
So that is fine. Let us say, let's take this argument on its face value that Congress is not behaving as a responsible opposition. But what about you as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Rijiju, and your party BJP making space for opposition? What about that?
Yeah, we are giving more space than they deserve. In fact, I had gone to the Congress party president's residence. I met all the prominent opposition parties. I sought their support. But I think some of the opposition parties are trying to be responsible. Some of the opposition leaders are trying to be responsible opposition leaders. But Congress is not allowing them to be responsible. For example, the parliament begins with the election of a pro tem speaker. Now, government chooses one of the senior MPs as the pro tem speaker. The Congress boycotted the proceedings. Can you imagine? Has it happened in the Indian history of parliamentary democracy? The Congress time, then they had made the pro tem speaker to those people who are not the senior most. 2004, before that, 2009. But when we proposed the name of the pro tem speaker, Congress said they are not acceptable to it. It is not their government now, it is our government. Government will propose the business. They are there to cooperate. But they missed the bus. They sat out, they boycotted the process of electing pro tem speaker. Similarly, they are behaving in a manner which is unbecoming of the members of the House. They did not allow Prime Minister to speak.
Yes, that was unfortunate and should have been...
You see, Nikunj, you are a senior journalist. You pick up the history of Indian parliamentary democracy, right from 1951 to 2024. Has there been a case where the sitting Prime Minister of the country is not allowed to speak in the parliament? This is the first time, both in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, the Congress party and opposition party, they came to the well of the House, stood before the Prime Minister, and from the beginning to the end, they were shouting and not allowed PM to speak. PM had to complete his speech by raising the pitch of his voice. How unfortunate. If Prime Minister is not allowed to speak in the Parliament, who should speak? Tell me. These are the reprehensible actions taken by the opposition party which make them totally unfit to be the opposition parties. I want, as a parliamentary affairs minister, I would coordinate with all the political parties to function the parliament in a smooth manner and transact the business through proper discussions and dialogue. But unfortunately, the Congress party are neither performing as an effective opposition party nor behaving with the traditions which are prevalent in our system.
Mr. Rijiju, that's a fair point you make, that the Prime Minister's speech should not have probably been disrupted by the opposition members, and that could have completely been avoided. But when the opposition parties say that during their term to speak, it is a very, very abrupt chair which comes in the way of their completing their sentence, or their completing their message, or their completing their whatever point they wish to make, then the acrimony is somehow there. Why? Now let me ask you an additional question. Why don't you give the deputy speaker post to the opposition?
No, that is a matter to be discussed later amongst the parties. It is a subject which requires debates, deliberation, discussion, but these are managed internally. These are discussed. But we can debate and do all kind of political stunts outside. But how you actually clinch the deal, it all depends on the discussion in a closed door.
Let me ask you about your other ministry, the other hat you don as the Minority Affairs Minister. There was a contentious bill right in the very beginning, Waqf amendment bill that was proposed by the government. What's the rush, Mr. Rijiju?
I think we are very late, too late. Waqf properties in India are to be utilized in a much better possible manner. If you see the Sachar Committee report and the JPC which Congress had constituted, I'm talking about its relevant recommendations with regards to Waqf properties. Everybody said that Waqf boards must be broad-based. The Waqf properties must be managed with proper accounting manner, transparently, using all the modern, whatever system we have, digitalized or make it transparent and all. The most critical point with regards to Waqf property is, if majority of the Muslims are poor in this country, then the largest properties available in the country should be utilized for the welfare of the Muslim community. Now, many people in India keep on saying that Waqf boards have the third largest properties in India. That itself is a wrong statement. I've heard it many times. Even the media people keep saying that after defense and railways, Waqf boards have the largest numbers of properties. That is so wrong. Railway lines, we have thousands and thousands of kilometers railway tracks. Who use it? It's the people like us, the passengers. The country use the railway tracks and railway platforms. Defense land, it is the country's property. The defense is for what? To defend the country. Our armed forces are using those lands for training, for their camp, for all other purposes to make India secured. How can you compare defense land and railway lands with the Waqf properties? Waqf properties are private properties. Waqf properties in India is tremendously, highly valuable, but they are not being utilized. So that is why the Waqf properties in India are not only highest in India, but is the highest in the world. Indian Waqf properties are, in a way, you cannot imagine how much valuation it actually has. So when we say that this much of Waqf properties, more than 9 lakhs Waqf properties, should be better managed and better utilized for the welfare of the poor Muslim, the women, the children, the weaker sections within the Muslim community. Why is Congress party and these people are having problem with that? And if Muslims are poor, who is responsible? It's the Congress party. They ruled this country for more than 5 decades.
Do you think there is politics behind it?
It's only politics. See, now we have sent it to JPC.
Yes, there were demands of sending it to JPC.
So that more people can provide their views.
Yes.
Then why some people are going around holding the mics and announcing that, you know, everybody should protest against this work amendment bill and scan the QR code and then send it to the JPC and all. And people like Zakir Naik, Congress party and this ecosystem, why they are all standing in one podium, speaking one language? Actually, they are against the welfare of the Muslims. I straightforward accuse the Congress party, people like Zakir Naik and the Congress ecosystem for deliberately keeping the Muslims poor. They themselves know it. The Sachar committee was constituted by the Congress party. JPC headed by Rahman Khan was constituted by the Congress party. 1976, the work inquiry report was made during Congress government. Then, why did they not take any action based on those recommendations? No, when we are taking, they should be very happy. They knew the problem, but they didn't have the guts to go ahead and implement it because 200 families, the powerful, corrupt families, have captured the work properties all over the country. They make millions. The rest of people are dying. And this is what our government has decided, that we will not let the poor Muslims keep on suffering and their work properties are just piling up. It's billions and billions of dollars worth of work properties are lying. Making, just Muslims should prosper doesn't make Muslim prosper. You have to ensure that for the prosperity of the Muslims, make use of those properties for the welfare of the Muslims.
But the charge, Mr. Rijiju, is that you are trying to hijack those properties because you want to dismantle the influence of a certain section of minority community and bring your own people into the booth. That's the charge.
The country is run by the laws erected by the Parliament. The laws are as per the spirit of the Constitution of India. Can anybody usurp anybody's right like that? Can we make a law to take away the lands of the Muslims or any other communities? You cannot. Who is spreading such false narrative in the society? You can very well identify it. That is why Zakir Naik, Congress party, they are same, speaking same language. That is why I have seen and I have said repeatedly, the hardliners, the anti-India elements, Pakistan's language, Congress party's language, and the spirit of the words which we keep on hearing from Zakir Naik, they all are same. They are all not only against India, but they are against the well-being of the Muslim community. I think they treat Muslims as vote bank. So the Congress party treats Muslims as vote banks. That is why they want to keep Muslims poor. Because if Muslims prosper, they will have a better outlook towards the world, so they will not become Congress vote bank. Many of the Congress leaders come to me and they say that they start their election with 15% ready-made Muslim votes. That is the Congress attitude. And I feel sorry for the Muslim community, that the Congress party treats Muslims as a private property. They treat Muslims as their private vote bank. And poor Muslims don't know they are exploited with the Congress party for last 75 years. And they are still, some of the Muslims are still ready to be exploited by the Congress party. So, Waqf Amendment Bill is a bill which will transform the Waqf properties, and much of it is for the benefits and welfare of the Muslim community.
Let me come back to the original agenda of our interview, Mr. Rijiju, the 100 days of Mr. Modi's government, Mr. Modi's third government. Do you think that the strand that have developed in these 100 days, you are going to take it forward in the next coming 4.5 years, the rest of the tenure of the government, so to say, and according to you, this probably can be the transformational period that the country needs after 1 decade of your rule, since you say that the base is now set and now you can achieve the speed that you wish to achieve.
Now, this is the most important point for me, for the country. First, around 65 years, you see what is the condition of the country. Now, we have entered the Amrit Kal. At the time of the independence, in 1947, India was at par with Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, China, South Korea, Taiwan. See, we are, a group of countries which emerged together. Where is South Korea? South Korea's per capita income is about 15 times more than India's. Singapore's per capita income is more than 20 times of India's per capita income. All this Malaysia, all this Taiwan, South Korea, they are far ahead of India in terms of per capita income. Why? Congress time, 40% of the poor people in the world are Indians. Who made this? Now tell me, Congress had uninterrupted rule for such a long time. Why they made India a poor nation? Tell me. Has any Congress leader set a target that India should be rich, developed? No, no vision. It is only Prime Minister Modi ji who set a target with full confidence, big dream, by 2047, India will be a developed nation. And then subsequently, step by step, all necessary actions are being taken. Otherwise, should we remain poor forever? If we go by the Congress logic, and if people who love Congress party, ask them why they love to be poor, why they want India to remain poor. Today, India is the fastest growing economy amongst the big economies. And we are a leading nation, and many big countries have said that today India has a capacity which can not only drive India's future but will also influence the future of the globe. Major conflicts around the world, people are saying that Prime Minister Modi and India can take great decisions to resolve very much those important crises which we are seeing today. So that is why I'm saying, now after giving the clarion call to make India a Viksit Bharat by 2047, everybody should join. If anybody wants to oppose our government, you oppose in terms of your differences in opinion for policies and other steps taken. But where you have to hit India's basic structure, they hit India's democracy. They work with anti-India elements and they connive with them and then work against India's interests. All the people who sponsor Rahul Gandhi's trip to the foreign countries, you know very well, they are all anti-India elements. Whether it's those radical people working against India, whether in Canada or in America or in England or Australia, they all are hell-bent on destroying India's future, and Rahul Gandhi and this gang, this so-called toolkit group and his ecosystem are well integrated with the same people. It's very unfortunate. But we will never allow them to succeed. People of India know them. That is why after third attempt, Congress could not reach 3 digits, and still they think that they have won the election. What kind of perception, what kind of people they are? I don't know, the thinking of Congress party. Maybe they are interested to protect the prince of Congress party, who is forever young, Rahul Gandhi. Stays for 3 days in India, then 3 days he is vanished. Stays in India for 15 days, then he goes out to foreign countries, and then he is missing for next 5 days. We don't want to ask where he goes, what he does, but he should have the commitment for the country. He has zero connection with the ground reality. Rahul Gandhi will go to a cobbler. He thinks that now he has learned India. He goes to a farmhouse, he thinks that this is India now. He goes to one state in Northeast, he says now he has learned Northeast. He meets a businessman, he thinks that, oh, that is the new thing which he has learned. Every day he is learning new thing because he has not learned anything that is the real thing. He is unfortunate man imposed on the Congress party. You know, whenever Rahul Gandhi speaks, Congress party are in deep trouble. They tell us, they can't say publicly, but they tell us that the moment Rahul Gandhi speaks, they are prepared to defend him because he will cause embarrassment and they are going to clarify it. He is such a huge burden for the Congress party. Anyway, that is a Congress issue. I don't care. What is important to me and what is, that bothers me is that he speaks against India and that is being supported by so many other actors.
Mr. Rijut, as always, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV, speaking from your heart and speaking unabashedly on many issues. I wish you luck. This term has just begun and I wish that, your ministries, particularly under your charge, you continue to serve the nation with the same amount of zeal and vigor that you have been.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on
Welcome back. The Supreme Court today halted unauthorized demolition of private property anywhere in India till the 1st of October, when it will hear the arguments against bulldozer justice. The practice by some BJP-ruled states to destroy residential or commercial property owned by people accused in criminal cases. The court dismissed concerns by the government, represented by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, that its order would impact legally sanctioned demolitions. The heavens won't fall if we ask you to hold your hands till the next hearing, is what the bench of Justice B.R. Gavai and K.V. Viswanathan declared. An irate top court, which has already come down hard twice this month on bulldozer justice, also warned against grandstanding and glorification of this practice. No demolition till the next date without permission of this court, it said, warning the Election Commission may be put on notice. Right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Please stay with us.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on
Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi chosen by Arvind Kejriwal to replace him as Delhi Chief Minister following his resignation, which will take place today, in fact, has appealed to voters in the national capital to make your son, your brother, the Chief Minister again in the Assembly election due in February next year. Mr. Kejriwal's return, Atishi said, will be the goal of her government and all AAP lawmakers. She said, Arvind Kejriwal believed in me, believed in me. That is why I've been given this responsibility. While I'm happy in this trust, I'm also sad Arvind Kejriwal had to resign, the incoming Chief Minister told reporters. She said Delhi has only one Chief Minister, and that is Kejriwal. Now, the BJP hit out over the appointment of Atishi as the next Chief Minister, saying Delhi is seeing a dummy Chief Minister.
दिल्ली के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक और मैं अगले कुछ महीनों तक, चुनाव तक मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते अब एक ही उद्देश्य से काम करेंगे कि हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को फिर से दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है। जब तक मैं इस बड़ी जिम्मेदारी को संभाल रही हूं, मेरा एक ही मकसद रहेगा। मुझे पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने एलजी साहब के थ्रू दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रचेगी। तो अगले कुछ महीने तक, जब तक ये जिम्मेदारी मेरे पास है, मैं दिल्ली के लोगों की रक्षा करने की कोशिश करूंगी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मार्गदर्शन में दिल्ली की सरकार चलाऊंगी।
Sir, Atishi's name has been announced. She is now going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. How are you looking at it?
Today, Delhi has been seen as a dummy Chief Minister in the name of Atishi. Things will not change. This whole government is involved in the corruption. So the corruption charges will be remain on the Arvind Kejriwal government. Arvind Kejriwal we all know that Atishi will be just a face. End of the day, everything will be taken care by the Arvind Kejriwal only. So things will not be changed.
Sir, but Gopal Rai...
But the important thing is today, Atishi has to answer one question. Is your parents has not signed the petition of Afzal Guru? You have to tell the whole country what's the fact. The fact is, your parents has signed a mercy petition of Afzal Guru. So this is the face of Aam Aadmi Party and the Atishi.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
Welcome back. Supreme Court today continued its hearing in the RG Kaur case in which a junior doctor was raped and murdered on the 9th of August. Now, hearing the matter linked to the rape and murder of the doctor, today the Supreme Court said that the CBI is pursuing multiple leads and must not be rushed to file a charge sheet in the sensitive case. Remember, the CBI has given its report in a sealed envelope to the Supreme Court. Additionally, the judges underscored that the West Bengal government could not restrict women doctors from working night shifts or exceeding 12-hour shifts as part of their proposed reforms. Women do not want concessions, only equal opportunities, is what the Chief Justice said hearing the matter. All right, and the Supreme Court will continue its hearing on that matter. For the moment, the hearing was concluded today. Time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, it's 100 days of the Modi government 3.0. We'll get you some of the highlights.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
100 days of the Modi 3.0 government. The government announces big decisions have taken place in the first 100 days of governance.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti.
Welcome back. Union Home Minister Amit Shah today released a special booklet on achievements of the first 100 days of the government during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term. And he said decisive steps have been taken in these first 100 days, announcing that projects worth 15 lakh crore were approved during this period, and also saying India's foreign policy finally has a spine.
प्रधानमंत्री जी एक छोटे से गांव के गरीब परिवार में जन्म लेकर दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के प्रधानमंत्री बने। जैसा आप जानते हैं, लगातार 10 साल भारत के विकास को समर्पित, भारत की सुरक्षा को समर्पित और भारत के गरीबों के कल्याण को समर्पित सरकार चलाने के बाद इस आम चुनाव में तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और हमारे साथी दलों को सरकार बनाने का एक जनादेश सरकार ने दिया, जनता ने दिया। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जहां तक सवाल है, पुराने ब्रिटिशरों ने बनाए हुए आपराधिक कानूनों को बदलकर 1 जुलाई 2024 को 3 नए कानून इंप्लीमेंट किए गए। भारतीय दंड संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम, भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम, ये तीनों क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के पूर्ति करने वाले कानून आने वाले दिनों में हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को न केवल लोकभोग्य बनाएंगे, लोगों को न्याय मिलने का एक सरल रास्ता होगा, समय पर न्याय मिलने की शुरुआत होगी। और मैं बड़े विश्वास के साथ आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि 3 साल के बाद जब इसका कंप्लीट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन समाप्त होगा, हम दुनिया में सबसे आधुनिक क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम रखने वाले देशों में से एक बन जाएंगे।
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News and updates right here on NDTV. Do stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The West Bengal government transfers Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal and replaces him with Manoj Kumar Verma, fulfilling one of the key promises made to protesting doctors during their meeting with Mamata Banerjee yesterday. The Supreme Court has asked the CBI for a fresh status report on the Kolkata horror, the rape and murder of a junior doctor. The Chief Justice also expressed apprehension that disclosing the report will jeopardize further probe into the case, and the bench also questioned the Bengal government on its no night shift for women policy. The top court slams brakes on bulldozers till the 1st of October, saying no bulldozer action till the court order. The Supreme Court says we will formulate directions on the use of bulldozers, saying don't glorify bulldozer action. Delhi Minister Atishi will take over as Chief Minister after Arvind Kejriwal resigned from the top post after a meeting with Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena today. She tells workers they will work to make Arvind Kejriwal Chief Minister once again. The BJP hits out, says Delhi is seeing a dummy Chief Minister in Atishi. Union Home Minister Amit Shah today released a special booklet on achievements of the first 100 days of the government during Prime Minister Modi's third term, saying decisive steps have been taken in this period and projects worth 15 lakh crore were approved. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit out at the Congress, saying the party and its ecosystem was angry with him for taking part in Ganesh Puja in reference to the controversy over his visit to the Chief Justice's home to participate in Ganesh Puja. And Ganpati Visarjan takes place today. The immersion of Ganpati Bappa and celebrations are taking place across the country.
Culture and Tourism Minister Gajendra Shekhawat is joining us live. Mr. Shekhawat, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV as your government completes 100 days in office. Sir, you have been a very hands-on minister, from skydiving videos which went viral to you spending time in Purana Kila. Will we be seeing more of this lived experience strategy by the Tourism Minister of India?
बिल्कुल टूरिज़्म का जिस तरह का भविष्य भारत में है, और मैं पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कहता हूं कि भारत आने वाले समय में दुनिया का सबसे हॉट डेस्टिनेशन भी होगा और मार्केट भी होगा। और ऐसा इसलिए कह सकता हूं कि भारत में जिस तरह की प्रबल संभावनाएं हैं एक तरफ, और पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह से भारत ने प्रगति की है, हमारे यहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट जिस तरह से हुआ है, जिस तरह से भारत की उपलब्धियों को देखते हुए भारत को जानने पहचानने का, नए सिरे से समझने का आकर्षण विश्व भर में बना है। इंडिया इज़ बिकमिंग ए न्यू पॉइंट ऑफ अट्रैक्शन वंस अगेन फॉर होल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। एंड साइमल्टेनियसली दूसरी तरफ भारत के लोगों में जिस तरह से डिस्पेंसेबल इनकम बढ़ रही है, भारत में माननीय मोदी जी के प्रयासों से जिस तरह से 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकले, और ये जो एस्पायरिंग क्लास हमारी बढ़ती जा रही है, मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप बढ़ रहा है, और वो भारत को देखने और जानने के लिए अपने देश की सांस्कृतिक विविधता को, नेचुरल डाइवर्सिटी को एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए जिस तरह से घर से बाहर निकल रहे हैं, भारत एक बड़ा मार्केट और डेस्टिनेशन दोनों बनने वाला है। ऐसे में भारत में टूरिज़्म के सेक्टर में नए एक्सपीरियंशियल टूरिज़्म के एडिशंस कैसे किए जा सकते हैं, इसको लेकर के हम काम कर रहे हैं। ओवरऑल टूरिस्ट के एक्सपीरियंस को बढ़ाने के लेकर भी इस 100 दिन के कालखंड में एक विशेष कार्य योजना बनाई गई है, जिसमें हम पर्यटन दीदी और पर्यटन मित्र अभी प्रारंभिक पायलट 5 जगह से इसको प्रारंभ करेंगे, और उसके बाद में देश के सारे टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस पर इस प्रोजेक्ट को लॉन्च करेंगे।
सर, आप कल्चर मिनिस्टर भी हैं, तो क्या एक स्पेसिफिक एफर्ट लगाया जा रहा है पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप के लिए कल्चरल टूरिज्म प्रमोट करना, जिसकी वजह से जॉब क्रिएशन होगा और इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट होगा?
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। टूरिज़्म जो है वो सबसे बड़ा जॉब क्रिएटर है एग्रीकल्चर के बाद में। एक रूम अगर होटल में बनता है तो उससे 1.3 जॉब्स क्रिएट होते हैं, ऐसा कहा जाता है। भारत की सांस्कृतिक विविधता को देखते हुए और भारत के लोग जिस तरह से भारत की सांस्कृतिक विविधता को एक्सपीरियंस करना चाहते हैं, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर ने उसके लिए एक डिटेल रोड मैप टूरिज़्म मिनिस्ट्री के साथ में मिलकर के बनाया है, जिस पर हम आने वाले समय में काम करेंगे। इस पिछले 100 दिन के कालखंड में भी हमने वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमेटी की मीटिंग इतिहास में पहली बार भारत में आयोजित और सफलतापूर्वक आयोजन कराने का काम किया, जिसमें दुनिया भर के 165 देशों के लगभग 2500 से ज़्यादा डेलीगेट्स भारत में आए और हर आने वाले व्यक्ति ने जिस तरह से भारत को देखा, हमने उनके लिए टूर्स ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया, हमने उनके लिए एग्जीबिशंस ऑर्गेनाइज़ किए और जिस तरह से भारत को देखा और उन्होंने कहा कि भारत की सांस्कृतिक विविधता और वैभव दोनों को देख करके हम मुग्ध हैं एकदम से। वी आर मैस्मराइज्ड टू सी, वी आर ओवरवेल्म्ड टू एक्सपीरियंस द हॉस्पिटैलिटी ऑफ इंडिया। ये देख करके जो उनके कमेंट थे वो निश्चित रूप से हमारे लिए उत्साहवर्धक है। और इसी के साथ साथ में असम के मॉयडेम्स को हमने उस बैठक के माध्यम से भारत में एक और वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट ऐसे रूप में नामित कराने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। टूरिज्म और कल्चर दोनों मिनिस्ट्री मिलकर के भारत में पर्यटन की संभावनाओं को कैसे और अधिक बढ़ाया जाए, और जब भारत के प्रति एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी पूरे विश्व भर की नए सिरे से बनने लगी है, उस समय में भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत की बहुआयामी संस्कृति को, भारत की संस्कृति की गहराई को और विविधता को विश्व के पटल पर और अधिक कैसे रखा जाए ताकि अधिकतम लोग भारत की तरफ आने के लिए आकर्षित हों, इस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, क्योंकि हमारा बहुत ही रिच कल्चर और हेरिटेज रहा है हिंदुस्तान का, तो कैसे बैलेंस होगा बिटवीन कल्चरल प्रिजर्वेशन एंड एट द सेम टाइम इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि दोनों ही विषय पैरेलल चलने वाले विषय हैं। भारत की सदा से ही अपने सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों के लिए, अपनी हेरिटेज के लिए, अपनी ऐतिहासिक धरोहरों के लिए, अपनी पुरा संपदा के लिए हमेशा से ही प्राथमिकता रही है। और माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी तो कल्चर के संरक्षण के सबसे बड़े ध्वजवाहक हैं, भारतीय संस्कृति के सबसे बड़े ध्वजवाहक हैं। और जिस तरह से नए सिरे से हमने भारत के पर्यटन की संभावनाओं को बढ़ाने के लिए अपने हेरिटेज साइट्स के संरक्षण के लिए तो काम किया ही, दुनिया के अन्य देशों में भी जाकर के अब हम इस तरह से इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। जिस वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमेटी की मीटिंग की मैंने बात की, उसमें भारत सरकार की तरफ से $1 मिलियन का कंट्रीब्यूशन सिर्फ इसके लिए किया गया कि हम जो है दुनिया के ऐसे देश जो वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट्स के नॉमिनेशन के लिए अपने डॉजियर्स नहीं बना सकते, जो कंजर्वेशन एक्टिविटीज़ को ठीक से नहीं कर पा रहे, उनके लोगों को भारत में बुला करके ट्रेन करने पर इस ग्रांट को खर्च करेंगे। तो भारत की ये जो प्रभुत्व इस विधा में है कि विकास भी और विरासत भी, ये जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का नारा है, इसको हम वैश्विक पटल पर ले जाने के लिए भी अब काम कर रहे हैं।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे ये होगा कि किन कंट्रीज़ के साथ कोलैबोरेशन का एफर्ट कर रही है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इस सेक्टर में?
देखिए, भारत के दुनिया के बहुत सारे देशों के साथ में हमारे कल्चरल एग्रीमेंट है, जहां हम एक दूसरे देश की संस्कृति के आदान प्रदान के लिए उनके साथ में निरंतर सतत रूप से काम करते हैं। भारत का ICCR का जो विदेश मंत्रालय के अधीन काम करता है, उसकी भी अनेक देशों में उसकी ब्रांचेज हैं जहां हम भारत की संस्कृति उनके काम में, ये निरंतर चलने वाली प्रक्रिया। और मुझे लगता है कि ये सूची इतनी लंबी है कि मैं उस सूची को यहाँ पढ़ना प्रारंभ करूँगा तो बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा। लेकिन एक विशेष बात, अभी वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमेटी की मीटिंग के समय हमने अमेरिका के साथ में वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू ए न्यू अरेंजमेंट। दैट अरेंजमेंट इज़ कि माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से हमारी चोरी से गई भी या अन्य तरीके से गई भी पुरातत्व महत्व की संपदाएं जो दुनिया के दूसरे देशों के पास में है, प्राइवेट लोगों के पास में या सरकारी म्यूजियम्स में रखी गई, उसको लाने में विशेष गति मिली है। जहां आज़ादी के बाद से लेकर के 2000 तक मात्र 13 आर्टिफैक्ट ही, ऐसी एंटीक्विटीज़ ही भारत वापस लौट पाई थी। मोदी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद में ये आंकड़ा 350 को पार कर चुका है। और जो अमेरिका के साथ में हमने एग्रीमेंट किया है, क्योंकि ये बहुत टेक्निकल विषय है, इसमें बहुत सारी मल्टीपल एजेंसीज़ का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता था, इस एग्रीमेंट के बाद में पूरी दुनिया के लिए ये एग्रीमेंट एक नज़ीर बनाए, अन्य देश भी इस तरह के एग्रीमेंट में एंटर हो पाएंगे और हमारी धरोहरों को भारत में वापस लाने में हमें बहुत सुगमता होगी। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि ये जो आंकड़ा अभी 360-65 के बीच में, ये आंकड़ा आने वाले कुछ दिनों में जो है वो इससे दुगना होगा और आने वाले 3-4 साल में ये 1000 को पार कर जाएगा।
All right, Gajendra Shekhawat there, Culture and Tourism Minister speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much for your time here, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, the big development coming in from Kolkata after talks were held between the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and protesting doctors yesterday evening is that the top cop has been removed and replaced. That's the big news right now. The West Bengal government transferred Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal and replaced him with Manoj Kumar Verma. Let's go across to NDTV's Saurabh, who's been tracking all these developments. And Saurabh, so this is one of the key demands made by the protesting doctors who met with Mamata Banerjee yesterday, and she finally agreed to this one demand, and now the replacement has also been announced for the top cop. Tell us more about the other demands.
Well, you know, the demand from the doctors was the removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal, and we are actually at the Kolkata Police headquarters, and Manoj Verma, the new chief of the Kolkata Police, will be taking over shortly from Vineet Goyal. Interestingly, if I can add a snippet of information, that is Vineet Goyal heads to the STF, whose office is right where those protesting doctors are, you know, holding their dharna. And obviously, Vineet Goyal, of course, in a sense, you know, heading to the STF, but in a sense also very close to the dharna site of the doctors. That is, of course, you know, taking place now. But, you know, the announcement of Manoj Verma's name was, you know, he was always amongst the front runners, but many had not considered his name this time around because the information that we had got was that he may not, you know, this time around he may not be, you know, but again, he's again an ADG rank officer, and the Kolkata Police Commissioners is an ADG rank officer. So Manoj Verma, of course, who's ADG Law and Order, replaces Vineet Goyal as Police Commissioner, and you know, Javed Shamim is also, you know, who was one of the front runners, is of course ADG Law and Order now. So obviously this is a very, very important development in terms of the larger context of the protests that have been taking place. The removal of the Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal was one of the demands that these protesting doctors had made, and now of course that notification has come from Nabanno. Shortly, in a moment from now, the Kolkata Police will have a new chief, and this is something that they will, you know, we will of course be sending live pictures of that, you know, taking over as well, and see what the new police commissioner has to say, because in the last few days and, you know, especially the last month, there have been several questions raised about the integrity of the police and also, you know, the workings of the police, and amidst allegations of a cover-up, etc. Even, in fact, today, you know, the Supreme Court commented on what the CBI report says, and it's disturbing. Now, in that context, obviously, this is something that, you know, a responsibility that will fall on Manoj Verma's shoulders to sort of regain, you know, the trust of, you know, of the public, and also of, you know, something that has been called into question by, you know, the protesting doctors and also others in the backdrop of the allegations that have been made. Now, this is something that, you know, was expected since yesterday. In that midnight announcement, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, after meeting the doctors, had announced that there would be a replacement for Vineet Goyal, the Kolkata Police Commissioner. And now, of course, you can see, you know, there are arrangements, of course, that will have to be made to replace Mr. Goyal as, you know, the police commissioner. He will be replaced by Manoj Kumar Verma, who will be taking charge as the Kolkata Police Commissioner in a short while from now, in, you know, this evening itself.
That's right, Saurabh. And Saurabh, so just to break it down for us, where do things now stand in terms of the protest by the doctors? Today you had the Supreme Court hearing as well. Top cop has been replaced. Some health officials have been removed as well. So now are the doctors going to return to work soon after the talks that took place yesterday?
Well, you know, one of the things that we sort of picked up from speaking to the doctors yesterday was that they would call off their protest only after these demands were met. And when they say demands were met, you know, the Chief Minister, of course, assured them yesterday and gave it in writing. But they would wait for that announcement. And this is something that, of course, you know, they would wait for that announcement to happen. Now, we are expecting, some officers of the Kolkata police to, drive in at this point, and of course something, that we will see that Manoj Kumar Varma will be taking over. But yes, that protest would likely be called off, we were told, after this decision is executed, and which is that, Manoj, the replacement for Vineet Goyal actually comes and takes over, and Vineet Goyal, leaves, the position, and that is now going to happen. So, if one picks up, even gets a sense from the Supreme Court hearing, that perhaps by this evening we will see the doctors calling off their protest.
All right, so perhaps after the new police commissioner takes over, we'll see the doctors finally, after around 37 days, calling off this protest that they have been holding. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us. We'll return to you for more updates. In other news now, the Supreme Court today halted unauthorized demolition of private property anywhere in India till the 1st of October, when it will hear arguments against what is now referred to as bulldozer justice. This is a practice by some state governments, usually BJP-ruled states, to destroy residential or commercial property owned by people accused of criminal in criminal cases. Now, the court dismissed concerns by the government, which were represented by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, that its order would impact legally sanctioned demolitions. The heavens won't fall if we ask you to hold your hands till the next hearing, is what the bench of Justice B.R. Gavai and K.V. Viswanathan declared. An irate top court, which has already come down hard twice this month on bulldozer justice, also warned against grandstanding and glorification of this practice. No demolition till the next date without permission of this court. NDTV's Sunil Prabhu sent us this report.
The Supreme Court says heavens won't fall till the next hearing, that is on the 1st of October, and has directed that no demolition across the country will take place unless, of course, there has been some encroachment in public spaces, for example, railway land, railway lines, water bodies, public spaces like footpaths, etc. This, of course, after the Solicitor General of India made a fervent plea saying that how can you do this against a statutory
All right, let's go across to where the BJP is addressing a press conference. This after Atishi was announced as the new Chief Minister of Delhi after Arvind Kejriwal resigns.
उम्मीदवार घोषित करना सीधा सीधा दिल्ली को अराजकता और कम्युनिज्म की तरफ धकेलने का उनका प्रारूप है। आम आदमी पार्टी चेहरा बदलकर मेक ओवर करना चाहती है, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार के जो धब्बे उनके दामन पर लगे हैं वो इस मेक ओवर से साफ नहीं होने वाले। और मैं जब कह रहा हूं कि उसी मंत्रिमंडल के उनके साथी, तो आपको इसके थोड़े से इतिहास में जाना पड़ेगा। गुनहगार अरविंद केजरीवाल जब शराब घोटाले में जेल जा रहे थे तो उन्होंने अपने विभागों का बंटवारा किया। और उन्होंने काफी विभाग अपने एक मंत्री कैलाश गहलोत को दिए, लेकिन जेल में उनसे पहले से बंद मनीष सिसोदिया ने मुंह बंद रखने की कीमत मांगी और उस कीमत के चलते कैलाश गहलोत से वो विभाग छीनकर आतिशी मार लेना को दिए गए। वो था दबाव, और वही दबाव आज सुबह भी जब मुख्यमंत्री के लिए आतिशी मार लेना का नाम जब आया तो मनीष सिसोदिया का वो दबाव आज फिर काम किया। हमारी जानकारी के हिसाब से आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों में अंतर कलह है इस नाम को लेकर। लेकिन ये उनकी पार्टी का विषय है। अब आतिशी मार लेना, जिनके पास कई सारे विभाग मंत्री के नाते, मैं सिर्फ 2 डिपार्टमेंट्स की बात करता हूं। पहला पीडब्ल्यूडी, दिल्ली की सड़कों की हालत आपसे छुपी नहीं है। 2 दिन पहले मैंने एक उदाहरण दिया था कि मुंडका से नांगलोई का सफर जो आधे घंटे में पूरा होता था, आज 2.5 से 3 घंटे लगते हैं। उसका श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो वो आतिशी मार लेना को जाता है। दिल्ली की कोई सड़क देख लीजिए पीडब्ल्यू डिपार्टमेंट की। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण विभाग जिसकी पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी कसीदे पड़ती है, यह है शिक्षा क्रांति। इसी वर्ष इस शिक्षा मंत्री के रहते 9th क्लास के 1 लाख बच्चे फेल कर दिए जाते हैं। 11वीं क्लास के 54,000 बच्चे फेल कर दिए जाते हैं। कारण कि हमें बोर्ड का रिजल्ट अच्छा दिखाना है, और फेल करना तो दूर, उसके साथ साथ दोबारा उनको एडमिशन ना मिले उसकी भी व्यवस्था करते हैं ये लोग कि वो पढ़ ना पाए। ओपन स्कूल के लिए उनको कहा जाता है, उनको उनके हाल पे छोड़ दिया जाता है। वो 1,54,000 बच्चे, उनके माता पिता इस शिक्षा मंत्री से हिसाब चाहते हैं कि कहाँ है तुम्हारी शिक्षा की क्रांति। सरकार का मतलब होता है अगर बच्चा कोई कमजोर भी है पढ़ाई में तो उसको साथ लेके आगे बढ़ाने का काम। ये तो उठा के फेंक देते हैं कि जाइए। और मैंने कहा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आतिशी मार लेना का नाम देकर दिल्ली को अराजकता की तरफ धकेल दिया है, तो उसका कारण है। अफजल गुरु का नाम हम सबने सुना है। ये अफजल गुरु, ये उनके माता पिता, और ये वो पिटीशन है जो राष्ट्रपति को भेजी गई थी, जिसमें अफजल गुरु की रिहाई की मांग की गई थी, उनके लिए माफी की मांग की गई थी। इसमें 57 और 58 नंबर पर आतिशी मार लेना के माता पिता के हस्ताक्षर हैं। अब दिल्ली में भ्रष्टाचार के साथ साथ देश विरोधी सरकार भी काम करेगी, जो देश को
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point.
Welcome back. Now, the latest in Delhi, and the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal, is going to meet with the Delhi Lieutenant Governor to resign as the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, earlier today, Atishi was announced, the State Minister was announced as the new Chief Minister. She will be taking over from Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister of Delhi. There you can see Arvind Kejriwal en route to the Delhi LG to resign as the Chief Minister of Delhi. This was an announcement that Arvind Kejriwal made after he emerged from Tihar jail, when he finally was granted bail after spending over 100 days in jail. And Arvind Kejriwal emerged from Tihar, and he made this a somewhat surprise announcement because it also took many in his own party by surprise, where he said that he will be stepping down in 2 days as the Delhi Chief Minister. Since yesterday, we've seen a series of meetings taking place, and today morning was another meeting of all the MLAs, and it was there that it was announced that Arvind Kejriwal would be succeeded by Atishi as the new Chief Minister of Delhi. Let's go across to Aishwarya now, who joins us from from the LG's residence, where Arvind Kejriwal has just arrived there, Aishwarya, to step down as Chief Minister of Delhi and Atishi to take over.
Well, that's right. In the visuals, you can see Arvind Kejriwal along with the other council of ministers of Arvind Kejriwal's cabinet had just arrived at LG Secretariat, and from here on, Arvind Kejriwal will be tendering his resignation to the LG. There you can see in the visuals now Gopal Rai and Atishi and other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party now arriving at the LG Secretariat as well. Arvind Kejriwal will be giving the resignation to the LG over here, and also a letter of support of Atishi will be handed over to the LG as she will be forming new Delhi government. So clearly, as far as the entire Delhi cabinet is concerned, they have now arrived at the LG Secretariat. We've been told that from minutes from now, Arvind Kejriwal will no longer be the Chief Minister of Delhi, and as today in the in the meeting of the legislatures of Delhi, it was decided that Atishi will be taking over, and a letter of support will be handed over to the Lieutenant Governor from here on, as far as the upcoming Chief Minister and upcoming cabinet of Delhi is concerned. Now, very interestingly, it has also been said to us that on 26th and 27th of September, the special assembly session will be called, and before that it would be Atishi who will be taking oath of the Chief Minister of Delhi, and this would be till the time until the elections in Delhi will not take place. There you can see senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party as well arriving over here as far as the LG Secretariat is concerned. They all will be present because Arvind Kejriwal being the top leader of Aam Aadmi Party, and this is what the convention always follows. The entire cabinet had come over here. In the next vehicle, there is Saurabh Bharadwaj sitting over here, cabinet minister of the Delhi government, and in the next car it is more senior leaders. So it is also stated by Atishi, remember, during that press briefing, that Arvind Kejriwal is the only chief minister. It is under his guidance the next cabinet will work. And that's very important because it has been also alleged by the Bharatiya Janata Party that Atishi would be just rubber stamp CM, and also more allegations by the Bharatiya Janata Party where Virendra Sachdeva himself stated that it would be, the Aam Aadmi Party which is sending the entire people of national capital to communism, and that's the charge that they had made. Also, very interestingly, it has been stated by the Bharatiya Janata Party that this is the corruption is in their DNA, and this is a corrupt government just to whitewash what has happened in the past. Arvind Kejriwal's resignation is not much. They had to dissolve the entire government, and a fresh election should take forward. Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party, on both sides, they are very confident that whenever the elections will happen, they will, succeed. But it is Arvind Kejriwal who said that they will go to the public's court, to people's court, and both Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, upcoming days, they will be spending around the public, and they will be asking whether they should continue as the chief minister if they win in the upcoming days or not. But as visual speaks it itself, the entire cabinet of Arvind Kejriwal is over here at the LG Secretariat, and very soon Arvind Kejriwal will be tendering his resignation, not for the first time, not for the second time, but for the third time. Arvind Kejriwal, since 2013, will be giving his resignation. But of course, because Aam Aadmi Party has its own numbers, and it will be making the new government till the time the elections will not happen. But Atishi, a very interesting name, who was elected as the Aam Aadmi Party legislative leader, and by their MLAs, it was Atishi who took the charge of the entire Aam Aadmi Party when there were absence of the senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, when Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, Satyendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself was in jail. She was the one who came every time forward and addressed the press conferences. Whenever there was a blockage from the side of the Lieutenant Governor, she was the one who writes the letter on behalf of the Delhi government to the LG. So she took it one-on-one, and therefore the reason perhaps the loyalist of Arvind Kejriwal now given chance to step up and to take position of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, whether the political successor is something that many are calling Atishi of Arvind Kejriwal, how far she can take the entire governance, because she has worked very closely in the field of education as well, when Manish Sisodia was the education minister, and now being the cabinet minister, she's been elevated to the position of the chief minister. Very short moment from now, we can expect those visuals from the LG Secretariat where Arvind Kejriwal will be giving his resignation from the chief minister's post, and from here on, all eyes will be on the LG as to what date he will be calling Atishi to take oath for the new chief minister of Delhi, and whether there would be reshuffle in the entire Arvind Kejriwal cabinet in the upcoming days or not. But certainly, as you can see, the security had been beefed up. The LG Secretariat, expecting senior leadership also to come out from the Aam Aadmi Party and to speak to media as well. But that is something that all eyes would be, because some are saying that it's a political masterstroke. Some are saying that this is something that will start the debacle of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, what will happen next is something that remains to be seen. But very short, after very few minutes, we can expect Arvind Kejriwal to step outside from here.
That's right, and Aishwarya, interesting you spoke about how some are talking about this being a master stroke, the fact that Arvind Kejriwal said he's going to resign as soon as he came out of jail, whereas the BJP has hit back and said that this is a compulsion. And since yesterday, there was speculation as to who would be that stand-in chief minister, because let's face it, it's just for a matter of a few months till February that Atishi will remain chief minister. Clearly, she has complete trust of Arvind Kejriwal. And even when her name was announced, she spoke of Arvind Kejriwal as her guru. She also spoke about how it's only in the Aam Aadmi Party that a first time a politician could, hope or could succeed in becoming a chief minister. So that was interesting, even as the BJP has been hitting out now at her, saying that she's a dummy chief minister, and also pointing out her parents who are known leftists and, their support for Afzal Guru signing of his mercy petitions. Already those attacks have begun.
Well, certainly, BJP has lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party, and they had been calling this as, the corrupt government and giving, charge to Atishi, something that will push Delhi to communal violence as well. And, as we speak now, some movement over here as far as the LG secretary is concerned. But when we had seen Bharatiya Janata Party reacting to what the decisions of Arvind Kejriwal after he coming out from the Tihar jail, it had been asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party that does Delhi need a puppet CM? In fact, the BJP also stated that it's very unfortunate for Delhi that such a woman is going to sit on CM's chair, who is, according to them, an anti-national, because remember, it was also Swati Maliwal who tweeted it out and said that the parents and family members of Atishi had supported Afzal Guru at that point of time when he was given life imprisonment. Now, also, it was very important comments that were made by the Bharatiya Janata Party about Atishi, that even now she is giving statement that the corrupt Kejriwal is the chief minister. She is just a puppet. The people of national capital will certainly answer in the upcoming elections that whether they want this corrupt government or not, because remember, the Bharatiya Janata Party had stated that in the alleged Delhi excise policy case, it is just a bail that has been granted to Arvind Kejriwal. He had not been, rubbed aside from the charges that were leveled against him. BJP also went on to say that he will be known as Bailwala CM, and now when he had decided to go back to the People's Court, it would be certainly, the people of Delhi who will be deciding that what will be the fate of Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodiya, because both have said that they will not be continuing in the upcoming cabinet until and unless the elections are due. Certainly, one more demand that also had been asked by Arvind Kejriwal, that the elections should be held in November. There should be early elections in the national capital, with the elections of Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well. Now, whether that will take place or not is something that remains to be seen. But the BJP on their side has also been stating that it is Supreme Court who had given their orders. Arvind Kejriwal could not go to the Chief Minister's office. He cannot sign any official file, and therefore he was altogether been on the other side. In other words, said by the Supreme Court that he should resign, and that's what he had done. In fact, BJP also said that he should have resigned much before, if he really wanted to go to People's Court and to talk to the people of this of the national capital, that whether they agree with what has happened, and these are all false charges that had been imposed on him. But certainly, in just few moments from now, we are expecting Arvind Kejriwal to come out, and he will be soon called the ex-Chief Minister of Delhi now.
That's right, Aishwarya. So do keep, an eye on what's happening and bringing us those visuals. Let's go across to Tanushka also now for more. She joins us from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. And Tanushka, huge challenge for Arvind Kejriwal. He's handing over the chief ministership to Atishi, as it were. He announced this after emerging from Tihar. The AAP is also, contesting in the elections that are happening in Haryana. Arvind Kejriwal also now out of jail. Manish Sisodiya out of jail. They have a lot of work in rebuilding the party, in a sense, because it's been weakened, given that the top leadership was in jail all this while. So a lot to do, at this point between now and whenever elections in Delhi may take place.
Right, exactly. Lot to do, for, not just for the Aam Aadmi Party, but also for Atishi, as well as now she takes charge as the Chief Minister. The focus, of course, has shifted throughout the day from Arvind Kejriwal's residence to the Lieutenant Governor's residence at this point, wherein Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, and all the other cabinet ministers have left from here to the Lieutenant Governor's residence. Of course, this is for the tender of the resignation of Arvind Kejriwal, as he had announced that he will be, putting in his papers, so to speak, and that is what is happening at the moment at the Lieutenant Governor's residence in the presence of all the cabinet ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party, be it Saurabh Bharadwaj, Kailash Gehlot, Imran Hussain. So a lot also expected in the coming days from the party as well, in terms of portfolios, in terms of who will be holding what. Will there be a reshuffle in portfolios? How will Atishi go forward ahead into governance as the chief minister for this interim period until the Delhi Assembly sessions, and until in fact the Delhi State Assembly polls, for which also Arvind Kejriwal has asked for the polls to be preponed to November. So until then, what Atishi has also maintained as she came out right after the announcement of her becoming the chief minister, saying that no matter who or what happens and whoever takes the post, the main objective or job at hand that not just she but also all the other Aam Aadmi Party leaders have is to reinstate Arvind Kejriwal as the chief minister of Delhi. She also reiterates that she will be working under his guidance. Back to you.
That's right. Atishi saying she will work under Arvind Kejriwal's guidance. And Aishwarya there joining us from the LG residence where Arvind Kejriwal has gone in to give in his resignation. As we were discussing earlier, Aishwarya, it is the BJP describing this as a compulsion, while others are saying that it is a masterstroke by Arvind Kejriwal, taking all by surprise.
Well, the BJP terming Atishi as a puppet CM as well, and that's what Atishi said, that there is only one chief minister of Delhi, and that is Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal is someone who will guide the new government, and he is the guru who had made somebody a chief minister who comes from middle class family, and also who is very new to the politics. She also compared this with Bharatiya Janata Party, stating that if she would have been in BJP, there would be no one who would have given her even a ticket. But it is Aam Aadmi Party only where it is possible that a person who comes from middle class family and who is very new to the political career had been elevated to such a level that will lead the entire government. But as many are saying that it could be Arvind Kejriwal, of course, would be guiding the entire government, but this time it would be not him who would be signing the official files, but it would be Atishi. Now, whether this will, turn the course as we have seen in Jharkhand, where Champai Soren had been given the position of chief minister, and later Champai Soren, went aside from the JMM and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. But Atishi is being said as a loyalist to Arvind Kejriwal, and someone Arvind Kejriwal can believe on what she will be doing and what she had done in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, when they were sent to jail. She was the one who was the face of Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore the reason perhaps a name was proposed by Arvind Kejriwal today. But BJP clearly had hitting out at the Delhi government, saying that they should Arvind Kejriwal should not just resign, but the entire cabinet should be dissolved. There should be precedent rules that should be imposed in Delhi if they literally wanted to go to the public's court. Now, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodiya, because the messaging is very clear, they wanted to send out this message across to Haryana as well, because certainly the polls are just round the corner over there. And by making a woman a chief minister, and also, Arvind Kejriwal wanted to whitewash the entire, image of the corrupted government. They had left the positions aside, and the result that came back in 20, resigned from their post, and had got a huge mandate from the people of Delhi. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is expecting this time as well in 2025 January, when the elections will take place. But whether this will happen or not, we remember there are different way the people of Delhi votes for in assembly polls and in the Lok Sabha polls as well. And therefore, the reason the Aam Aadmi Party seems very confident, they're saying that without any support of Congress or any other party in Delhi, they will be forming their own government and Arvind Kejriwal will again be the chief minister. And that's what the people of Delhi wants. But the BJP had leveled attacks, and therefore the reason perhaps it will be very interesting to see that how the entire campaign will go on from now as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Many were also speculating that it could be Sunita Kejriwal, but it is Atishi, of course, the first choice because the tweets and the reactions that came in as soon as the name of Sunita Kejriwal emerged, that there would be Rabri Devi kind of situation in Delhi. The entire governance will be managed by Arvind Kejriwal, and that's how the government will run. And putting that aside, it is Atishi, chosen representative, had been elevated to the chief minister position. We are getting also the news from inside the LG Secretariat now that Arvind Kejriwal has tendered his resignation to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. Saxena. And after this, there would be a photo op opportunity that will take place. And soon after that, it would be Atishi who would be handling the letter of support to the LG, as she had been elected as the leader of the Legislative Assembly of Delhi. Now, it is on the Lieutenant Governor now that on what date they will call Atishi to take oath as the Chief Minister, and if the Aam Aadmi Party wants any reshuffle in the Delhi cabinet, that will be also told to the Lieutenant Governor so that the invitations can be sent for the oath-taking ceremony very soon. After that, on 26th and 27th of September, the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party are also revealing to us that there will be a special session that will be called of the Delhi Assembly, where something important will come out as far as the decisions are concerned of the Delhi cabinet, and it would be the Delhi government who would be giving all those dues which are not being given to them as far as the last 7 or 8 months are concerned. Remember that statement by the Atishi in the press conference where she stated that when Arvind Kejriwal was not there, people of Delhi were not getting their dues and the promises that were done because of the blockage that had occurred from the Lieutenant Governor's office. Now, movement happening over there, live visuals from the LG Secretariat. We have been told that any time from now, Arvind Kejriwal will be coming out, and he had tendered his resignation as the Chief Minister. There you can see in the visuals Arvind Kejriwal, ex-Chief Minister of Delhi, now coming out from the LG Secretariat. He has tendered the resignation to the LG, and now other leaders along with Arvind Kejriwal will be also coming out. First, it is, as I mentioned, Arvind Kejriwal, who had tendered his resignation, had come out. Now it would be Atishi who would be giving the letter of support of the MLAs and the legislative party that she had been elevated as the chief minister. There you can see live visuals, Atishi Gopal Rai walking, and we are expecting a soundbite from Atishi as well, who will be the next chief minister of the national capital. Gopal Rai along with Atishi and other senior leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bharadwaj, and other cabinet leaders also now working out. We're expecting a media bite from Atishi as she has given the letter of support to the LG's office. And now Arvind Kejriwal, we've been told, has left the
Right,
LG office.
Aishwarya, why don't you try and go ahead as we're expecting that press conference, or at least a soundbite from Atishi, is all set to be the new Chief Minister of Delhi, and hopefully we'll know the date when her swearing in will take place. But just to take you through, if you're just joining us, Arvind Kejriwal has resigned as Chief Minister of Delhi. This is from outside the LG's residence, where Arvind Kejriwal left just a short while ago after tendering his resignation. And now Atishi, along with other Delhi ministers, have emerged. Gopal Rai, Saurabh Bhardwaj, all emerging there, and we're expecting them to speak to the media. Earlier today, there was a meeting of all the cabinet and MLAs at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where it was decided that it would be Atishi who would be taking over from Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister of Delhi. This is after Arvind Kejriwal's surprise announcement when he emerged from Tihar, where he announced that in 2 days' time he would be stepping down as the Chief Minister, and that someone else would be taking charge. And it's a huge challenge really for the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, given that so much of the top leadership has spent so long in jail. Let's try and listen into what is being said. Aishwarya is there at the LG residence. This is, and as we're waiting to find out when the swearing in will take place of Atishi, Arvind Kejriwal having resigned just moments earlier, and he has now left from here, allowing the next Chief Minister really to speak to the media, and it's really now under her charge. Though the first reaction of Atishi after being announced as the new Chief Minister was to thank her guru Arvind Kejriwal. She also spoke about how everyone has to work hard to ensure that Arvind Kejriwal returns as the Chief Minister. As Arvind Kejriwal has said, he wants to go back